Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the final day of coverage here from the Roar 1/8 Scale Off-Road Nationals presented by J Concepts here at A-Main Silver Dollar Raceway in Chico, California. A long week's journey has taken us to Sunday Nitro Buggy Finals Day. You can see we're warming up first with our 8th even final for 1/8 Nitro Buggy, and the top 3 from this race will bump into the quarterfinals. Sean Miller, full slate of action on deck for today. Even though it's only the one division, this is the big one. This is what all the drivers want to win. The hour-long Nitro Buggy Final is what we're going to finish up with today. And again, Dakota Fenn dominant yesterday. What are you expecting here on Sunday main day?
Well, this is the day we've been waiting for since Tuesday. We've been racing out here, so this is the big one. Everybody's going for that Nitro Buggy National Championship, and it's going to be mains all day long. We're going to start us off here with our 1/8 1/8 semi. No, what am I trying to say here? It's our 1/8 Nitro Buggy even. And top 3 will move on up to the quarter.
That's right. This is Jared Barton sitting alongside Sean Miller. Want to give a big shout out to our whole Live RC crew. Sam Rabarczyk calling the shots here in production. We also have Lucas McCabe and Travis Melton on our dynamic camera shots. We have an absolutely A-list crew here this weekend. Want to thank the whole Roar staff as well for all their hard work. Of course, Clayton Young, President Race Director, Cal Southworth, Vin Manchanda, Chris Crowder in tech, and Mike Braun, who you hear in the background, is our at-the-track announcer. You can see they're bringing them down here for the start of our 8th even final. Again, top 3 will bump from these lower finals into the quarters. From the quarters, they'll bump 3 into the semis. And from each semi, Sean, 6 bump up. No tiebreaker, no pace, just a straight top 6. But again, folks, just so you're aware, the TQ yesterday, Dakota Fenn, already locked into the show by default, does not need to run a semifinal. But you're probably doing the math here. 1 + 6 + 6. Well, what the heck, Jared? That only makes 13 cars. There is a 15-minute LCQ, last chance qualifier, that'll take the spots 14 and 15 if you're able to finish first and second in that LCQ. Of course, we're excited for that hour-long final, but that LCQ is going to be an absolute barn burner, Sean.
Yeah, we got a little work to do to get to that hour-long A-Main final, so we're getting ready to go here. Our first race of the day.
You can see Clayton Young motioning to raise those cars up. They're all topped up with fuel, waiting for green on the first main of the day. 8th even final here at the Roar 1/8 Off-Road Nationals.
All right, we are down and quiet.
And here we go. Great start. Here they go into the first corner. 8th even final is green. Couple cars making contact with the back. Looks like they're going to say it's all clear. Off to the races we go. Sean Miller Got some household names here, even in these very bottom mains, like we continue to mention throughout the weekend. A lot of A-list drivers that are going to find themselves in some mains they may not be accustomed to here at the Roar Nationals, where the best of the best show up here to Chico, California.
Yeah, man, it's going to be fireworks all day long out here, so thank you guys for following along with us here.
The chat's popping already, Sean. We already got a bunch of viewers. They were ready for today. I bet you a bunch of those were setting the YouTube push for notification to let them know when the stream started, because you don't want to miss a second of the action. We're going to bring it to you here live on Live RC, Facebook, and YouTube. First lap by Ronnie Holt. Holt serve. He started on pole, and he's going to be leading right now, followed by Brandon Powell and Gage Deucep, our current 3 transfers. But again, folks, 15-minute race. They absolutely need to make a pit stop. Your goal here as a racer is to make that 7:30 to 8-minute mark on a fuel tank, and that way you'll be able to have the one pit stop strategy right now. Holt, Powell, Deucep, Plumley, Williams, Brent Densford, Elijah Olney, Sean Encinas, Ed Smith, and Rob Whitley are top 10 on the first full lap by.
Yeah, top 3, a beautiful start for them. You can see they're already starting to gap the field here, so this is when you got to work together, because it really doesn't matter what starting position you're going to be in that quarter. You're just trying to make it to that next main.
Absolutely. And these drivers are being dealt a pretty tough hand here, Sean. No practice this morning to get these engine tunes down, so it really was one of those bench tune style things. You got to make sure you got it right. And this definitely is a bit of a condition change from yesterday when it was warm outside. A little cooler here this morning. Not going to be cool for long. Going to be 95 degrees. But shout out to all these drivers and mechanics that are able to nail this engine tune. Ronnie Holt's car looking pretty awesome. That Mugen Siki leading a pack of 4 Technos. Powell, Deucep, Plumley, and Williams here at the 2-minute mark, 13 to go.
Yeah, it looks like Gage a little bit of a mistake here on lap number 3, and that's going to allow Plumley, Williams, and Denford to start catching up here a little bit. You could hear him when he was upside down. He was absolutely death revving that thing, and you know what? The marshal just kind of said, well, when you hit the brakes, I'll get your car, and that's exactly what he did right there, and that's kind of how you do it. You don't want to go down and get an outdrive bite. A lot of moving parts on these Nitro cars, so if they're death revving it as you're trying to pick them up, they're just going to kind of stand by, and whenever you're ready to hit the brakes, they'll get you.
A standard protocol for all the corner marshals here at these Big 8 scale races. If those wheels are spinning, just put your hands up and say, hey man, got to get those wheels to stop spinning before I pick the car up, because like you said, you could easily get a finger stuck. Oh no, that was going to be a big head-on collision. Another car crossing lanes there, and I believe that was Ronnie that gets flipped over. So it looks like everything gets itself sorted out, but we are still racing hard here with Holt and Powell working their way over the wall jump here. That was could have been disastrous there, Sean. Luckily, no mechanical problems on that pretty hard hit, but everything works out.
Yeah, it looks like Ronnie's out there. He's about to cross the line right here. Going to be a long lap, but here's the battle. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th lurking back there in the shadows. There's Holt. There's Powell across the line. Gage. Nope, that's Smith. That is a lapper right there. So where's our battle for that bump? That's going to be Gage and Marcus Plumley now across the line. So already, man, we are 3:30 into today's events, and we already got some good battles for the final transfer spot.
Big time action. Big time action. Armando Sparcena checking into the chat saying thanks Live RC for the coverage. Thank you, Armando, for checking in. Also want to give a shout out to Duluth, Minnesota's John Weeda checking in here from the Lake Superior RC Club. John Weeda, thanks for checking in, brother, and hope you and Bree and Avery are doing well at home. Definitely be looking forward to seeing you in the indoor carpet season. Thanks for tuning in, my man.
All right, so this is it. That's Gage and Marcus. One of these guys moving on to the quarter. The other one hitting the air compressor, Jared.
Absolutely, yeah. So this is going to be the race right here. Again, folks, just to remind you of the order of operations here. Top 3 finishers from these 8th finals will transfer into the quarterfinals, which you'll see immediately after the 8th finals have completed. Roar has a nice timetable schedule. By the way, nice little spin around there for Plumley. You see
that was stylish right there. It looked like a little dreidel.
That was pretty cool. And again, we are watching the race for 3rd place. Couple Techno drivers here, Gage and Marcus, battling for that final transfer position. Still plenty of time for this thing to sort out, though, folks. We're only 4:30 into this one, 10:30 left to go. Still have not yet made our first pit stop, John. And for this, with this 15-minute race, fuel strategy kind of goes out the window. You're just looking for the one pit stop around that halfway point. You could give or take 15, 30 seconds, but most of these drivers will play it straight up and go 7:30, split the running.
Yeah, I don't think that you're going to do anything crazy here in a 15-minute race. You just got got a full senders. It's a one pit stop race, and everybody should be on that schedule.
Absolutely. Full rundown at the 5-minute mark, 10 to go, is Brandon Powell out in front by 0.7 of a second. Here are 2 leaders that we're following, followed by Gage Dusef in the 3rd spot. Marcus Plumley, odd man out, currently in 4th. Brent Detschner in 5th. Elijah Only, Corey Williams, Ed Smith, and Rod Whitley. Unfortunately, looks like Sean Encinas having some trouble after lap number 5. So Sean, the Mugen driver, drops down to 10th, and likely that will end his weekend bid, Sean.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like that battle for the race lead, hot and heavy. Brandon Powell and Matt Techno against Ronnie Holt. Now Mugen Seiki separated by 0.7 of a second here, and we are following along with them across the line.
You can see that corner coming onto the front straightaway, Sean. It doesn't look like much. Again, it's just a quick little ski jump onto the front straight, but that right-handed corner, look at the suspension articulating on these cars. They really are having to be careful about that jump there because that easily could throw them a curveball either to the inside or the outside pipes. You can see Ronnie made a pass there as we were mentioning that talking point. But again, Holt and Powell leading the way with 6 down, 9 to go. They're expanding that gap over Dusef, about a 7-second advantage back to 3rd place. And Plumlee now lacks 5.5 seconds back to the final bump-up spot of Gage. So there is 3rd place. Dusef we're following along with. Up and over the big valley jump, you can see that section also developing plenty of ruts and bumps. And there you see those cars bouncing up and down, suspension and all sorts of overtime work right there to make sure those 4 tires stay on the ground, gripping and ripping. 6:30 down, 8:30 to go. Ronnie Holt leads Brandon Powell by 0.7 of a second.
Yeah, and we're following along with that lead battle right there. Ronnie looks like he's starting to find himself a little bit of a groove here.
And only about 10 feet separation between 1 and 2. Coming up on some traffic in the form of Elijah. Outside pass there for Holt. Oh boy, here he comes in for fuel. So the leaders duck in at the 7-minute mark. Here's our Avid pit cam. It's a heads-up race on pit road and a great pit stop for the Ronnie Holt crew. Looks like he gained about 10 feet there on his counterpart Powell. So definitely going to be mission accomplished there in the pits there for the Ronnie Holt team.
Yeah, a bit of an early stop right there with still 8 minutes to go here, especially if they get by the loop for one more. They're going to have to start stretching it out here. So I don't know. I would have been a little bit more conservative here and come in, try and split it right up to 7:30, but I just have the radio to this weekend on the head, not in the hands.
I wonder if both pit crews were thinking about catching the other by surprise and trying the short pit. They ended up following each other in nose to tail. Halfway point, 7:30 down, 7:30 to go, and there's the lead. It's exactly 0.7 of a second like it was before the pit stops. Again, Ronnie got out of pit road a little bit quicker, but Brandon Powell's car looks a little bit quicker from lap to lap here. So going to be a good race for these two. I'm sure they both know, though, and I'm sure Mike Braun is urging them to work together. They don't need to push the issue too badly here, because 1st, 2nd, 3rd all lined up, all will bump up unless they let Marcus Plumlee and 4th back into the race.
Yeah, it looks like Gage has caught up to these guys, but I don't think he's grabbed fuel yet. So those leaders grabbing that fuel on that last lap, they should be stretched back out here oh so slightly, as Gage still going to need to come in for fuel.
I'm keeping an eye on Gage's lap times. I do agree with you. I've not seen a pit lap yet. I see he had a 38.2, which may be his in lap, but that would be a smoking fast pit stop. So we'll keep an eye on this and see if that red and white car has to duck in for fuel at any point. But it's 8:30 down, 6:30 to go. It is these 3 leaders. As Marcus just made his pit stop, he's now 19 seconds off the lead. So these 3 drivers sitting in a pretty good position here with 6:20 to go to try and transfer to that quarter even final.
Yeah, we're wasting no time here this morning. There was no warm-up. There was no practice or anything. It's going right into bump-up action here on a beautiful Sunday morning here in Chico, California.
I like Gage's strategy. Waste no time. Get up there and lead this thing. If he does need to make another pit stop, it at least builds a little cushion before he gets there. But a 34.8 fast lap of the race for Dusnip. Holt and Powell both have 34.9s. There's a 35.1 from Marcus last time by that all yellow car you just saw at the bottom of your screen.
Yeah, if he wants to get that final transfer spot to the quarter, he's got to get it going. He's got 5.5 minutes here to make up 15 seconds or so.
Time to drop the hammer. Here comes Gage, your leader, in for fuel. This is his final pit stop, and he went 9:30 on a tank, Sean, so
nice.
Almost made it 10, but at this point, looking for the quick splash and go to the Avid pit cam, and a flame out there on Dusnip. That's a big problem. So your leader comes in, has trouble, and Marcus Plumlee, all of a sudden, you saw him just pass by in the bottom of your screen there. So now Dusnip has to get back to work. Unfortunately, that's the game you play with fuel mileage. If you're a little bit low on fuel, you're coming in on fumes, that can sometimes happen, Sean. There's the race right there, nose to tail for that 3rd and 4th bump spot. Now Gage has his work cut out for him.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Like I said, Plumlee's going to need a little bit of help here to get that bump spot. He was down by 15 seconds, and that is exactly what he was looking for. A little bit of a mistake right there. He might have stretched it out a little bit too long. There wasn't much fuel left in that tank as he came in at 9:30.
Absolutely. Well, as you can see the gap there, 2.3 seconds. I do think that Gage a little bit quicker from lap to lap. You got to think where are the nerves at right now. Of course, the flame out in pit lane, that's about one of the biggest things that'll give a racer a heart attack is everything's going smoothly, then the engine shuts off. But looks like Gage has settled back in nicely. You can see him going over the big wall jump there in that red and white Techno machine, working his way down the center straightaway, coming to the valley jump. So at this point, I think all Gage needs to do is settle back in, hit his marks, and I think he'll be in fine shape to try and get this transfer to the quarterfinal.
Yeah, I want to say a big good morning out to BJ Williams, our live RC moderator, checking in from North Carolina right here. We got Charlie Heiser, who's a longtime Northern California racer with him and his kid out here. We got Joey Avellino, my hometown, Simi Valley, California in the house. SoCal, stand up.
Fantastic. Well, again, love to see the chat participation. We're already at a huge number of viewers here at 9:14 a.m. Pacific time, and I know both of us were wanting to get a couple extra minutes of sleep, but we're glad that we're here with you. And of course, if you're on the East Coast, it's just past lunchtime, about 12:14 p.m. if you're on the East Coast. So thanks everybody for tuning in. You're watching Brandon Powell in that second spot right now, keeping our eyes on Ronnie Holt. I don't believe that he has yet been passed for lead, but we'll keep an eye as he goes across. Looks like he just went down the back straightaway about 4 seconds in front of this second place driver, Powell. Then it's going to be Deuce up at the third spot. Marcus Plumlee has to try and find 8 seconds to catch Gage for that final bump spot. Brent Densford is fifth. He's about 12 seconds back of Plumlee. There's Gage in that third spot, our final transfer that you pick up right here. Followed by Corey Williams in the sixth spot. Ed Smith, Rod, Elijah, and Sean. 12 down, 3 to go. Mr. Miller, looks like these top 3 are in pretty good position to try and secure those bump spots.
Yeah, barring any major disasters, this is looking pretty good for them. That was your first, your second, and your fourth place qualifier for this 1/8 scale even main event right here. And top 3, I see a couple guys in the chat asking, what time the main event's going to go on. We're tentatively right around 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And how many bumps are being asked in the chat? We're taking 3 bumps from all these lower mains, and then we're going to take 2 from the LCQ to make a total of 15 in that 60-minute A main final.
Saw Corey Williams make his last pit stop. So leader is right there in that yellow, purple, and black, a little bit further ahead of that shot. Really coming over the quad right here. So it's Holt and then Powell, the green and blue Techno car, as your 1 and 2 drivers. Again, Corey is currently 1 lap down in 6 spots. There's Powell down the back straightaway, our second place driver. Here he comes, dropping his way off into the valley jump, and your leader just in front of Holt. Dewsnip still in the 3, Plumlee in the 4, Densford, Williams, Smith, Whitley, Olney, and Encinas. Here's second place that we're picking up right here down the front straightaway. Brandon Powell doing exactly what he's got to do, 3 seconds back of your leader Holt, and there is Ronnie working his way through that crossover, through the famous dot corner, infamous to some drivers, over the quad. Nice triple single. Kind of get 3.5 right there, but able to save it. And the leader is in cruise control for the final minute 30. All he's got to do is keep those 4 tires on the ground, rubber side down, and wing side up, and he's going to have himself a nice 8th even final win here, Sean Miller.
Yeah, so, he started on the pole here and, executing that game plan very nicely here.
Certainly is executed very, very well. You can see the race for second. Dewsnip gets by Powell there on the front straight after a little mistake there from Powell. So, again, kind of window dressing at this point. These two don't have to race each other that hard. They have a 16-second lead back to Plumlee in the 4th spot. But still a good race. A little bit of bragging rights, a little bit further up on the grid for their next race. And there's the man right there, Ronnie Holt. Fast lap of the race, 34.6 from Holt on lap number 16. So certainly saving his best for last year. Comes back with a 34.9. And your leader has a sweet-looking paint job on that Mugen Seiki machine. I'm certain that's the MDX 8R US Limited Edition.
Oh, yeah.
Brand new kit coming out from Mugen Seiki. He's still using the Mugen 8 geometry, but I like what Adam Drake and Flashpoint did. They They took a lot of the kit parts out and optimized them with the US spec parts, some lightweight arms, flashpoint, custom drill, MIP bypass pistons and such. And that kit definitely has a lot of value packed into one box. 10 seconds to go. Leader's got his white flag lap on a 34.5. 2 and 3 will get by for one more, but it looks like Marcus Plumley will not. And everybody's going to be done when they cross this time. So our top 3 have been locked into their victory lap. And Ronnie Holt is going to be enjoying a nice cruise control victory here up and over the big wall jump on the back straightaway. He's going to be leading by about 6.5 seconds. So Holt, Deustup, and Powell just have to bring it around one more time. Leader over the big valley jump, working his way down the Techno RC jump cam one more time, and across the start finish line, Ronnie Holt wins their opening race of the day here, and a big whip at the end to celebrate. Holt wins it with a 34.5 on the last lap. It's going to be Gage getting that second spot with a 34.2 on his final lap, and Brandon Powell going to solidify that final bump up spot. Congratulations to those 3. Taking down the bump up, they will go to the 1/4 even final. As your A-Main Hobbies race results screen shows you the whole rundown. Plumley, the odd man out, finishes 4th. Densford finishes 5th. Corey Williams, Ed Smith, Rod Whitley, Elijah Olney, Sean Encinas, your top 10. And the top 3, again, will lock in their bump spots into the quarter even final. Congratulations to Ronnie Holt, Gage Newstep, and Brandon Powell. Fantastic job for all 3.
Here we go. First race of the day in the books right here. We are rocking and rolling.
See our pit mechanics here in the drop zone. You can see, check out Camden Lime helping out one of his S-Works teammates. I believe that he's helping out his father, Tim Lime, there on the far left side of your shot. Camden helping out Tim. Tell him to clear that machine out. You gotta believe Camden's gonna have this car running absolutely proper for Father Tim.
Yeah, it looks like the shoe's on the other foot now. Dad did enough of that for Cam, and now taking care of Dad. That just kind of happens as we get older. That's nice.
You get to a certain point, Dad says, all right, you've learned enough, you're fast enough, work on your own stuff from now on. So very cool. Good to go. Just a pleasure to have Tim Lime and the whole S-Works USA team here. They've been doing just a fantastic job, and they really have a great team presence. Like we said, a couple pro drivers down from what they usually are, but you better believe that in RC Silly season, S-Works will be a destination for many of these drivers. As you saw, we sprinkled a little bit of water on this track. We will continue with that watering after every race itinerary. Again, a lot of drivers here that have a good chance. Renato Trardi Sr., you saw that his son was getting him taken to the pit lane. And there's a shot of the water going down. Our whole track crew just doing a killer job, Sean. Another shout out to our A-Main Hobbies track here for doing an excellent job with this facility. We've seen a lot of racetracks fall apart as the weekend goes. This one's staying in great shape, just getting the usual kind of choppy, ruddy, usual little chip of the dirt, but gives the track a little bit of attitude,
Yeah, no doubt about it. The tires are a little bit harder nowadays, and especially when you're racing blue grooves, so I'm just not sure it lays down quite as much tire into the track, with the progression of how hard the rubber is nowadays, because it's getting more common here to run these blue groove style tracks. And, some people in the chat are commenting, it looked way darker a couple years ago at the Nats in 2023, and I just think they wadded a little bit less and maybe had a few more Nitro entries out there, and it really kind of helped groove that track in. But, we don't make the rules, we just follow them, so we're just letting them do their thing.
And one thing that I want to make comment on, Sean, is you better believe that in that hour-long final, the water's only going to last for about 2 minutes. They're going to be laying down the love with that oil from the Nitro exhaust pipes and the rubber from the tires. I bet you we still see a nice pronounced groove in that hour-long final. So usually the semis are the ones that build the groove in those half-hour races, and then we try to get the groove back going in the hour-long final. So we're definitely looking forward to it. You can see these drivers, or these pit mechanics, are waiting for Mike Braun to open the racetrack. Marshals are taking their positions. A nice high five right there. That was cool. Love seeing that. That was, of course, your one car. That's Ronnie Holt right there, getting a nice little thumbs up there and a good high five for his 8th final win. So This is the odd final, folks. And for those of you watching at home that may be saying, well, what the heck does odd and even mean? Well, all that is simply is if you qualified in an odd number position, you're in the odd final. If you qualified in an even number position, you, of course, are in the even final. And all they're doing is staggering it. So, of course, then the TQ is locked in. But let's just talk about the semi. The even's going to be qualifiers 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, and so on. And, of course, the odd final is going to be 3, 5, 7, 9, and so on. So just wanted to run that down for the viewers at home that might have been a little bit puzzled about what odd and even might stand.
So just to give our viewers here in RC land a little bit of what we got going on today, 9 a.m. we're going to do our 1A scale odd and even. Both are going to be 15 minutes, and 3 will bump up. Then at 9:45, we're going to run our semi-odd and semi-even 5-minute practice for each one of those classes. Let them see the track, make a couple adjustments, and get some track time out here this morning and just kind of shake it off a little bit, get ready for their semis coming up later. 10 a.m., we're looking about our quarter, odd, and even 20-minute finals. Again, 3 bumping up. Around 11 a.m. will be our half semis out there, 30 minutes, and 6 from each one of those will transfer to the A main event. And then right around 12:30, we'll do a 15-minute junior national championship race, followed by what I'm really looking for, the 15-minute LCQ. The final 2 will bump up. Ben's already in there. We're going to take 6 from each one of the semis. That'll make a total of 13, and we'll take 2 from the LCQ to make a odd number 15 for that 60-minute 1-hour final. That should be around 2 p.m., give or take.
Last chance qualifier, like I said, taking a page out of our two-wheeled friends counterparts there in Supercross and Motocross. Like you can see, warming up our eighth odd final right here. Mark Perry, Mason Montmany, Steven Smith, Dennis Wilson, Boris Morales, Tim Lime, Joe Campbell, Nick Cahoon, Hanato Chirardi, and Keith Henry. A lot of these drivers were racing each other in those heat races all weekend too. So a little bit of familiarity with these drivers. I think they understand each other's tendencies a little bit. We're going to see a great race here in our eighth odd final. Again, just like the last race, top 3 will bump into the quarter odd final.
All right, mechanics making their way out there.
Looks like the mass exits there, pit lane. They all scamper their way to the start straightaway. And again, check it out, folks. You can see that pipe dividing the start straight and the regular straightaway here. So it's pretty cool that we're able to use that. And pretty neat to see that kind of another play off of motocross there. You know, the start straight only used on the opening circuit of the main events. Otherwise, you're taking the high road up there on that back straightaway.
Yeah, kind of unique what Anthony built in this weekend, but I dig it.
Well, how fitting that Anthony Westergaard Factory Tracks put some touches of motocross in this layout. So, you guys are watching these guys fueling the cars up. You can see Mark Perry getting help there from his lovely wife. Then we have Mason Montmany, his horse's dad Bob there in the red S-Works shirt. You can see Clayton Young says, fill them up, clear them out. We're about to go green with race number 2, your 8th odd final here at the Roar 1/8 Off-Road Nationals presented by J Concepts here on Live RC.
All right, here we go, here we go. Well, it looks like we got a bit of a stall here. Maybe somebody flaming out in the back. Not quite sure. Yep. Is that Trinaardi?
That is Hanato Sr. getting rewired, and that's never good. When the body comes off, they're going to go.
Yep. Unfortunately, looks like they're not giving them much of a grace period here this morning. We got a schedule to follow, and it looks like going with or without you.
Hey, you got to go, and unfortunately, when you have trouble on the line there, it really is up to race director discretion to see how much time he wants to give, and you better believe that Roar was on the headset saying, we got to go, guys, we got to go. And you can see Trinaardi trying to get some work done there, but unfortunately, big trouble for Hanato Sr. Oh, wow, big crash there off the front straightaway on that big berm. But it looks like we have Mark Perry getting away clean. And it looks like Mason and Steven come out 1, 2, 3. Of course, we'll let the scoring come back around. But clean start up front and a little bit of chaos there at the back side.
Yep, so we're coming around here for lap number 1. It looks like Mark's still leading us out right here. Man, Mark's wife has been busy. She's been out there pitting for Little Mark, Big Mark. And, man, she was getting the runaround yesterday here in qualifying. It looks like Mark going to fall down to the 2 spot. And Mason Montmany leading us around. Mark Perry 2, Smith 3. Wilson Fine Designs running top 4, Campbell 5, Cahoon 6, Boris Morales 7, Tim Lime 8. Keith Henry, and it looks like we're going to get started. Hopefully they can get that thing fired back up. and back out there.
Yeah, like you said, if nothing else, even if you can't bump up, Sean, you might as well get your 15 minutes of run time and enjoy your time on this racetrack. And you better believe that Renato is, if he is able to get back out there, he will be respectful of the lead racers and just kind of mind his business and cross his T's, dot his I's, Johnny.
This is the battle for the bump right here at Dennis and Mark. So Mark let us out right here, but falling back to the number 4 spot.
Top goes Dennis. That was a great pass right there. Wilson, Fine Design, his whole crew standing up and cheering on that one. That was full commitment there, Sean. He was making sure he was going to get that preferred line off the big berm. So Dennis Wilson going big when it matters most. But Mason Mottman out in front. Started second, made the pass early on Big Mark, and he's in cruise control. 2 minutes down, 13 to go. Mason comes across with 35.5. Stephen Smith 36.1. And here is the race with Dennis and Mark both going 35.9. Mark looking up the inside. He's going to get the spot back over the big berm. So Dennis, where he made his pass before, gives it back away. Here they come through the center crossover straightaway.
Yeah, both these racers rocking the Mugen Seiki, and both of them from Northern California. So this isn't their first time racing together, but yeah, they got the gloves off here early this morning.
Hey, gloves off, mouth guards out. Might as well just start slugging it out because it's either win or lose time. Right now, Mason and Steven currently in pretty good positions, but right now, Dennis and Mark, one of them will bump, one of them will not. And you know that Mark is, of course, making sure little Mark's taken care of, but you know he doesn't want his weekend to end yet either. He wants to get one more crack at this A-Main Chico track in that quarter odd final. So he's going to definitely be racing hard the whole way. There is Mason, the leader up over that wall jump on the back straightaway. You see these guys taking the high line, then kind of arcing it back down and getting into that straight shoot. Mason a little bit cattywampus there, able to save it, no problem. You can see Steven just behind in the orange and white. So here comes your leader one more time by the start-finish line, 36.6. He owns the fast lap of the race at a 34.8. So Mason definitely making it happen when it matters most here. And trying to punch his ticket to the quarterfinal. I'm sure that would be a win for the young man after, a mixed bag of results there in the first three classes of the weekend.
Hey, a bump on mains day always feels good.
Absolutely. And at Prior Roar Nationals, where you had some lower mains running Saturday evening, the one thing that people always wanted to do is they said, I want to race on Sunday. I want to race on Sunday. So if you're in one of those lower finals in one of those Nitro classes, that was always your goal. And tell you what, I actually had to do it myself. I had to race my way into a Roaring Scale Off-Road Nationals Sunday final, and it does feel good when you're able to do it.
No doubt about it. Got a couple S-Works leading around over 3 Mugens, running 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Cahoon still top 5, Morales 6, Tim Lime 7, Henry 8. Looks like mechanical failure there for Tridardi as he's back right next to us over here in the Live RC broadcast booth. That's a bummer.
Yeah, a major bummer. You wish that it would have happened at a different time. You wish it would have happened at a practice session or something, but better believe that the Tridardi family will have plenty of gas left in the tank with both their sons racing later on today. 4.5 gone, 10.5 left to go. Mason last time 34.6, continuing to step that pace up. That's that green, purple, and white we're following along with here through the dots. Up over the table quad. Look at that, smooth as butter. Cool like the other side of the pillow here for the young man Mason. Steven still in that 2 spot, Mark in the 3 spot, followed by Dennis, Nick, Tim, Joe, Boris, and Keith, your top 9 here still left.
Little trivia here for you this week.
That was going to be, at least from what I remember, Stuart Scott has the has the terminology there from ESPN. Smooth like butter, cool like the other side of the pillow. That's at least from my generation what I remember.
Well, I'm pretty sure that was Muhammad Ali.
Well, a little bit before my time. So, hey, I appreciate you dating both of us right there. And tell you what, though, of course, a legendary boxer. I grew up on Sports Center and ESPN as a young man, and of course, we do miss Stuart Scott. He was one of our absolute favorite reporters, and definitely wish he was still with us. But he was definitely an inspiration to all of us, and just brings more awareness to cancer and trying to find that cure, brother.
All right, pit stop should be coming up here in, just under 2 minutes or so. We still got 9:15 left on the master clock. Right now, just like we saw in that first race of this morning, top 3 got out front and started to check out here. So Wilson on the outside looking in with 16 seconds to go. We'll see if there'll be a little bit of mayhem we can kind of get them back in here as pit stops are going to about cycling through in about a minute 20.
Pit window opening shortly again at the 6-minute mark, 9 left to go. Your leader here, though, clean and green, no problems yet. He has a 5.8-second advantage over Steven Smith. Now that expands to 6.4 as Mason picked up about 6/10 on that lap. So it's Mark still running third. Mark leads Dennis now by 17 seconds. And I'm taking a look at the lap times here, Sean. I wonder if Dennis just had a couple of long laps. I don't know if Dennis would have pitted yet, so we'll keep our eyes on that as we progress here. But there is Tim Lyman, that old green car running in the 7th spot. Just in front of him is Boris Morales. Good battle we're watching right there.
145 will be a practice session for race 5. Right after that will be a practice.
All right, we are inching closer to our first round and only round of pit stops here.
Hopefully the only round of pit stops, unless if you drive like myself, where you like to drive a handful of throttle and you get about 5.5 minutes on a tank. That was never a great fuel mileage racer, so there's a reason why I'm sitting here with the headset on more so than holding the radio this weekend here at the World Nationals. 7:15 down, 7:45 left to go. Again, we'll keep our eyes peeled to pit lane, because now is when the drivers should peel off into the pit lane and make their pit stops right here. You can hear a little bit of action down below us.
All right, looks like Tim Lime getting a little live RC action out here.
Absolutely, that is Tim Lime. Getting some good run in there. A little bit of a mistake, but everything's all good. Mark makes his pit stop. A little bobble coming in the pit lane, though. He's back running, though. Into the pit lane he goes up on the board. And there's Mason, no problems for him. I saw a 38 flat to a 37 flat. I'm not sure if those were pit laps or not. We're going to keep an eye on it. If that was the case, then Bob just ripped off an awesome pit stop. We're going to find out here as your leader comes across. Here he comes in for fuel. This is your leader coming into the pit lane. Again, you'll see he comes to the attention of Bob Montmany right there. His father down and away. A beautiful pit stop there from the S-Works crew. And Dynamic Performance RC will be happy to see that right here. Trying to see their young man, their native son, bump his way up to that quarter odd final.
Yeah, that would feel pretty good. Even though it's out of the 1/8 odd, still gonna feel good, especially for the youngster right there. Been putting in the work out here, and they've been racing out here since Tuesday. So any positivity will always, you can stick that in the back pocket.
Absolutely. You saw Nick get a little bit loose there in front of your leader, kind of crossed in front of her with a wall jump. Luckily, both cars come out okay. Mason out in front now. We'll see what the interval is now that pit stops and cycle through. Looks like the gap is going to be a little bit bigger this time here, Sean. Wonder if Steven Smith had a little bit of trouble. It was a 40.6 to a 42.7 pit lap. So Mason picking up 2 seconds there in the pits. Lead is now 9.3. Mark Naperi now about 14 seconds back at Steven. But now Mark leads Dennis by about 8 seconds. So that's going to be the race that we keep our eyes on here. Mark and Dennis for the final bump spot of this year. This is your leader right here, Mason Montman. He got out front early and has not looked back.
Yeah, if you check it out now, that battle for the bump, Nopiri only 3.9 up on Dennis Wilson.
Rode the bike right there coming to the big quad. So you can see Dennis is approaching from behind, though. That orange, blue, yellow is coming up quick. You sent a couple of Mugen cars to battle it out for this final bump spot with 5.5 minutes left to go. See what Mark's got for a lap time here for us this time by. He's going to put up a 35.5, but it sure looks like Dennis has closed that gap down, 35.8. 4 seconds between your third and fourth place drivers. Only one of them will bump. One of them will have to sit on the sidelines and wonder what could have been.
Yeah, in the words of Jimmy Babcock, he's going to have to start strapping it up here.
Strap it up, baby. Again, hopefully Jimmy Babcock's been watching from home. I know Hot Rod Hobbies, always making sure the hobby shop and racetrack are running in tip-top shape, but hopefully Jimmy's been able to keep in touch.
Yeah, they got a TV at home, and they put on the YouTube, and that's probably the last thing he wants to hear is me all weekend long.
The Hot Rod Hobbies watch party. How many racetracks have we heard of that put on a Roar National event and watch their drivers compete here at the national event? It's really cool to see that all the racetracks put on the event. They kind of have a little bit of a watch party at the racetrack, if you will. So pretty cool to hear that's a common feat here on Sunday night.
Yeah, when you have 10 hours to kill, just throw on the old YouTube and you can just, listen to the race all day long as you're working, and hopefully it's helping the day go by for them a little bit. They open up at 10, so they should be tuning in here pretty soon.
Absolutely. Saw Mark get up on two wheels once again. You wonder here, Sean, if maybe Mark put a little softer tire on for this race right here, trying to go for the fast laps. The only drawback of that is you will start leaning up on those sidewalls a little bit, burn these tires off. You wonder if Wilson was maybe playing more of the long game. They're still about 8 seconds apart. So at this point, as long as Mark keeps it on all fours, he should be in good shape. But definitely not going to be a cakewalk here by any means. Montmany's still leading though by 13 seconds. Barring an engine problem, this young man should have it pretty well locked up.
A 45.5 last time by for Steven Smith. That's going to put Mark now up to the 2, and Smith now down to that 3. So he's going to have another long lap right here. Wilson not out of this one yet here.
Giving that gap away just a little bit. You can see the separation between Steven and Dennis is now 6 seconds. So Steven built that lead up early, and he's giving it all back. He's going to need every bit of it here with 3:15 left to go. 34.3 that time for your leader, Mason Montmany. Another new quick lap of the race on lap number 20. So Montmany well on his way. Mark, Steven, Dennis, Boris, your top 5. Nick, Tim, Keith, Joe, and Renato. Your full running order with 12 down, 3 to go.
All right, so after this race, we will jump in to the semi-odd and even practice 5-minute heats here. So we'll have a little bit of a break, and we'll be back at 10 a.m. for the quarter odd and even 20 minutes finals for them.
You better believe we'll be keeping our eyes on those practice times too, because that's really going to show you who's got what. And
no doubt,
we'll be sure to bring you that track shot. Of course, we'll make sure to have the lap times up on the screen so you folks can see exactly who's doing what from those semifinal drivers. And like I mentioned to you, make sure you stick around. Even in our little bit of breaks today, we have plenty of bonus content that we've been playing on loop for you. Sean Miller doing a killer track walk earlier this weekend, showing you the lay of the land here at A-Main Silver Dollar Raceway. And of course, we're able to catch up with some of the main contenders here, grab a couple interviews, and just talk about how the weekend's been going, and just get their chances on adding to their national title count. Like we mentioned, Mayfield and Fenn have been dominant in those counts, but a lot of young drivers still looking for their first Roar national titles, and they'll have a chance to claim that later today.
Looks like we're coming in for a little bit of a splash and go just to make sure.
Safety splash here for Big Mark. I was a little bit surprised to see that, but he did pit a little bit earlier, so not a big deal. Trying to get in there and make sure he finishes top 3. Minute 30 left to go. Mason Montmany has nothing to worry about, Sean. 16-second lead here in this 8th odd final. Big Mark, Steven, Dennis, and Tim. Looks like everybody else has had trouble, so we're down to 5 left running a race for Christmas.
Yep. Now or never for Wilson. Got to make up 7.5 seconds right here. That's going to be a tall feat. And you got Tim Lyme still running top 5. Morales off the track. Cahoon off the track. Henry off the track. Campbell and Fagarty. For only a 15-minute race there, we got half the field off right here. Top 5 are still out there. That's going to put Lyme now up to a top 5 run right there. So, I know him and Brent Dunsford will be checking after the weekend's over, see who beat who.
Check for the overall rankings, of course, when the final results come up on Live RC. So definitely we'll have those available as soon as the event is completed. 45 seconds left to go. This is the young man of the day right here. Mason Montmany has just been cruising this way. Got out front early, made the big pass on Big Mark, and has not looked back ever since. He'll be coming to his white flag lap here, Sean, and I think Montmany with this run right here showing you he's going to be a threat for that quarterfinal as well. Bring us home here, Sean. Let's bring Mason home on his white flag.
Yep, white flag is out right here. Getting a little cattywampus over that first double. Nice big bowl blaster right there. And it looks like he may just be squirreling out a little bit. He knows he's got this one in the bag. Working his way into the carousel. You got to be careful through those dots. They're not very big, but as you see, they do upset the car. One more time through the big spine. Big Talladega turn up the berm and then right back down. Beautiful line right there, making sure he doesn't get too squirrely over those bumps. All right, man, Bob's going to be stoked right here for his boy. One more ski jumping across the line we go. Mason Montmany moving on to the quarter odd. Mark Naprairie going to get that 2 spot. Smith 3, Dennis Wilson 4, and we're just waiting on old Betsy right here. Tim Lyme going to go top 5. Morales 6. And Cahoon 7, Henry 8, Campbell 9, Trinardi 10. As you can see displayed here on our A-Main Hobby race results. So we got ourselves, it's a bit of a break for us here, but it's going to be the semi-odd and even 5-minute practice session coming up, guys.
Absolutely, folks. Make sure you stick with us. Sean, great job bringing Mason, Mark, and even home for their bump spots. They're going to go right to work prepping those vehicles. You better believe it. Quarterfinals coming up very shortly here, folks. Once again, 5-minute practices for both your semifinals. And we're going to take about a 10-minute pause here. Make sure you stick it here. Watch the practice times. We'll be right back here with you in about 10 minutes here on Live RC.
All right, got about 30 seconds till we start the 5 minutes. 30 seconds. All right, 5-minute timer has started. 5-minute timer has started. Regardless of sound, guys, I did it soaring here. Everybody keep going, everybody keep going.
Folks, hope you're enjoying the practice here for the semifinal drivers here at the Royal 1/8 Off-Road Nationals, brought to you by J Concepts. Just want to let you know we have this session plus one more of 5-minute practices. You guys can see exactly what all these semifinal drivers have before they compete in their half-hour-long odd and even finals to try and seed themselves into the hour-long Nitro Buggy National Championship final. Just want to say thanks to everybody for sticking with us here on Live RC, Facebook, and YouTube. It's been great. Chat's been awesome. A lot of great participation. Viewership numbers have just been growing all week, so we appreciate that very much. Jared Barton alongside Sean Miller, we thank you both. Thank everybody very much for continuing to support us here on Live RC. Want to thank Sam in production, Lucas and Travis on the cameras, and of course the entire Roar staff, the entire A-Main staff, all the sponsors. It's been a great week so far, and we're looking to send it out with a bang here in our Nitro Buggy Finals Day.
Guys, 2 minutes left. So 1 minute left in this group, guys. 1 minute left. Less than 30 seconds, guys. That is time, guys. All cars in. All cars in. Get all cars in, guys. 2-minute warm-up, guys. 2-minute warm-up. All right, your timer is starting now. 5-minute timer is starting. Up next will be race number 3, your quarterfinal even. I'm going to need guys from race number 2 back out to turn marshal here after this practice session. Once again, race number 2 back out to turn marshal after this practice. Watching the carousel, guys. That is clear.
Hey folks, Jared checking in here on Live RC. Just want to let you know that this is the final semifinal practice session before we get back into racing. So in about 4 minutes time, this practice will be over. We'll go right into the quarterfinals here for continued coverage of the Royal 1/8 Scale Off-Road Nationals brought to you by J Concepts. So thanks folks for sticking around. Hope you're enjoying watching some of the nation's best here get their final practice laps in before their semifinal races coming up later in the program. Of course, the semifinals are 30 minutes apiece in length, and top 6 from each of those will bump into the hour-long final. As just to run down the weekend for you, Dakota Fend already locked up TQ honors yesterday, winning 3 out of the 4 qualifying rounds. He will already be locked in the final. He's still practicing though. Plenty of opportunity there to make sure his car is dialed in. But again, folks, Dakota's already locked into that final for the hour-long final later today. Top 6 from each semifinal will go spots 2 through 13. I'm sure you folks are wondering, well, that's only 13 cars. I thought we were running 15. Well, you are correct. There is a last-chance qualifying race for all the drivers that did not bump out of their semi. It'll be a 15-minute LCQ. Top 2 will transfer from that to the final for spots 14 and 15 on the grid. Once again, folks, thanks for hanging in with us. We're going to be back live in just a couple of minutes here with quarterfinal coverage here of the Royal 1/8 Scale Off-Road Nationals brought to you by J Concepts. Jared Barton signing off. We'll see you back here.
Got about 2:30 left in this warm-up, guys, or 2:30 left in this practice, 2:30 left. Carousel, guys watching the carousel. Carousel's clear. Got about 1 minute left in this practice, guys. 1 minute left. Race number 3 will be up next. I'm going to need my guys from race number 2 back out to turn marshal. All drivers from race number 2 back out to turn marshal the next race. All right, guys, that is time. All cars in, please. All cars in, please. All cars in. We'll get some water down before we get into our race number 3. Once again, I need drivers from race number 2 back out to turn marshal, please. Race number 2 drivers, all drivers back out to turn marshal. All right, turn marshal spots. We'll have Mark on the 1, Mason on the 2, Steven on the 3, Dennis on the 4, Boris on the 5,
wrapping up
Tim
practice here
on 6,
at the Raw 1/8 Off-Road Nationals, brought to you by Jay Cons. As you can see, we are throwing some water down in preparation for your quarterfinals. We're going to start off with the quarter even final first. The quarter odd final. Again, these are going to be 20-minute races in length. Top 3 cars will bump into the semifinals. The semifinal races, of course, will be the final event before we solidify our A final group. And just some bonus stuff coming your way. We have the Junior Nitro Buggy Championship to decide, along with the LCQ. Great stuff coming your way here for the Roar 1/8 Scale Off-Road Nationals, brought to you by J Concepts. We're just getting things started here, folks. It's about 10 o'clock a.m. Pacific time. Tentative start time for our hour-long final is 2 p.m. Pacific time. So again, adjust your time zone as needed if you're on the Mountain, Central, or Eastern time zone here in the United States. Or if you're watching across the pond, make sure you adjust your time zone relative to Pacific time. Here's your A-Main Hobbies grid lineup for the quarter even final. Carlos Arredondo just missing that last semifinal spot. You know he'll be a threat to bump up, along with EMAC, Ethan Mechanic, Carson Phipps, Mario Rudy, Jaden 2, Tyler Brown, Colin Beaver, Bryce Beaver, nose to tail for the Beavers. Followed by Brendan Bartlett, Little Mark Naperi, Barry Rowe, Carson Kroll, Ronnie Holt, Gage Dusuf, and Brandon Powell. So again, good stuff here for our quarter even final. Getting ready to go, just put a little bit of water down, and soon the hounds will be released here for 1/8 Nitro Buggy quarter even final. Marshals taking their positions from the last race. That will be the 8th odd final Marshals to get out there. Again, thanks to everybody for dropping into the chat here. Wanted to show a little bit of love to Top Line RC, saying final day, boys, and good morning. Soul 68 OU1 shout out from the UK. And Soy Sauce RC saying Big Mark's wife is the MVP of the weekend. Of course, that's in regards to Mark Naperi, and, of course, little Mark Naperi, their son.
Check it out, my guy Bob Taylor tuned in with us here this morning. Good morning, Bobo.
Saw John Good dropping into the chat as well. John, a racer from New Jersey, wanted to ask when that Nitro Buggy final was firing off. Again, the tentative start 2 p.m. Pacific time. So make sure you folks are ready for that. Set those reminders, set the alarms on your phone, do what you got to do. You do not want to miss it. And again, we are on our final day. You can see it's going to be a hot one, both literally and figuratively here in Chico, California. Going to be approaching 95 degrees here once we start the Nitro Buggy final. You can see all the days except for Sunday have been shaded out because today is the final day. We're going to bring it up to a crescendo and run our hour-long Nitro Buggy final to crown our 4th and final national champion on the weekend here at the Roar 8 Scale Off-Road Nationals presented by J Concepts at A-Main Silver Dollar RC Raceway in Chico, California.
All right, looks like we're running just a few minutes behind here. We were supposed to be getting these going around 10, but as expected, that's why we say tentatively 2 p.m. It could be a little before, it could be a little after right here. Those semi-drivers just got their 5-minute practices in. We won't see them again until, well, right around 11, so possibly about an hour from now.
Well, Sean, both of us being race directors, how many times when you set a time schedule, somebody says, why aren't we racing now? We're supposed to be on track right now. Again, everything is tentative. That's why we give you a guideline of the schedule, but, with the watering schedule, with some things happening here and there, we may be a couple minutes ahead or behind, give or take. So we always tell folks when we're at races, use that as an estimate, but may still make sure you're aware of what's going on.
No doubt about it, man. You know what? Arredondo showed some serious speed yesterday in qualifying. Just didn't have the luck on his side right here. So Arredondo, I think, is going to go and just, as Ricky Carmichael would say, make it happen. Make it happen and show everybody why he should have been in the semifinal. And again, had a rough get off that front straightaway bank yesterday and ended up breaking the wing off. And as we mentioned, that little rear wing doesn't look like too much, but when you don't have it on the back there is no downforce on these 8-scale vehicles and not fun to drive. And, of course, Carlos, classy as always, made sure he didn't affect any of his other competition. He just pulled off and said, you know what, let's go run the quarter tomorrow. Yeah, and I respect that. That rear wing, it's not just for looks. That downforce of that rear wing, a huge part of these buggies flying through the air properly. And like you were mentioning yesterday, without it, that nose just dives. So if you do stick it out and try and drive it out, maybe you got like a minute to go or something, you would probably see him stick it out there. But you need to grab a handful of throttle once you lose that downforce back there. Absolutely. You can see we're cycling through our track views. We had the Techno RC jump cam showing you coming onto the straightaway. This is the Matrix off-road track cam showing you the wide-angle shot of this beautiful facility here at A-Main Hobbies Silver Dollar Raceway in Chico. Of course, we have our Avid pit cam showing you all the action from pit road. And, of course, we're going to be getting that thing a workout this weekend as we have plenty of action coming your way on Live RC, Facebook, and YouTube. We're just getting it started, folks. We're at race number 3 out of 9 here. We're warming it up here for the quarter-even final. And, again, just like the last set of races here, Sean, top 3 will bump up into their respective odd or even semifinals. All right, who's your pick here, J-Dog? I'm going with Arredondo. I think that he's a very safe pick with all the speed he displayed. I think we're going to see Ethan Mechanic finally make a name for himself this weekend. I think he has spoke with him before we got going this morning. He said he has not been thrilled how he's performed this weekend. I think he's going to redeem himself here. And I'm going to throw a wild card in here. I think you're going to be seeing one of the Beavers get up there and compete for that third and final bump spot. I don't want to name one of them, but one of those two, Colin or Bryce, I think, will take that final transfer spot. Yeah, I just want to give an honorable mention to Phipps. Really looking good out here this weekend, and Mario Rudy for that matter. And you can never count out Tank Jaden too. This is his home turf for him along with the Beavers. So, these guys got a few laps out here in Chico at the A-Main Silver Dollar RC Raceway. So you can never count out those boys. And check it out, Colin starting right in front of Dad. So Dad's going to kind of get the snowplow out and try and push his son to the front. That California connection. And we were talking about that with Jonah Wilson earlier in the weekend, Sean, is comfort factor. I know a lot of these big drivers travel the circuit and they're the best in the world about adapting to their conditions, but there is a comfort factor. If you're from around this area, you're in the same time zone, if you're close enough, you get to sleep in your own bed at night. That is a huge advantage versus going into an Airbnb or a hotel. You got to believe that's going to be
factoring into some of these drivers' success this weekend.
No doubt.
Here we go. Start straight time, baby. It's time to drop the gate for our quarter even final for 1/8 Nitro Buggy here at the Roar 1/8 Scale Off-Road Nationals presented by Jay Cotts. You see that Mike Braun has called them all into pit lane, watching for Clayton Young to set this grid up, make sure everything looks great. You can see he's standing there by the One Army sign in his blue shorts today. He's going a little bit of fashion statement here for Clayton. He's got, of course, the Roar button-up shirt on.
Got the jorts going.
And the big
shorts.
headset. Here we go.
Clayton doing a fine
up.
job. Oh, look at Christy out there. They're going to do a double up right here.
Absolutely.
Girl.
Clayton says fuel them up, clear them out, waiting for cars to get set down. You can see Billy Fisher pitting Mechanic in that second spot. Down we go, and off we go with the start of our quarter even final here for 1/8 Nitro Buggy. A little bit of a stack up towards the back, but good sportsmanship. Everybody letting themselves gather it up. These guys know that 20 minutes is an eternity. You're going to see a lot of the cream rise to the top here in this 20-minute final.
No doubt. That was a beautiful start right there. Not a whole lot of chaos. We at least waited about 100 feet before the chaos ensued, but look at the top 8 right here.
Oh, we got a breakage there early on. Looks like the right rear may have broken on one of the blue cars. I don't know. That looked like possibly one of our bumps from the 8th final. Of course, we'll see till the scoring comes back around, but a good start up front. Arredondo, Mechanic, and Phipps, mission accomplished. They hold serve on lap 1.
Yeah, 1 through 5 as they qualified here for this 1 quarter even final. And I got a feeling, it's going to be a little shake and bake time here as these guys trying to get to the semi.
Little Mark had the problem on lap number 1. So
that was a hard hit.
Poor young man there. They all went spilling off that front bank. Sorry to cut that off for you, Sean. I just
no,
wanted
you're
to update
fine.
the audience on who unfortunately fell by the wayside. So Little Mark's weekend going to come to an end here, but Big Mark still to come in the next race. So Big Mark might be carrying the flag from here on out. But check out this race right here. It's going to be looks like Ethan Mechanic going to the front. So Shippensburg, Pennsylvania just stood up and cheered in unison. It's going to be Phipps going to that second spot, and Carlos Arredondo still in that third spot. Final bump spot, but there is Colin Beaver. Like we mentioned, he's making hay from 7th up to 4th, and it's Jaden 5th. Mario, Bryce, Gage, Brendan, Ronnie, the top 10. Brandon, Tyler, Carson, and E.B. Rowe, your full rundown after a minute 45.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate mistake right there for your early leader. Arredondo getting it wrong at the end of that Talladega turn. He hit that divot right there and just couldn't save it right here. So he stopped the bleeding pretty quick. He's still hanging on to a top 3 run, but in the rear view mirror is going to be Jaden 2 in the 4th spot. Mario Rudy 5, Bryce Beaver, Colin Beaver, Bartlett, Dewsnip, Powell, Holt, Brown, Crowell, Rowe, and Nopiri. Looks like the only one off the track right here. Crowell, excuse me.
A couple of our bump ups here running inside the top 10. Gage and Brandon from 14th to 15th up to 9th and 10th. So good run for them. Oh, no. Phipps with a big mistake through that center straightaway, and he's going to fall all the way down to, I believe, the 5th or 6th spot. And there is the battle for second now. Arredondo back up to the 2 spot, and there's Jaden 2, the tank, into that 3rd spot. And he's now in a transfer position from Hercules, California.
Hercules, man. That kid's been working out and hitting the gym, dude. He is looking jacked out here. And you know what? All that kind of goes into your preparation for these events. It's not just the wrenching. It's not just the driving. When you go and you get into the gym, you get those endorphins kicked in. It is just another tool on the belt right here for a long race weekend. You got to have the endurance and the fitness and the mind strength right there. A little David Goggins shout out right there for Tank.
I want to steal a phrase from somebody that might be sitting next to me. These guns have no safety on them, and Jaden 2 absolutely letting it rip right now in that 3rd spot from 5th starting spot. It's a good run for him. But Mechanic and Arredondo holding serve. They've swapped positions on the grid. Of course, Mechanic started second. He's currently leading. But there's our top 3 all in frame. There's EMAC. Beautiful paint job here from Mechanic. That is a Prolitz Customs paint job. Brandon Swisher, based out of West Virginia. And he certainly does a killer job giving EMAC whatever he needs to look spiffy out here on the track. And, of course, Ethan making the car look good as a driver as well.
All right, top 3. They can kind of take a breath now, blink their eyes a little bit. They don't have a huge gap, and we know Phipps has got pace right now, but EMAC, 33.2 out there. He's got the lead, and he's got the hot lap. But Arredondo, 33.3 also. Jaden 2, 33 also. So, these guys up front, that's exactly why. They're proving to be the cream of the crop right here in this 1 quarter even. That's 20 minutes to duke it out here, so it should be a 2 pit stop affair.
Probably 2 pit stops. I talked to Mechanic before he ran today, and again, I know he's on the FX engine, which is exactly what Chase Lemieux is running as an X-Ray teammate. Ethan said he probably isn't going to try to go 10. He just doesn't have the run time necessary to get there. No reason to chance it here in this quarter even final. You cannot run out of fuel or else it's game over. So you should see Mechanic do a 2-stop race here.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
32.4 last time for Mechanic. He's starting to dial her up right now, so Mechanic's starting to feel the flow. Again, one of LCRC Raceway's best drivers out of Pennsylvania, so no surprise here to see Mechanic starting to lay down the heat. It's Arredondo in that second spot. Jaden 2, the final transfer currently. He has about a 5.5-second cushion over Carson Phipps, followed by Mario Rudy in that 5th spot. Mechanic making a mistake, though, will fall down to the 3rd position, so we're going to put Arredondo back to the front. So it looks like that one may have gotten away from us. Coming back now, Carlos back to the lead here with 5:15 in, 14:45 to go.
Yeah, I imagine he wasn't real thrilled with the cool stunts he was pulling early in that race that cost him the race lead. He had briefly dropped down to the 4. He is wasting no time getting right back to the point here.
Absolutely. You can see right there the race for second. Jaden 2 and Ethan Mechanic, nose to tail. Awesome looking scheme there for Jaden, the turquoise pink and a little bit of gray on the back, and of course Emac in his yellow and blue. A little bit of, one car getting kickstanded there. That was Brandon Powell letting that lead battle go through. So Brandon being classy and about got himself hung up as well. So 5:50 left to go, 5:50 down and 14 to go. We're going to start seeing pit stops here shortly. Again, with a 20-minute race, you're probably going to play that 6.5, 7-minute fuel strategy. So pit window opening a little bit quicker than if it would be a 15-minute race.
Yeah, exactly. Unless, you're sitting back there in 4th or 5th and you got to really do something wild to get that transfer to the semis. I think 95% of these guys will be going with a 2-stop strategy. And I think that's the right call right here.
Absolutely. In the semifinals, we have to keep our eyes on 4 drivers that have been able to go 10 minutes. Of course, Adam Drake, Jared Wiggins, Seth Van Dalen, to name a couple. So we'll definitely be on watch for that. Dakota Fenn, who can make 10 minutes, already locked himself into the final with that TQ effort. So we're going to be watching that as the semis get a little bit closer. But currently with 6:30 down and 13:30 to go, Carlos Arredondo out in front. And this is the race where Roger for second. So Arredondo just out front. You saw him go over the big wall jump. So this is the battle for second and third. But Carlos, 1 car up, your leader representing Techno RC, working his way over the valley jump and down the front straightaway short chute. 7 minutes down, 13 to go. What's our rundown, Mr. Miller?
Well, we got Mr. Arredondo leading us around here. Jaden 2 and Emac separated by 9/10 of a second right here. And, I'd say Jaden 2 has the hard charger award from 5th all the way up to the 2nd place spot and only 2.9 back from that race lead. Then it's going to be Bryce Beaver 4, Mario Rudy 5, Phipps down to the 6. So Phipps going the wrong way here. He's got to get it going here. Beaver calling that is in the 7. Brendan Bartlett with the 1 Army Racing Crew in the 8. Gage 9, Carson 10, Tyler Brown 11, Barry Rowe 12, Brandon Powell 13. Looks like Ronnie Holt off the track here, as well as Little Mark Napiri.
Yep, so we were able to stick that in just before pit stops started, Sean. So we will keep an eye on how the scoring comes around once pit stops have finished. We saw a heads-up race on pit road with Jaden and Ethan. Pretty much a draw right there. They come out nose to tail about 25-30 feet apart. So both drivers with their mechanics doing great work over there. But still Carlos Arredondo out in front, and he did have the hit lap of the 3, so Carlos extends that lead to 3 seconds. Your leader up over the valley jump down the straightaway now. Can see just up in front. This is the race for second and third we're watching right here. But Carlos 2 cars out in front as your leader in the Techno machine.
Yeah, we're getting closer to that halfway point. Beaver only 7.9 out of the transfer spot. So Bryce, keeping himself in contention here. And just hopefully he gets a little lady luck on his side.
Absolutely. There is Carlos. We pick him up. He just put a lap on Tyler Brown, owner of ProMotion and J&T Bear & Co. Good run here for Tyler. He doesn't get out to race as much as he wants to, I'm sure. Running the business and making sure things are running smoothly there. But Tyler having a good run this weekend. Of course, Techno connection right there. Tyler didn't give him much resistance to put a lap on him. So you can see a nice shot here of that Dragon's Back. Jaden, Ethan going up over that big double right there. Working their way through the humps and bumps through the crossover straight and over to these infamous dots that are continuing to get more and more pronounced as the weekend goes. Mechanic still in that final transfer spot, and he has a 12-second advantage now over Mario Rudy. So, young man Mario looking for a bump spot. Even if he doesn't get it, Sean, he's got to be happy with how this weekend's been going.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And I talked to Carlos Arredondo's father yesterday after racing was over, and we were just kind of discussing how the day went and how good he looked and just how he didn't have that luck on his side. And today's a new day. You get a little bit of rest, you get a nice good breakfast out there, and you just hit the reset button. And it's good to see Arredondo, probably got a call from Dad last night. And the boys from Moreno Valley, looks like they are locked in here this morning on a Sunday mains day at the Roar National.
Absolutely. Just saw a nice pass from Ethan Mechanic. He kind of had Jaden 2 set up over the quad. Actually checked up and let Jaden over jump it just a little bit. So veteran move there for Mac. Takes that second spot back away at the halfway point. 10 minutes gone, Sean, 10 to go. It's Arredondo leading by 4.5 seconds. You see Carlos just passing there on the other side of the racetrack. It's Carlos, Ethan, Jaden, followed by Mario, Carson, and Colin, the top half dozen, followed by Bruce, Brendan, Tyler, Gage, your top 10, Carson, Barry, Brandon, Ronnie, and Little Mark, and there is your leader. After an early mistake, Sean, it's been smooth sailing from here on out, and like you said, talking with Big C yesterday, I think he had confidence in his boy, but never want to be overconfident, but when this kid gets out front and starts doing work, pretty tough to beat.
Well, before they were RC racers, they were motorcycle racers, so that father and son team, they know each other pretty well, and Dad knew he had left a little bit in the tank out there yesterday, and that's okay, that's just kind of how the cookie crumbles sometimes, but good to see Carlos out front here, and ProMotion RC has their own private track over at the ProMotion headquarters now, so maybe these guys putting in a little extra work before this race, and let's see if it will pay off here in this 1 quarter even.
Yeah, Lenny, thank you for clarifying that in the chat. It's great to hear that Tyler gets out and holds the radio. Didn't mean to insinuate anything, just when you're running the business, sometimes racing takes a back seat when you're having to get those orders out the door and help your customers. So, Tyler's one of the best in the world at balancing everything and making sure he still keeps those reflexes sharp. So kudos to him. We're coming up on the 8:30 mark here, 11:30 down, 8:30 left to go. Excuse me, probably final pit stops here in about 2 minutes, and we'll see how everything cycles out. But this has been the man right here. Little mistake up front, got back out front, and has since set sail. But Mechanic not too far back, about 2 seconds, as Jaden 2 had a couple long laps in a row. He's going to fall back now to about 15 seconds down. Did not see it, Sean. I don't know if they were pit laps or not, but either way, Jaden's still in front of Mario Rudy by 5 seconds.
I think the 40 was your pit stop, and the 37 was a mistake.
Well, I would think that you're about correct in that, and unfortunately, you just saw one car in trouble there on the bottom of your screen. I believe that was Gage Dusnip falling out of this one, so a flame out there. He's going to fall down to 13th. But again, for Gage, already got a bump-up spot, got some extra track time. He's got, I think, mission accomplished on his weekend here in Nitro.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Hey, a bump-up is a bump-up, man. That always feels good. Stick that in your back pocket.
A little bit of hardware he's going to get from Roar later on today, too. They have those nice-looking trophies for all of our bump-up drivers, so that'll be cool for him to get in our trophy presentation later today. 7:30 to go. 12:30 in. There's Mechanic. He's actually gaining time on Arredondo here a little bit. Only about 1.4 seconds back. But again, as these races wear on, Sean, I don't think the race for the win is as important, if you will. I think as long as you're in that top 3 and cruising, you're in pretty good shape. This is the race for 4th and 5th. Looks like Carson Phipps has gotten around Mario Rudy. That's going to be for that 4th spot. Again, the first man out, but you never know if those top 3 drivers have a problem. You can see Rudy ducking in for fuel right here. We'll see if these guys can get the job done. Just under 7 minutes to go. Final pit stop window opening here shortly.
Yep. They're going to come in for a little splash and go here with 6:45 left on the master clock. Man, Mechanic only 1.2 back here from Arredondo now, so this ain't over yet. Rudy and Phipps still got a shot at it here, but they're going to really need to get their head in the game with the final 7 minutes left here in this race. Do or die time.
Jaden, too, had those couple long laps in a row. He's making himself a little bit more stressed out here. Let's see if he can get it back and reel this thing back in because he was up there competing for the lead early on. So we've got Carlos Arredondo last time by 33 flat. Still seeing some action in pit lane here. Everybody gets away clean this time. But again, Mechanic at Arredondo going to swap those lead spots around. I believe that 36.6 was Arredondo's pit stop, waiting for Ethan's final pit stop, and that should cycle Arredondo back to the lead with 6 minutes left to go. We'll give it about another lap or two to let the scoring come back around, and we'll give you the full rundown here for the home stretch.
Yeah, Emax still the only driver in that 32-second lap range right there, so that X-Ray looking pretty good out there.
Smoking around here on Jay Concepts tires for sure, and here he is. You can see Arredondo right there in the rearview mirror, watching to see if Emac ducks into pit lane here. It should be about that time. Stays out for one more, so I think Mechanic with that FX engine getting some good run time. I think he does want to make this last pit stop just a last second splash and then a quick sprint to the end.
Well, it was a 38.9 last time by, so that might have been his pit stop.
And that was a 38.3 for Arredondo, so that may have been his pit lap too. So heads-up race from here on out with 5:15 left to go. Both these guys sitting in pretty good shape. 15 seconds in front of third place Jaden 2. And right now Phipps has about 7 seconds to make up on Jaden. So we'll try and drop back at some point to that turquoise, gray, and pink car for the third spot. That would be Jaden 2. Again, top two doing good work right here. Not having to worry about too much. They don't have to fight each other too hard, risk a mechanical failure. They both can just kind of cruise this thing for the final 4:45.
Yeah, bring it home, boys. Bring it home. Phipps 7.4 back on the outside looking in. And him and Rudy really need to work together because if they get battling, it's just going to slow each other down. If they want any shot at catching up to Jaden, they're going to have to work together and kind of push each other and catch them collectively.
Absolutely. Good work there from Ronnie Holt, letting those two leaders go through. Ronnie, a classy gentleman as always. Good run for him, too, bumping up from that 8th final and running 13th right here. So good stuff for Ronnie. You can see Carson Phipps not far behind looking to get there, but Carson has gone a lap down. So the top 4 left on the lead lap. They are running a torrid pace up front. You can see Phipps in that blue and orange and white car is currently P5, but he is 1 lap down to your leaders. That is currently Phipps in the 5th spot in frame. 16 down, 4 to go. Your full rundown after pit stops. Mechanic out front by 0.8 of a second over Arredondo. Jaden 2, 16 seconds back of Arredondo. Still in that final bump spot. Mario Rudy 7 seconds back trying to catch Jaden for the final bump spot. Followed by Phipps, Beaver, Brown, Brendan Bartlett, Bryce Beaver in 9th. Barry Rowe in the 10th spot. Powell, Crowell, and Holt, your top 13. Unfortunately, Dewsnip and Perry both out early. But again, check out Arredondo, 32.9. He drops down into the 32-second range now.
Yeah, you can tell he may have gone with a little harder compound as those tires really starting to come in here. And I was kind of keeping an eye on the track, how quick it dried out. 7.5 minutes into this race, that track was pretty bone dry.
Get some heat in those babies, and Arredondo's car is gripping and ripping. So there's your top 2 going through the dots. Mechanic, the X-Ray, Arredondo, the Techno. This is Pennsylvania versus Cali right here. And again, Mechanic, Arredondo, 17 down, 3 to go. Both in great positions to bump up to their semifinal even race. Jaden 2 still 6 seconds in front of Rudy, but check out Mario. He's doing everything he can to try and chop that gap down, Sean.
So I don't know if it's just me. Maybe you can either agree or disagree with me. But those metal dots through the carousel, they seem to be upsetting the car a bit more than they have the rest of the weekend. Maybe they're just kind of sticking out a little more as the dirt around them kind of breaking down a little bit. But that spot looking a little more technical than it has so far this week.
I fully agree, Sean. I think as the dirt erodes away and you're getting some more of those uneven edges on those big plow discs there, you can see the chassis clanging off those a little bit more. The drivers are being much more precise through that spot. They don't want to just run through them anymore. You know, with the trucks earlier in the week, you kind of bonsai through them and be okay. With these buggies, you can see these drivers really picking and choosing their line here, especially setting up for that table quad.
Yeah, no doubt about it. 18 down, 2 to go.
It's going to be Mechanic out front by 1.2 seconds over Carlos. Jaden 2, 20 seconds back, still in that final bump position. Mario Rudy, 8.5 seconds back, looking for that last transfer. Carson Phipps, 6 seconds back of Rudy, followed by Colin Beaver in the 6th spot. Tyler up to 7th. Good run here for Tyler Brown, followed by Bryce, Brendan, Barry, the top 10. Brandon, Carson, Ronnie Gage, and Little Mark. Minute 3 left to go. We'll keep our eyes on your leaders here. Mario Rudy about to go 1 lap down. And again, that is going to be 4th place going a lap down. Careful, boys, careful. I think that Dad got on the headset and said, hey, be careful. That's the leader there, young man. Just, work together.
I think he thought he may have been battling for position briefly and then realized, oh, that's the leader, my bad.
Hey, Mario Rudy, young man, he's very enthusiastic, but you better believe he's one classy race car driver.
Very classy. For only 18 years old, too. He's got very nice driver etiquette. I actually was battling with him for bump-up spots at Silver State earlier this year, and it was just one of the funnest, cleanest, very aggressive style passes we were throwing on each other, but the kid's a class act right there from Flagstaff, Arizona.
Arredondo makes a mistake off the quad. And again, you got to be careful of things like that, Sean. Already broke the wing off in his fourth qualifier yesterday, so looks like he gets away clean, but we're going to have to keep an eye on Arredondo to make sure that he's able to keep this thing running for 35 more seconds. Mechanic has got this thing going away. You got to believe that Shippensburg, Pennsylvania, all the local racetracks around, I'm thinking about LCRC, G's RC Raceway, Dudley Hill Raceway, all these tracks that sees EMAG. Think about the carpet off-road track of the factory RC Raceway. And you got to think that they're all pretty excited to watch their man try and get this bump up to the semifinal. There's Arredondo. No problems for him. Just trying to nurse this thing back. And Jaden, too, is going to cross for his last lap to get that third and final transfer spot. You know Hawaii is going crazy right now.
You know
as long as Hercules, California. Here comes Arredondo to finish up his run. He's going to finish in second place. Carlos Arredondo punches his ticket to the semi-even final. Watching EMAC, though, crossing his way through the dot corner over those tricky plow discs. You can see Rudy just pushing EMAC to the end here, showing, hey, man, I had the speed to get there. Just wanted to show you a little bit of a wheel and a wing here and there. But EMAC has no problems. And again, Shippensburg, Pennsylvania's own for X-Ray J Concepts, FX Engines, and Team Coyote. He's going to win the quarter-even final and punch his ticket to the semifinal race. Mechanic, your winner in race number 3, the quarter-even final. Carlos Arredondo finishing second. Jaden 2 finishing third. Those will be your 3 bump-ups, followed by Mario Rudy, Carson Phipps, your top 5. Colin Beaver finishing 6th. Tyler Brown 7th. Bryce Beaver 8th. Brendan Bartlett 9th. Barry Rowe in 10th on your A-Man Hobbies race results screen. Congratulations, Ethan, Carlos, and Jaden, all moving on to the semi-even final, Sean Miller.
Well, pending tech inspection.
Of course, pending tech inspection. Remember, folks, we do post-race tech inspection here as well. So as long as those 3 cars pass, we're good to go. But you better believe Mario Rudy, Carson Phipps are going to be like, come on, have a little bit too much fuel in the tank. Just do something. And we're going to find out and see if anything comes up amiss there. But you can see our 11 through 15 finishers having some trouble. Carson, Brandon, Ronnie, Gage, and Little Mark all out of this one a bit early. Well, one of those quarterfinals in the books, Sean. That was a banger. Ethan Mechanic taking care of business, bringing one back to the house. And we'll see if Carlos and Jaden will also join him there in the semifinal. This is the quarter odd final. And check out some of the big names in this one. Our A-Man Hobbies Grid lineup.
Yeah, we got some household names here in this quarter odd. We got Lutz that's going to start out here on the pole. Spin Daddy going to be on the 2. And then it's going to be the brothers, Donato and Renato Trardi Jr., the youngster with that HB Racing ride in the 5. Trevor Olins, one of the fast Southern California kids out there in the 6. Chicky celebrating his 52nd birthday yesterday, 7. Ramos in the 8. Drake McElroy 9. Haas 10. Lund will be on the 11. Chevelle, the sole lady out here doing some battling with the boys, will start in the 12. And then our bump-ups, Mason Mark and Steven Smith. So I just wanted to touch on something. You mentioned the Hawaii guys rooting on Jaden here in the chat, and I just want to send them a lot of love and a lot of prayers. They have not had a huge hurricane hit those islands since like 1871 or something like that, and Hurricane Lala is creating a lot of damage out there. So I just want to send some love, some prayers, and I hope everybody on the Hawaiian Islands are safe and doing okay as they're dealing with a little adversity over there. Strong winds, lots of rain, flooding and everything, and they're in our prayers.
I echo those sentiments as well, Sean. Of course, all the love going to the Hawaiian Islands, making sure that you guys are safe. And thanks for watching. If you're able to tune in still, thank you very much. Wanted to give some updates in the chat here. A lot of love going out to Ethan Mechanic there.
Lots of love.
Gary Van Orden says, shout out Pennsylvania. James Henry says, attaboy EMAC. 66 JD Boy says, let's go EMAC. And Nick CNC says, man, I remember racing a baby EMAC back at Bumps and Jumps, the 10-scale off-road track back in the day. So again, folks, you're watching the rest of the water go down. You can see Carlos Arredondo right underneath the J Concepts banner. Very successful quarterfinal for him. He's going to be pretty thrilled with the end result there, and he'll be bumping up to the semi pending tech inspection.
Look at the scrambling going on here. Looks like that is Dad Tridardi right there and Mom. They're doing a tire change. They got tire bands on tires out there. They're starting cars back up. This looks like a bit of a scramble right here, but that's how it is sometimes.
Full-on thrash mode. You can see John Schnepp is wishing Trevor Lund luck in this race. Trevor Owens, rather, luck in this race. And
hey, big John Schnepp in the house. What's happening, John?
Absolutely. See Trevor Owens with an O and Trevor Lund with an E, so we're going to have to keep our P's and Q's in order right there, Sean. But I'm telling you what, man, I think that Ryan Lutz was very solid yesterday, just missing out on the point clock calculation. I wouldn't be surprised if Lutz goes out here and puts in a vintage-like run here.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a surprise to anybody. It might be a surprise to everybody to see him here in this quarter, but that's racing sometimes.
Sometimes it's the way the cookie crumbles, that's for sure. Spin Red obviously has a good shot. The Tridardi's thrashing just a little bit, but you better believe they're going to be out there ripping with their associated cars on J Concepts tires and Red's Racing engines. So they have all the best brands in their corner to try and get out there and compete for a semifinal berth. You can see that the cars have... looks like a couple cars got dropped a little prematurely. They're going to bring them on back.
I hope they got all those wheel nuts tight because they just did a tire change right before we're about to drop them out right here.
Hey, man, these guys and gals are jacked up. They're excited about this. They're like, all right, let me go. It's like Scrappy-Doo. Let me at them. So love to see that the excitement from these drivers, everybody getting psyched out for this 20-minute semifinal. You can see, again, the Tridardis getting some pit work done along with the rest of our crew. And their hounds have been released here for the quarter odd final in 1/8 Nitro Buggy. Again, here at the Roar 1/8 Scale Off-Road Nationals, brought to you by J Concepts. We are having a fantastic week. Been here since Tuesday. Our camera crew's been here since Sunday of last week. They've been here for one full week. Sean and myself got here on Thursday to finish out e-Buggy qualifying. And, of course, we brought you all the rest of the action, and we'll be here till the very last corner of the last lap of the 8-Scale Nitro Buggy, a final coming up later today. Tentative start time, 2 p.m. Pacific time for our hour-long final, so make sure you folks have those alarms set. Do not miss it. You're going to want to join us for all the action.
Check out who's in the chat right here. That's Trevor Olin's mom, Kim Olin. She's hanging out back at home with Smokey. That's their parrot. And they are tuned in and cheering on Trev. Trev getting a lot of love out here from the SoCal guys. Team Pink Wing, the ringleader and team manager for Team Pink Wing.
Lest we forget, Travis Amescua checking in, says, hello, dudes, great broadcast. So thanks for tuning in, champ. We're glad to have you. And tell you what, man, what a cool thing we've seen recently. Some of these guys got out of racing after a little while. Travis back holding the radio here and there. And that boy can rip it, man. Travis Amescua, one of the best.
Well, I'll be seeing Travis here in a couple of weeks down at the Associated Vintage Race at the New Orleans in Las Vegas.
That's
coming up here pretty soon, first weekend of September.
Fantastic. That doesn't surprise me a bit that Travis would go for the vintage stuff. And, again, vintage racing really taking back off here, bringing back some of the old school rear motor, two-wheel drive racing. And telling you what, man, whatever your opinion might be on the vintage racing, whether it should be pure vintage or put some modern parts on, what I care about, Sean, it's getting people out to the racetrack, having fun, a lot of smiles on faces.
Yeah, it's bringing some of the OGs of RC a little bit of a blast from the past from their childhood to see those RC10 Gold Pans and all these releases. And while we're speaking about the vintage race, I got to take a second and give my buddy Jesse Granite a huge shout out. He bought a RC10 factory truck, built it for me, put all electronics in it, gave me tires and said, dude, I want you to have some fun while you're announcing the vintage race, and he gave me a truck to race of his. So thank you so much to the Associated Boys and Jesse Granite. Quick little plug for the homie.
Jesse is one of the best representatives of his companies in the entire industry, so I could not agree with that more. Here we go to the start straight, Sean, and we have an absolute star-studded field. You can see Jerry Arroyo taking care of Ryan Lutz's pit work right here. Walker Spinrad getting some help as well. The Girardis, of course, mom and dad pitting both Donato and Hanato Jr. There's Ophir taking care of Benny. Trevor Owens in the 6th spot. And from there on back, it's going to be a madhouse. Clayton Young says, let's fill them up, clear them out, boys and girls. 8-scale Nitro Buggy quarter odd final about to go green here from the Roar 8-scale Off-Road Nationals by J Concepts. Looking for green.
This should be good right here. Let's go, boys.
Off we go. Nice launch for Lutz. You see he got a nice straight shot.
Uh-oh.
Spin rod got out a little bit messed up there, and that was a big slugfest there in the opening corner. It looks like that, unfortunately, was maybe Benny that went for a ride,
Yep.
and there's going to be a certain unhappy gentleman about that.
Well, they got a little impatient there at the start. There's not a whole lot of time to get situated before the first 180 on the track, so you cannot win your race on the first lap. You sure can lose it.
Absolutely. Though. Lutz almost threw it away over the quadra there. Actually went for a somersault. Luckily pulled the front end back out. So Lutz holding the lead. And there is our man, Walker Spin Daddy Spinrad. You got to believe that Walker's going to have himself a good chance here from Agua Dulce, California. Followed by Donato in that third spot. Trevor moves up to fourth. Hanato in that 5 spot. Ciccarello, Ramos, Lund, your top 8 early on, followed by Jacob Haas, Drake, Chevelle, Benny, Mark, Mason, and Steven. The first completed lap by. This is going to be the second full lap, if you will. Lutz currently holding a nice little pace over Spinrad and Donato.
Yeah, and we got the younger Tradardi running top 3 right now. So the battle of the brothers right here. When you're a dad down there in pit lane with mom, I can relate to this. My twin brother and I were collegiate wrestlers, and my brother was a 3-time California state champion, and my mom was our coach growing up as kids, and it's tough when you're out there, especially when we used to have to wrestle each other right there. Who do you root for? One of the kids are going to be happy, the other one's going to be heartbroken, so
Absolutely.
It's a family affair here on a mains day. I like it.
The brothers want to beat each other worse than anybody else on this racetrack for sure, but just want to put a positive twist on that. How proud do you think mom and dad are right now watching both their boys competing for a semifinal berth all the way from Miami, Florida? They came all the way across the United States to be here, and
awesome.
They have a chance to put at least one of their young men into the semifinals. Got to be a lot of pride there for the Tradardi family.
Yeah, no doubt. And right now, Donato kind of putting himself in a good position here, but Olin's without Associated, and then his older brother not too far back in the number 4 spot. Chicky, nope, that's Tradardi Jr. 5 now. Chicky 6, Ramos 7, Haas, Lund, Kamirian, Keats, McElroy, Smith, Nell Perry, and Mason starting out there. Rounding up my field in the 15 here. So Lutz and Spinrad separated by 0.7 of a second, and Donato trying to hook and sink, follow these boys around.
I think it's red hot, that yellow, orange, and red. Can't miss those colors of the Associated car. Always looking sweet. The Tradardis, one thing they do for sure is they always look good, too. They always got the bling going on here, so they've got all the good stuff. J Concepts goodies on those machines. Right now it's Lutz, Spinrad, Tradardi, and Donato, your top 3. Then it's Trevor Owens, Hanato Jr., Paul Ciccarello hanging in there in that 6th spot, followed by Adrian, Jacob, Benny, and Trevor, the top 10. Nice save there from Donato coming onto that straightaway. Again, that corner does not look like much, Sean, but that has a lot of dirt being lost, a lot of craters there as you're jumping into that corner, slamming the chassis down, and using that front bumper as a shovel. So right now it's going to be Lutz, Spinrad, Tradardi, your current transfers, 3:15 in.
So we stand corrected in the chat. That is not the Tradardi mom. That's Julian's mom, Maria, out there helping out. So that's awesome.
Got you. Our apologies for that. Thanks, Benito, for correcting us on that. But want to say Eric Phelan is wishing Walker Spinrad luck, and Uncle Eddie's seasoning, says Jacob Haas. Let's get it. And right now you definitely got to thank Jacob Haas trying to put the finishing touches and put the right sugar and spice into his recipe here for a semifinal berth.
I got some Uncle Eddie's seasoning at the house. That's Mud Duck, longtime 702 racer, now living out of Bullhead, Arizona. Speaking of the 702, we got David Tidwell in the house and my man Kenny Johnson. Everybody knows his son Kyle
Servos.
Johnson. Yep. So good to have 702 representing. They're in the chat watching some racing here on a beautiful Sunday morning for a little while longer here, at least in Chico, California. Incoming.
Great stuff right there. You saw that Trevor Owens made the pass on Hanato Jr. They were battling for that 4th and 5th spot. Trevor gets back around. There is your leader, Ryan Lutz, doing what he's got to do right here. He'll be approaching Chevelle for a lap here shortly. Very similar colors, but Chevelle in the Associated car, Lutz in the Kyosho, and you better believe, right before I even say it, Clay probably got on the headset and said, hey, give Lutz a lane and just get back to work. So, of course, Chevelle and the whole Keats family, very classy in that regard.
All right, looks like we're dropping back here. We're going to follow that battle. That's 4th, 5th, and 6th right here. Olin, Tradardi Jr., and Ciccarello, and now Ramos going to join that battle right here. So these boys really got to work together because they got to catch that. Is he upside down? No, I think that was a lapper right there, but they're not far back from Walker here. We're about 2.5 minutes from our first round of pit stops. They'll probably be coming here in the next minute 45 or two.
This is the race for the best of the rest, like you mentioned, 4th through 6th. Wanted to mention Eric Hayes jumping into the chat. He's the brother of Jeremy and the uncle of Jeremy Jr. He was very supportive of Jeremy Jr. at the Roar Nats at SDRC 3 months ago. So good to see Eric dropping in. Thank you very, very much. And you guys are seeing right now a great race happening. That's going to be a great battle here between, looks like, Hanato Jr. coming up on a little bit of traffic, but you better believe he's going to be fighting through that traffic as best he can. Olin's not far out front. You can see a nice wave by being displayed right there from some slower traffic. Steven Smith being a gentleman.
Yeah, Benny Comerian, if you remember, he was upside down there in that first turn. He started this race dead last in 15th, all the way up to the 8th spot, and only 15 seconds behind our lead racer, Ryan Lutz.
Benny's certainly a ripper. He had a good weekend in the Wicked Weekend. He actually won a couple intermediate divisions out there. So
sure did.
Good to see Benny getting some good work in from Voorhees Township, New Jersey. Leader takes a spill, but he saved it. Another one of those 50-50 calls that Lutz luckily gets the lucky roll on. You can see right there behind him, Donato Tridardi and Walker Spinrad not too far behind. Going to be trying to keep him honest here. So Donato moving up to that second spot. Good drive here for Donato so far. And again, Spin Danny's still holding that third spot, but Owen's not far back with 6:30 gone, 13:30 to go. Pit stop window opening here very shortly. And again, our rundown, the top 5 not changed. Adrian Ramos 6th, Ciccarello 7th, followed by Comerian 8th, Haas 9th, Lund, McElroy, Noperi, Keats, Smith, and Montmany looks like he's out early, unfortunately. We will be watching pit lane here as the pit window is opening. Here comes Ryan Lutz in for fuel, your leader, ducking into pit lane.
Right on cue. Looks like that was Fran, too.
Boom!
Grabbing that car right there for Lutz. I'm not sure who was on the bottle right there.
Nice quick pit stop Beautiful. There for Lutz. No problems there. That Alpha engine certainly making big-time smoke. Lutz said that his runtime wasn't ideal this weekend. Looks like a potential steering issue for Lutz.
No.
Oh, no. And you did see that something went a little bit awry when he hit that little dot there. I wonder if something got jarred. And unfortunately for Lutz, falling from the top spot, you see we're zoomed in on him here.
Heartbreak.
B. Long actually going to pick up his car, but unfortunately we'll have to deduct that lap because it doesn't count as he is under power. So tough break there for Lutz. He was looking really, really good. I wonder if that's the same servo saver issue he had early in practice this weekend.
Yeah, either servo saver or link popping off. That's just, and that could have been from a couple laps ago when you saw him go for that wild ride down after that little tabletop in the middle of that big Talladega turn back there. That was a pretty hard wreck. I was actually surprised to see him just turn the car right back in the right direction and keep on going, but I got a feeling that hard crash may have jarred something loose right there.
What a total bummer. But you better believe with Lutz having his own hardship, he's going to turn his focus now to Fee Long and that whole Kyosho team. Lutz, of course, will be disappointed, but there's one thing that Lutz does better than anybody else, Sean, and that is put the pass behind him, support his team, support the people that help him. You know that Fee Long's going to have Ryan Lutz in his back pocket here for this feature.
Yeah, that's just heartbreak, man. I was really hoping that Lutz would be able to turn it around and get something going here in the last 2 days with the Nitro Buggy. And just he has just been a tick off this weekend, and that's a bummer to see. But he should get things going here and get that Buggy ready for the big one coming up later this year, September 26th to October 3rd. All the racing at the IFMAR 1/8 scale Nitro Worlds in Hutto, Texas at Thornhill Racing Circuit will be brought to you by Live RC. So hopefully you guys tune in later this year.
Absolutely. Just going to reset your running order here now with what's falling out. Donato Tridardi to the front. He is definitely taking over the lead after an exchange of pit stops. So it's going to be Tridardi leading, Walker Spinrad second, and Hanato Tridardi Jr. in that third spot. So two Tridardis currently in bump spots to the next semifinal. It's going to be Owens in that fourth spot after he made his pit stop, followed by Benny Comerian up to the fifth spot. Jacob Haas, Ciccarello, Lund, McElroy, and Noperi, your top 10, followed by Keats, Ramos, and unfortunately, looks like Smith still out there 13th, but Lutz and Montmany both experiencing early trouble, 14th and 15th. But this is the man right here, Sean Donato, younger brother, making it happen right now.
Yeah, it's a Tridardi party up in the top three. They are bookending my top three bumps right here. Donato out front, Spinrad in the 2, Tridardi Jr. in the 3, and then Trevor Olin's only 7/10 back right here. So There's Spinrad across the line. Let's try and find the Oh! Big old wheelie right there. Gets it wrong. So Renato going to get by, and Trevor Olin's going to get by here.
So Walker falls down to fourth. He pulled the wheelie, tried to ride it out, do a little wheel tap. Unfortunately, it doesn't work as well in an RC car as it would on a dirt bike. But Spinrad's still there in the mix. Just wanted to put a cap on the Lutz point. Of course, we were hoping he was going to turn it around. He certainly was on his way to doing that. He had the fastest lap before dropping out. Checked out that hot lap, 32.7 on lap number 8. So Lutz, unfortunately, going to have some mechanical trouble here, but he certainly was well on his way to the semifinal before that issue occurred.
All right, we are following along with our final transfer spot to that semi.
Spinrad upside down.
2 laps in a row in that same section. That ski jump into that double at the end of pit lane right there.
But Owens made a mistake of his own, too, so they're going to be right back nose to tail. The beneficiary, Hanato Trudardi Jr., following younger brother out. Now the Trudardis are first and second with 11 down and 9 to go. Big run here for the Trudardi family. You know that they're all having a great time watching. You know they got family all over watching on liverc.com as well.
And don't look in your rear view mirror. Olins and Spinrad. Guess who's behind him now? Benny Camirian.
Oh, no, we got a flame on. I believe that looks like the Owens car.
It does.
Oh, no. So Trevor having big trouble in a potential bump-up spot. What a bummer there for Trevor. You can see, of course, being classy there, holding up that car over the start-finish line. So that'll put Trevor Lund up into the 5 spot, and here he comes. Benny Camirian up to that 4th spot, 1 spot away from the semifinal race.
Man. Olins, all that work to finally get into the transfer, and then the car just shuts down.
Race of attrition here in Nitro Buggy.
Sure is.
Certainly a few more moving parts to go wrong than in electric classes, so that's part of the challenge here, Sean. That's why a lot of these people think this is the premier class still, is there's a lot more things that can go wrong. The engine, the servos, the linkages, the receiver pack could go dead on you. Something very, very minor could go wrong and take you out of this thing as a whole. That's why Nitro drivers are so meticulous. They're absolutely surgeons when they prepare their vehicles.
Yeah, and don't forget about one of the biggest components here to these Nitro cars, that Wiley clutch.
That pesky old clutch bell, that's for sure. Those shoes and springs and bearings and the collet and all the other parts that go onto these things for sure. 7:30 left here, Sean, and we're going to see our final pit stops very shortly. Donato and Hanato Jr. doing exactly what they have to do. Donato in a little bit of traffic. He's trying to get a little bit of love here, but right now he's got one car in front. I believe that's going to be Drake McElroy that's just in front. Of course, they're going to work things out. Hopefully let your leader through with not too much trouble.
Well, looks like Benny has got around Walker right here. Our last round of pit stops should be cycling through.
What a drive for this young man. He was dead last on the opening corner, and right now up to that 3rd and final bump spot. Still got Hanato Jr. in that turquoise, yellow, and white in the 2 spots. So Hanato doing exactly what he's got to do. But there is Donato in the red and yellow car, couple cars in front, down the big valley jump. Again, both the Trudardis in good shape here with 6:40 to go. Final pit stops coming here. Looks like we have our leader in for fuel. Up the block he goes. Fuel stick is in and out and away. And again, both Trudardis with beautiful pit stops right there. They got to be out of the woods here in terms of pitting. Now it's up to both of those very talented young men to just put in clean laps. Hit your marks with 6.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, beautiful job by the pit crew right there. That was Maria and Renato Trudardi Sr. right there. They got their boys out front. They got a beautiful pit stop in, and they just got to bring it home here for the next 6:15. What happened to Spinrad? His pit stop was last time by, and then Camirian gets his pit stop now. So 4.5 seconds the difference here for the final transfer spot to the semi-odd.
Both fairly long pit laps too, 43.2 for Walker's pit lap and a 47.2 for Benny. So that was the difference there in pit lane, and looks like Walker gets the advantage on the pit stop. Let's see if old Spin Daddy can bring it home for that final bump spot to the semi. Oh, it looks like that was going to be Hanato on his lid. Luckily, the car did not shut off. He's still going, and you can see Trevor Owens just in front there. Back out running, but he's going to have to wonder what could have been. Running in 13th, just put up a 32.7.
Yeah, a 47 for Camirian 2 laps ago. That had to be a turn marshal and a pit stop right there, because there's just no way that was a 12-second pit stop. Unless there was problems on the fueling or on the transfer. You never know. That is true.
We did see earlier Feelong to win one of his pit stops on a qualifier. His dad ended up slipping off the block just a little bit. But obviously, Benny's going to be fighting hard all the way in. This kid's got no give up in him. With 15 down and 5 to go, Donato Tradardi out in front of his brother. Again, younger brother leads older brother, Hanato Jr., followed by Walker Spinrad at 3, Benny Camari in 4th, Jacob Haas currently running 5th, Trevor Lund in 6th, Drake McElroy in 7, Adrian Ramos 8, Chevelle Keats in 9th, Mark Naperi 10th, Paul Ciccarello in 11th, Stephen Smith 12th, and Trevor Owens the 13th we have left in the 13th spot. There's your leader of over the big quad. No problems here for Donato. Biggest thing here, keep this car together, keep all 4 wheels and tires on it, keep all the suspension arms intact, and right now Donato well on his way to a semifinal. And how cool would it be to have his older brother push him across the start-finish line, and they would both start nose to tail in their semifinal race. Spinrad still in that 3 position, holding that final bump spot over Benny by about 5.5 seconds. Will eventually drop back to Spinrad in the white and red and pinkish car, being chased by the blue and white of Benny. They should be working their way across the start-finish line with 16 down and 4 to go. But again, no problems for your leader out front. Cruise control with 16 down and 4 to go.
All right, so looks like they're not going to waste much time here going in to those semis. 30-minute semis coming up. Obviously, we will go with the odd first, and that'll the even first. That'll give these guys from the bump ups here about 30 minutes plus to get these cars tuned up, dialed in, new set of tires on, maybe charge that radio battery, and get them ready for that semi. And so it's a bit of a scramble here. 30 minutes isn't going to be very much time, and it goes quick when you're rushing.
For sure, Sean. And the best part for these guys, though, is once you have a car that runs pretty well over 20 minutes versus 30, you're not looking to do too much to tune these cars up. Like you said, fresh set of tires. I don't know if you take the clutch valve, maybe just Dremel the burrs off the shoes a little bit. I feel like a lot of these drivers will just be doing mainly nut and bolt checks and bolt the new set of tires on, make sure things are good. Of course, top up that receiver battery so that you can make it. But usually an average life of a clutch and a battery, let's say you can get an hour out of a receiver pack for sure. Usually a clutch you can get 60 to 90 minutes out of before you want to start servicing this clutch.
Yeah, well said right there. Well, we're following along here with our final transfer spot. One of the sexiest looking paint jobs in all of RC.
You are right about that, Sean. You can see Benny not too far back, only 5 seconds back. This is the 3rd position, Walker Spinrad. We have turned our eyes to this transfer spot as Donato and Hanato Jr. are both out front cruising. So you can see there is Hanato Jr. only a little bit in front of Spinrad. You can see Spinrad making a little mistake there. Well, that was a similar color car. I'm sorry, that was Steven. So you can see we have Hanato Jr. followed by Walker, separated by about 4.5 seconds. But Benny will make Walker earn this final bump spot coming to our final 2 minutes.
With 2 to go, I'll give you guys a full running order here. Donato and Renato Tradardi running top 2, Spinrad 3, Camarian 4.2 back right here from a transfer to those semis. Jacob Haas going to go 5, Lund 6, McElroy 7, Ramos 8, Mark Naperi 9, Keats in the 10. Chicky, you don't see that very much, a 207 quite a bit ago, but he'll be running in the 11, Smith 12, Owens 13, and Lutz and Mason off the track here, unfortunately.
Spinrad with 1:35 left to go, just doing what he's got to do. He's got his pit man in his ear saying, just be smooth, hit your marks. Benny now 13 seconds back after a costly 42-second lap. Here is the man right here, Walker Spinrad, one of the famous, most viewed RC videos I've seen in a while. That video he posted from Channel Islands where he was just jumping over that big tabletop. Walker Spinrad is one of the flowiest racers out here. He's got a way to make this drive style look so sexy on this racetrack. 1:05 left to go. Here comes Spinrad through the dot corner. Again, a little bit tripped up there. No big deal. Over the quad, still wiggling those wheels in the air. He's got to make it look good. This is when Walker is reaching flow state, trying to make this final spot in the semi-odd final. Again, that's coming up right after this, folks, so do not go anywhere. Even followed by the odd coming up shortly. We have 40 seconds left to go. Should get 1 lap plus another one here for Spinrad. And again, Donato and Hanato separated by 13 seconds. We'll keep our eyes here on Spinrad with 30 seconds left to go. There is Donato. One more time, white flag coming out for your leader. It has been a masterful drive here for Donato after some attrition for Lutz. He took the lead over and did not look back. Donato, Hanato, Walker, Spinrad, Benny, and Jacob, your top 5 with 15 seconds to go. Hanato going to cross for his last lap. Spinrad going to cross for his last lap. with 10 seconds left. Here comes both Richardardies. As long as they can get it home, they're going to both be working hard here, getting ready for their semifinal race. As the clock has expired, drivers are racing to the finish line, and they will be done when they cross. One more time down the straightaway. Here he comes. Donato Tridardi wins the quarter-odd final here at the Roar 8-Scale Off-Road Nationals. Fantastic drive from third on the grid. Here comes older brother Renato Jr. to finish up in the second spot, and there is your third and final transfer. He's going to get it done. Here he comes. Spin Daddy Walker Spinrad finishing third.
Right. That was a nice race. And if you notice, check out that blue groove all the way around the track. Starting to darken up here a little bit as the track's drying out, and it's still looking pretty smooth. Traction coming up.
There is your A-Main Hobbies race results screen showing you that our top 3 pending tech inspection will bump up to that semi-odd final. Again, it's Donato and Hanato, both with Tridardies. You know they'll be celebrating coming back towards the pit lane. Walker Spinrad in that third spot. Benny Comarian at the present moment, the first man out, followed by Jacob Haas fifth. Trevor Lund sixth. Greg McElroy 7. Adrian Ramos finishing in the 8th spot. And there's the rest of your A-Main Hobbies race results order. What a great race there, Sean Miller. You could not have asked for a more action-packed couple of quarterfinals there going into the semi.
Yeah, you know, it's only getting better from here on out.
Very quick track prep, continuing to throw that water down, keep this track in tip-top shape. Thanks, folks, for sticking along here with us on Live RC. We're going to go straight into the semi. There is no break. And there is your A-Main Hobbies grid lineup for your even semifinal. Check this one out, Sean. We have some big names. Fuller, Belong to Win, Brandon Rose, Frankie Contreras Jr., Jonah, Jermaine, Spencer, Adam Drake, Jared Wiggins, Aiden Horn, Ryan Cavallari, Tyler Fenster. Then our 3 bump ups from the quarter, Ethan McKenna, Carlos Arredondo, and Jaden Tweed. Fuller, the Escort Scarlet's Mason older brother. Congratulations to the Tridardies. They just came back towards their pits and well-earned bump-up spots. Good job, gentlemen. S-Works of
right
Mason Fuller, Belong to Win in the Kyosho, Brandon Rose in the Associates. Check out the manufacturer parity right here. I mean, just so many good brands you can choose from right here. Nitro Buggy, semi-even final here, race number 5 out of 9. We are halfway through our program, but we're just going to get bigger and better from here on out. Of course, our final race of the day is our hour-long Nitro Buggy National Final. Looking to go off around 2 p.m. Pacific time, so make sure you adjust your time zone accordingly. Joey Avellino says, let's go Frankie Contreras Jr. He's definitely going to be one that we're watching to try and submit his Nitro Buggy National Championship campaign here coming up shortly in our semifinal. You can see a lot of our pits here. Got Jim Wiggins over there, Mike Fuller, a couple fathers down there, father of Jared, as well as Mason Fuller and Caden. And Mark Robinson making a quick run. Looks like maybe a headset battery may have died on the Jermaine Robinson machine, so they're going to switch that out quickly. Just an excellent job to all the crew this weekend. All of our sponsors have been very helpful in getting this event brought here to you on Live RC. Want to thank our Live RC stream sponsors. Of course, want to start it off with our title sponsor, J Concepts. Of course, with our A-Main Hobbies grid lineup and race results. One Up bringing you the race report for our post-race interviews. Techno RC with the jump cam, Avid RC with our pit cam, and Matrix Off-Road Tires bringing you the track cam. Thanks to all those great companies. We're bringing you all the action. And of course, I want to thank our event sponsors. J Concepts, also title sponsor of the Roar 8-Scale Off-Road Nationals. Of course, we have to thank our class sponsors and associate sponsors. One Army Racing, Team Coyote, ProTech RC, A-Main Hobbies, Team Losi Racing, J&T Barron Company, One Up Racing, Team Marks RC Racing, and Vision Racing. Thanks, folks, for all you do for us, and could not be possible without your contributions. Just in time, the hounds have been released, warming up for our first of 2 half-hour finals. We're going to see who's going to qualify 2nd through 13th on our A final grid. Remember, folks, Dakota Fenn already locked in to his final after TQ honors yesterday. TQ in 3 out of the 4 rounds. Jared Barton sitting alongside Sean Miller, Sam Rabarczyk in production, Lucas McCabe, and Travis Melton. Bringing you all the action on the dynamic cameras, and we are looking forward to showing you folks who's going to bump up. Top 6 from each of these 2 semis will make it. Then we'll take 2 from that LCQ just before the hour-long final. This is going to be a good one, Big Sean.
Man, we are wasting no time right into the semis.
I like it. You know what, man? I like the no break. Let's keep on rolling. Let's get this thing going. If we got to take a break before the hour-long final, then let's do it. But let's set our order first. Let's see what these drivers can do. Some of the best in the very nation right here that are going to be going for the win. Checking on our chat here. We are popping in the chat. We're going to say Kim Olin saying, let's go, Jermaine. Young 2 Goof saying, little bump, let's go, Cav and Drake. Soul says, looking forward to the racing. Jason Brawley says, let's go, Iceman. One Army for the win, JTP for the win, Nitro Pro, and Nitro is the glory. We have a lot of great contestants, a lot of great participants in our chat here. We are booming with viewership numbers right now, Sean. Everybody's getting jacked up.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it, and for good reason, Jared. This would be a barn burner.
30-minute semi-even final. Again, Mason Fuller leading them off from the pole spot, qualifying. I believe he was third overall in qualifying, of course, behind Seth Van Dalen. So pretty awesome to see. Mason was able to get this thing rocking and rolling. Mason Fuller, Fee Long, Brandon Rose, Frankie Contreras, Jonah Wilson. Wanted to make one correction earlier. I apologize for making this error in calculation. I did say that the even qualifiers would go to the even final. I was a little bit off on that because they removed Dakota Fenn from the overall result once he locks into the show. So you'll see that Nalen and company, even though they qualified 2nd, 4th, 6th, and so on, they seed into the quote-unquote odd final. This is the even final with 3rd, 5th, 7th, 9th, and so on.
That's your one mistake for the day, Jared.
If that's the worst one I make, then you know what? That's not too bad. And want to thank Sean Miller being an excellent color commentator beside me. It's just been a wonderful weekend. Really appreciate your contributions, brother. Even if you're not feeling the hottest today, you're still here. You showed up to work, and really appreciate you being here.
Yeah, we ain't got no time for that. We're all business here on a mains day for Nitro Buggy at the Roar 1/8 scale Off-Road Nationals.
Like David Goggins said, just embrace the suck sometimes. Sometimes it's not always gonna be roses and meadows. And,
that's it. Hammer down.
Just show up to work, baby. And here we go. Looks like we're waiting for one car. I don't see Aiden Horn has checked in. I wonder if he just didn't get the line. But right now we're saying fill him up, and clear him out. Clayton Young with the hands up. Looking for green for your first semifinal, the half-even final here from the Roar 8 Scale Nationals.
Just waiting for our down and quiet. There it is. We're off and racing. Mason
there we
go.
Gonna
lead us around here.
Good, strong start for Mason. You see that leader does get a good launch into the corner. His job off the start is to cut a good light, get a couple car lengths over that second-place car. You don't want somebody tucked right up under your rear wing in that very first corner.
Yeah, no doubt. And anytime you're going to have a 180 as your first turn, that's it's going to kind of bottle everybody up, and that's why these guys are the top pros in the USA. They're showing us how to get it done. A nice, clean, beautiful start right there.
That was poetry in motion, if I do say so myself. And currently, Mason Fuller holding the quill and ink, as right now it is Fuller, Nguyen, Rose, Contreras, Wilson. No changes at the top there. Little mistake for Frankie. You see Jonah give him a little boot, but everything able to come out clean. Top 3 unchanged, though. Mason, Fee Long, and Brandon Rose. Mason Fuller, one of those guys that's earning the unlucky distinction of one of the best drivers to not yet win a Roar National title. That very well could change later today, Sean.
Yeah, they'll be on first-time Roar National Championship watch here, as Felong is well going for his first in the 1A scale category.
Yeah, currently top 2 have never won a Roar National. Brandon Rose has won one, in fact. But
last year.
The only 2 that in the top 5 that have won one are Brandon Rose in 2025 at E-Truggy, and Jonah Wilson, last time we were here at A-Main in 2023, won the Junior Nitro Buggy National Championship. So he's looking for his first big boy trophy, if you will.
Speaking of that, we will have a Junior National Championship coming up later today. Should be right around 12:30, a 15-minute Junior National Championship final, followed by the 15-minute LCQ. That should be right around 12:30, 12:40 Pacific Standard Time here.
Yes, and provisions for being eligible for the junior final. The age parameter set by Roar is 15 and under. So if you're 15 and under, you could sign up this morning to race the Junior Nitro Buggy final. We got many young drivers here this weekend. I bet you will see a chock full race there, Sean.
Yeah, it should be good. I'm looking forward to it.
Leaders, no problem here through the center crossover. Here they go through the dots. You can see both holding the tight line. Mason probably got a little bit better exit, but Felong with that Kyosho car running the Cody King livery there, keeping him honest. Again, Mason in the S-Works, Felong in the Kyosho. They've gapped out Brandon Rose just a little bit. Rose under pressure now from Frankie Contreras, and again, that young man has been awfully impressive this weekend. Just a reminder, folks, we're now bumping 6 here in these races, so we're no longer doing 3 bumps. It is 6 bumping up here from both of these semifinals. This is 3rd and 4th that you're following right there. Last car currently in the transfer spot is 6th place Jermaine Robinson. Top 7 have not changed from their starting spots.
Yeah, you cannot count out Frankie Contreras Jr. right here. His car, his tire setup, his package just got better and better as the day went on yesterday, and it would not surprise me in the least bit if he were to finish top 3 here and punch it to the 60-minute A-main finale coming up a little bit later today.
Yep, just to be clear, folks, top 6 from each semifinal will lock themselves in here, so it will be deciding the 2 through 13 spots on those A-main grids, and of course the LCQ will take 14 and 15, so the top 2 finishers would punch their way in. Right now it's Fuller to win, Rose, Contreras, Wilson, and Robinson. That's 6 that are transferring. Spencer Heckert is 7th. That's exactly where he started, followed by Wiggins. Arredondo from 14th up to 9th. Big run here for Carlos so far, followed by Tyler, Ethan, Adam, Jaden 2, Ryan Cavallari, and unfortunately nothing here from Aiden Horn. Didn't see him this morning in the Associated Pit. I wonder if possibly if Aiden's feeling a little under the weather as well.
Yeah, it's possible. You never know when it's the bug's going to come up and get you.
We'll try to get you an update on that, folks. We'll get clarification for you as soon as we find out. And, of course, hope Aiden's all right. Hope wishing him the very best. Of course, one of our very favorite racers from Highland, Michigan. Of course, the son of Al Horn, the brother of Austin.
I don't know if you saw that video of Al Horn posted on Facebook yesterday. That dude rips on a dirt bike.
Yeah, he's certainly turning back the hands of time when he rides that dirt bike. And he won a Masters National Championship this year in the RC sector. So Al Horn tapping into the fountain of youth here as he is approaching that big 5-0 number.
Yeah, he had quite the run down there at SDRC for the 110 scale off-road national.
Did he ever? 4.5 minutes into this one, folks. Mason Fuller out in front of Felong by just 1/2 second. Right now it's going to be Rose in that 3rd spot. There's the battle tightening up for the lead. Jonah Wilson going to be in that 5 spot chasing down Frankie Contreras. Jermaine Robinson in the 6th spot. And now Jared Wiggins has moved into the 7th spot. You know what Jared wants to do. He would not be satisfied with just the semifinal berth. He wants to make this show, and he wants to win. Jared's been more and more vocal recently. Obviously grateful for where he's at, but he knows that he's overdue. He wants to win one of these big shows. Wants this weekend to be the one that he breaks through, if you will.
Just goes to show how difficult this class is right here. A man that puts in that much time, who is just incredibly fast right there, still looking for his first national championship.
This is the bubble spot right here. 5th and 6th place, both guaranteed in. Not far back, though, is Wiggins in that orange and blue Techno. There he is at the bottom of the screen. So Wiggins lacks about 2 seconds back to Robinson. And you can see right here, leaders obviously still racing big time. Mason and Fee just clicking off laps. It's business as usual for those two young men. But right now, Rose 3, Contreras 4, Wilson 5, Robinson 6, Wiggins in 7, Hecker 8, Arredondo in the 9th spot, EMAC in the 10. All 10 drivers up front are under the age of 30.
I don't know if you just saw it on the bottom of the screen. Fee Long jumps over the top of Fuller, and he takes over the race lead.
And I'm telling you what, that might be the pass that solidifies him to win this race overall. Because at this point, these drivers are all very smart. They know if they're in the top 6, they don't need to fight each other that hard. If Felong was a little bit faster than he wanted by, I'm sure Mason says, you know what, we'll sit back here and cruise for a while. We'll see each other again in 24 minutes. So I wouldn't doubt at all if Mike Fuller's on the headset saying, just take care of your car right now, take care of those tires. Don't need to win this thing. All you got to do is get to the big show. And you better believe that Mike Fuller very, very under control and knows how to keep his boys reeled in.
Let's see if we can go a couple cars ahead of this. That is the 4-car battle for the final transfer. That's B. Rose, the green and white. And then it's going to be Frankie Contreras Jr., Wilson, Robinson, and Wiggins joining it. A 5-car battle for the final transfer.
Before we panned away, you saw a mistake from Robinson. And Robinson sticks it back up the inside of Wiggins. That's going to be the battle for the 6th spot. This is 3 through 5. We're following right here. You see Robinson just gets back around Jared Wiggins for that 6th spot. 6:45 down, so we're going to be opening up pit stop window here pretty shortly. Again, I think a lot of these drivers are going to be playing the 3-stop strategy, but again, remember, Adam Drake and Jared Wiggins both went 10 minutes apiece. Unfortunately here for Jared, though, he's pushing forward, he's battling. I bet you he's using more fuel than he's just running by himself.
Well, he's got to hang with these leaders right here, so still got a chance at it, but it's got to be pretty perfect if he wants to make up these 3 or 4 positions to get into a final bump spot.
Absolutely. 7:30 down, we'll be watching the pit lane. Here comes Rose in for fuel. Right behind him is Contreras. Everybody comes in nice and clean. Wilson in for fuel as well. Heads-up race here in the pit lane. They all come out 3, 4, 5. They all hold serve. One other car in there right behind him. Everybody comes out clean. However, though, check it out. Robinson and Wiggins did not pit that time. They're right there behind the leaders. Looks like Mason and Brandon did make their, Mason and Fee, rather, did make their pit stops. We'll see how the scoring comes back around, but it does appear that Mason and Fee made their pit stops that time.
8 minutes. Would you think everybody's still this bunched up?
Unbelievable, yeah, and that's Mason with a pit lap, still holds the lead.
Here comes Robinson.
Power move right here. Muscle, both literally and figuratively. That boy's pretty built these days. That Iowa strength. Right now it's Fuller, Nguyen, Wiggins, Robinson, Rose, and Contreras, the top 6. Jonah Wilson now finds himself out of a bump spot after Wiggins and Robinson have not yet pitted. We have to keep our eyes on the orange and white techno of Wiggins to see if he's going to try going 10 minutes. He did it in qualifying, but remember, he ran out of fuel one time too, so he's right on that tipping edge. Again, you see our 2 leaders here, Mason and Felong. No problems. Wiggins in for fuel. No 10-minute strategy for Wiggins. He pits at 8:30. He will now fall out of a transfer spot as he'll fall back to the 6th or 7th spot once they cycle back around.
Yeah, I think he was just waiting for pit lane to clear out a little bit, try and get a burner in there from Dad Jim, and a little grab and stab, and we'll see how good it was, which I like that strategy, right at the 7:30 marker. Usually it gets pretty hectic in pit lane. You give him a minute to shuffle through and get out of there, and you got pit lane to yourself, and that can, be a second or 2 in the right direction, and that could be the difference of not bumping and bumping.
You better believe Katie Wiggins is pulling her hair out watching this race. She's going to be a nervous wreck watching her husband, Jared Wiggins, trying to make the final. Oh, no, looks like problems for, I believe that was, may have been Adam Drake. I was looking at the yellow car there. Oh, man, looks like problems there potentially for the Adam Drake machine, and it is, in fact, Adam Drake. Something going wrong. You think he was trying 10 minutes and he may run out of fuel?
I mean, yeah, that's exactly what I think he was doing. When he started down in the 8th spot, and he maybe says, okay, I just maybe falling back here a little bit. You got to do something different than the guys out front, and we rolled the dice, and it came up snake eyes.
Well, you know what the ever-coined phrase, if you follow the leader, you're going to follow the leader. And unfortunately for Drake, he had to try and pull out a little bit of strategy. A little bit warmer today. Think of maybe a little bit higher grip on this track with the groove being laid down. And unfortunately, all it takes is about 30 seconds of swing there with fuel for that to happen. A little tangle there with associated teammates. That was Robinson in 2. Of course, Jaden just trying to get out of harm's way. And
right.
Just got tangled there, but everything works out. Wiggins going to go back up to the 6th spot, so Robinson is the first man out here with now 10 down and 20 left to go. There is Jermaine just behind the orange and white techno of Jared Wiggins. So that is the final transfer spot. Wiggins just up in front. And again, that's Robinson, followed by Spencer Heckert in the red, white, and blue. So again, 6, 7, and 8, pretty close. Rose taking a spill after the center straightaway. That's going to give the 3rd spot to Frankie Contreras. Chicky making those legs move quickly. He makes sure that Brandon Rose is flipped back over. That's going to drop Brandon, I believe, back to the 5th spot now, and Wiggins now right in his airspace.
And you know what? There's always a bit of a dead spot, what I like to call a no man's land. On every single track, there's always going to be a no man's land, and that's where it is right there. That is not the spot you want with the 3 lanes running right across from each other. That's not a good spot to crash right there, and that's going to hurt pretty dearly right here for B. Rose. He's going to have to really pick up the pace if he wants to get that transfer.
No doubt, my friend. We'll give you a full rundown now that first pit stop has cycled through. Mason Fuller is your leader. Felong to win 1.6 seconds back. You see we're following Mason with Felong not far back. Frankie Contreras holding serve in that 3rd spot. Jonah Wilson in the 4th spot. Brandon Rose, Jared Wiggins, your current top 6 bump ups. Jermaine Robinson, 1.6 back of Wiggins. He's the first man out of the show currently. He would be at the top of the LCQ if he were to finish right there. It's going to be Spencer Heckert 8th, Ethan Mechanic 9th, Ryan Cavallari 10th, followed by Carlos Arredondo, Tyler Fenster, Jaden 2, and unfortunately, Drake out and Horn did not make the start, so 13 left running, Sean.
Yeah, this is the battle for 5th and 6th, but guess what? I got 1.4 from Phelan back from Fuller, and then another 1.7 back from Junior, so only 3.2 separated. If that battle tightens up a little bit, we will go back to them, and it looks like cameraman doing that right now for us. Oh, no, he's going to follow this battle.
Right now we've got that battle for 5th and 6th in your frame right here. Brandon Rose, the associated driver out of Houston, Texas. Of course, Jared Wiggins, the Techno RC driver out of Dixon, Illinois. Here they come over the Big Valley Jump with Robinson and Heckert not far back. So this is going to be 5th through 8th, Sean. 2 will bump, 2 will not. They go to the LCQ. Currently, Rose and Wiggins in. Robinson and Heckert are not. 12:30 down and 17:30 to go. Second pit stop window should be opening here in about 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, and maybe we'll cycle back towards the leaders here, right on cue. That must be the unit up there. That guy lives rent-free inside my head.
Lucas, the unit McCabe, man, he always gets it done. Located straight out of the home base in Wisconsin. You better believe that he has eaten his Wheaties this week. He's been here for one full week, and he's says, you know what, I could afford to not see Chico, California for a little while after this weekend.
All right, and I just heard from our producer, Sam. He said that is Travis right there. So, boy, do we have a couple of the best cameramans in the business right here or what? So, Travis Melton living rent-free inside Sexy Legs' head right here. Man, these boys doing a great job this weekend, and they're out there on the driver's stand in the sun right there, and so these boys just don't get enough love, and just thank you guys for bringing all of our viewers some of the best racing action in the USA this weekend here in Chico, California at the A-Main Silver Dollar RC Raceway.
Yeah, Travis based out of Georgia, and he's one of the longtime veterans here at Live RC, so he's getting all the good shots for you. There's Jermaine and Spencer. Not far in front, again, is Wiggins and Rose. So 5th through 8th in your frame right here. And again, that lead battle tightening up here. Looks like we got Fuller and Fee, and then Contreras kind of in his own piece of racetrack, so no worries for little Frankie. He's still doing a very nice job submitting his bid for another World National A-Main.
Well, about a minute away from our second round of pit stops, so I know Sam's going to queue up that Avid RC pit cam here shortly.
That Avid pit cam getting its overtime here this weekend. Big thanks to David Jor and the crew. Colorado-based company, and they continue to support some of the biggest events here. 10th, 8th scale, they don't discriminate. They also race a little bit on-road as well. There is your leader. Pole sitter has not had any sort of issue out front, just been cruising. You got to feel like for Mason, this is business as usual. Mason doesn't get too high or too low. Him and Caden very even-keeled when they're in the pits. And, Mason had a bad round 4 yesterday. Actually passed him when he was walking down the driver's stand. Didn't show any signs of anger. Just was like, you know what? Wasn't my round, We get back to work and run the semi tomorrow. So that's that poise and experience beyond their years is going to pay dividends in an hour-long final should he make it.
And especially on a day where you have 4 rounds of qualifying, that's the mindset you got to have. You know you're going to have some good ones, and you know you're going to go out there and lay a couple eggs and just
leader in
look
for
forward.
Fuel right here. Mason Fuller jumps into the attention of his pit crew right there. Mike Fuller, Brent Densford pick him up, and it looks like a flame out there on Fuller. Big mistake there in the pit lane, and unfortunately sometimes that's just how it goes. You don't put anything on the pitman there. Sometimes the engine just shuts off. We had one car getting stuck. I believe that was going to be Jermaine that got hung up coming into the pit lane, so looks like Heckert gets out clean. That was a pretty crazy exchange of pit stops right there. We'll see how much time Fuller lost. They got him back going about as quick as you could, but flameout will certainly cost him at least 5 or 6 seconds, Sean.
Man, the Avid pit cam bringing us all the action right there. Who doesn't love a good pit cam right there? That was solid right there. Good job, Sam.
No doubt. Fee Long to win, going to take that lead spot over. Again, we're going to continue watching pit stops, but Fee, your leader. Jonah Wilson slides up to second. Jared Wiggins third. Rose fourth. This is Robinson that we're following in fifth, so not far in front would be that Rose car, the green and white. There's your leader, Fee Long, down the back straightaway. I don't believe we've seen a pit stop yet. Looks like Frankie Contreras having a little trouble dropping down as well with a 54.7. Likely had a flame out when he was making his second pit stop. So Contreras now in chase mode, but it looks like most of the pit stops have cycled around here. It's going to be Felong, Wiggins, Wilson, now your new top three. Rose fourth, Robinson now fifth, who we are following in frame here with Mason Fuller now in sixth. You can see he's in chase mode. Fuller a 31.7 last time fastest lap of this race, and you got to believe that Mike gets on the headset, says, all right, go push it. Nothing left to lose right here. Make sure you get yourself a little extra space to transfer.
All right, here's your leader. Got himself about a 5-second lead here. The Wizard, Jared Wiggins, up to the number 2 spot. This is where it gets good. It's going to be Wilson, Rose, and Robinson. A Techno and a couple Associateds here. Let's see if we can find that battle. And now they're right here behind Wilson as pit stops have just about finished cycling through. We got a 4-way battle for second, third, fourth, and fifth. And right on cue, we join that battle.
There is Wiggins in that fourth spot. Robinson in fifth, so not far in front would be Rose and then Jonah Wilson. But again, Jonah trailing by 6 seconds behind Felong to win, so that is the best race. Looks like that was going to be a mistake there from Arredondo. Carlos running in the 11th spot, so no position change right there. Wilson crosses. There's Rose that we're following here with Wiggins in the fourth spot. Robinson 5. Again, Felong cruising out front. We got our eyes here on this battle for second. Wilson is the second place car in the purple and white Sparco car coming over the quad.
Yeah, and Mason Fuller only about 6 seconds back from Rose in that 3 spot. So he'll be one to watch here over the next 12 minutes.
Absolutely. It's 18 down, 12 to go here. So we are, again, working our way up on the 3 fifths mark of this race. A lot of races still to go, though. Crazy first 18 minutes, though. A lot of turnover. A couple flameouts there. Unfortunately, Adam Drake out early. Mason Fuller flaming out on that second pit stop. Has put himself into an adverse position. However, Sean still in a transfer spot, currently in the 6th spot. But check out Mason. How about Ethan Mechanic now jumping into the 7th spot? He's the first man out. And again, Contreras, that long 54-second lap, he's in chase mode as well. But again, Mason Fuller not out of the woods by any means. Not too far back, our 7th, 8th, and 9th.
Yeah, and good reminder right there. I've been in bump-up mode. Since this is even top 6 are moving on, everybody else will go to the LCQ. So right now, Felong, Wilson, Rose, Wiggins, Robinson, and Mason Fuller. I stand corrected right there. He's got the hot lap of the race in the 6th, so he is holding on. Can EMAC do it? He already got one bump up today. Let's see if he can't punch his ticket to the 60-minute A-main.
It appears that Heckert and Contreras got around for 7th and 8th, so EMAC drops back down to 9th. Here's your leader, though. Felong, business as usual, 19 down and 11 to go. Lead has now ballooned to 5.5 seconds, but Wilson doing some good work in that 2nd spot. He's got a 2.5 second advantage over Brandon Rose, followed by Wiggins in the 4th spot, Robinson and Mason Fuller. Still your 6 transferring right now. There's Brandon Rose in the 3. Just a little further up would be the purple and white and blue of Jonah Wilson in the Sparco car. You see he just made that wall jump down the back straight. So there's Rose. Wiggins going to be in the 4th spot in the orange and white Techno. Jermaine Robinson 5th. Mason Fuller 6th. Again, you see Wilson passing right there. We'll pick him up as he comes down the front straight. What a beautiful paint job there for Jonah Wilson. And pretty fitting after Spencer Ripken made his paint scheme update, going a little more white in his paint scheme. Now, again, a very deserving recipient of the purple and white colors.
Yeah, no doubt about it. What a run from the 5th spot here for Jonah Wilson all the way up to the number 2. But really, Heckert, Contreras Jr., and EMAC, they're about 6.5 seconds behind Fuller for that 6th and final spot going right to the show. Everybody else will be battling it out for the final 2 transfers coming up later today in the LCQ. So top 6 from the even, top 6 from the odd. That'll be 12 plus already your TQ Dakota Fen. That's 13. And then our 2 bump ups from the LCQ. That'll make a total of 15 for the 60-minute A-main final.
Final pit stops coming up shortly, in about 2 minutes here, Sean. And you better believe for the Mason Fuller camp, they are not out of the woods. Because remember, when you have a flame-out pit lane, that sticks with you on your mind. And you better believe that Densford and Mike Fuller are going to be very, very careful filling that car next to them by. And they're probably going to be telling Mason, hey, rev it up a couple times. Make sure it's all cleaned out. If you flame out again on the box in that last pit stop, he's done for.
Yeah, Wiggins from the 9 all the way up to the number 4 here, so he's looking pretty good. We got another car. Oh, Felong win.
Oh, no, your leader having trouble there getting picked up, but that is a big mistake, big trouble for your leader, and it looks like they're running for him, John going for him, but Wasn't much urgency at first, but you can see Big John hustling. That's going to move everybody up a spot because they were all about 15 seconds back. That could be exactly the break Spencer Eckert needs if he wants to make all 4 A mains with his brand new Buggy car, Sean.
Wow, that's pretty solid right there with only about a week of practice time on those new cars. Very impressive right there. A little tip of the cap out there to the Eckert Racing crew. Yeah, unfortunately, the red line of death here for Phelan. They'll get that thing fired back up, but unfortunately, that probably is going to be a welcome to the LCQ. We'll see. He's back out there right now. And that's going to put...
Eckert in trouble. You saw that Eckert just got picked up. He was just about to take his spot in the next transfer. Now he's going to fall out, and check out Ethan Mechanic now into that 6th spot. Frankie Contreras 1 second back. We're going to keep our eyes peeled 2 feet long. He's back out there running, but he's going to be about 20 seconds behind Mechanic for that 6th and final bump spot. You better believe that Fee Long is going to be running qualifying laps here for the final 7:45.
Dude, the EMAC fanboys are going to go nuts here in the chat if he can get his 2nd bump of the day. As you notice, he came from the quarters, he's in the semis, and now he's going to be very, very close to transferring to the A.
Keeping our eyes peeled to pit lane for sure. I just wanted to make one comment about Mechanic. The whole LCRC team will be pumped up. Everybody that knows will be pumped up. Everybody of his supporters will be pumped up. His dad, dial tone. Jason Mechanic, very, very even keeled. He says, hey, should have been there in the first place. So, Jason, make sure that Ethan earns it. And when Jason hands out a compliment, you know that you've done something.
About another 8.7 back, so Cav not out of this one yet with 7 minutes to go in our last round of pit stop cycling through. He's got to make up about 10 seconds, otherwise he will find himself in the LCQ.
There is your new leader now, Jonah Wilson in the front. You see Jaden 2 maybe has a little mechanical trouble down there in that 180, but right now Jonah Wilson, the Sparko driver from Knoxville, Tennessee, 2023 junior champion, makes a little mistake rolling it over right there. You'll see Wiggins comes up from behind, can't quite take advantage of that quite yet. I think that Wiggins may have ducked in for a fuel stop. We'll take a look though, as we're at 6:30 left to go here. Final pit stops coming through, and then it's going to be a heads-up race from there, Sean.
Well, as advertised, we were expecting things to heat up here a little bit. Not just the temperature outside, but the racing action, and that's exactly what we got going on right now. Man, look at this. 5th, 3rd, 9th, 6th, 1st, and 4th place starters running top 6 right now, so... a little bit of heartbreak there for Phelan, but it ain't over yet, but it's starting to get out of hand here.
I'm not ruling him out quite yet, Sean. He still has about 20 seconds to make up now on new 6th place driver Frankie Contreras, but once again, once we're back to a heads-up race, it all becomes how fast can you go? And if you're all tuned at 7:30 fuel strategy, not have to worry about the tank that time. You'll just be going racing. You can see right in the back of our frame there, we saw Ethan Mechanic in the 7th spot. He's about 4 seconds behind Frankie Contreras for the last bump spot. There is your leader, though. Wilson, no problems out front. Rose, Wiggins, Robinson, Mason Fuller, Frankie Contreras, our current 6 transfers direct to the hour-long final. Mechanic Cavallari, Phelan to win. Tyler Fenster, Arredondo, Hecker, 2, Drake, and Horn would have to find their way in through the LCQ. And again, LCQs, when we tighten the wrench a little bit, Sean, only 2 bumping up from the LCQ, so definitely make spots at a premium there.
Yep, Travis catching all the racing action. These are my leaders. That is Wilson and then Rose and the Wizard. Only 7/10 back right here.
5 minutes left to go. Again, Jonah Wilson doing what he's got to do. Little attrition for both Phelan and Mason Fuller. This young man has been solid as a rock, though. Protect power with some Drake, with some tutelage from Adam Drake. Got to believe that Sparko machine is dialed up. And we stole a word earlier in the weekend with Jonah, talking about how life has just kind of moved and fast forward for him since that junior championship back in 2023. Of course, changing manufacturers in that span, and he has certainly got the best chance of anybody to give Sparko their first ever Raw National title if he can get another 420 down here, and he'll be putting himself in a great spot in that hour-long final.
What a difference 3 years makes. Taking the Junior National Championship here at this very track in 2023, and man, trying to win the semi right here, and he's trying to start second or third in that 1 hour final.
Of course, the tiebreaker for who starts where will be done based on pace. Of course, if you win the odd or win the even, then it would be who went faster, to my knowledge. Of course, we'll make sure we get correction on that if that is incorrect. But at this point, Jonah just looking to run his own race. 2.5 seconds out in front. Rose, Wiggins, Jermaine Robinson, Mason Fuller, all in pretty good shape. It's down to 6th place you're getting down here, Sean, because you have Ethan Mechanic leading Frankie Contreras by 3 seconds, as Frankie had a 41-second lap that time by. So it's going to be Cavallari in the 8th spot, Fee Long down to the 9th spot. Again, he's making time. Check out that interval, Sean. 12 seconds from 6th to 9th, Fee Long. Carlos in that 10th spot. Spencer, Tyler, Jaden, Adam Drake, and Aiden Horn, rather. I will give you a small prediction here. We will be watching Fee Long battling for a bump spot in these final 3 minutes. I think it's going to go down the last lap.
He's got some work to do right here, Jared. I like the positivity right now. But that battle between Emack and Contreras Jr. heating up here, 0.7 of a second now, as you can see on our screen. So we're going to take 6 from each one of these semis, and then we are not going to do like how you saw maybe at the World's warm-up, whoever had the 7th fastest time in either one of those semis. Nope. We are taking your TQ, Dakota Fen, straight to the show. 6 from each one of the semis, and then we'll have a 2-car bump up from the LCQs.
A straight up top 6. And again, Emack on the X-Ray and Frankie on the Mugen. Fun fact, Ethan used to run for Mugen many years ago, and now is trying to beat a Mugen chassis to go direct to the semifinal. You can see our 6th and 7th place cars are in frame at the moment. Right now, Emack down that back center straightaway, launching his way off there, but it looks like Contreras maybe a little bit quicker on pace. Emack, though, you can tell the driving styles. Emack trying to protect a little bit, and Frankie Contreras says, hey, nothing left to lose right now. I either win this battle and go directly in, or I run the LCQ anyway, so might as well send it.
A little East Coast versus the West Coast. What coulda, shoulda been without that 54-second lap out of Contreras, but it's not over yet. Just under 2 minutes to go.
Checking out interval 1 again. Once again, 15 seconds from Mechanic down to Fee Long. Again, that's the guy we're waiting on right here, as Fee Long had that big flame out. And it was about in the worst spot you could ask for. It was on the very far left side of the track, so the marshals had to play a little hot potato, and John had to run quite a ways to grab his boy and get him fired back up. 1:30 left to go. Here's the man, though, Jonah Wilson from Knoxville, Tennessee, getting it done, trying to win this semi-even final, and it would be from 5th on the starting grid, so a great drive here. Wise beyond his years is Jonah Wilson. Rose, Wiggins, Robinson, Fuller, and Mechanic, your current top 5 transferring. Well, let's drop back to that Mechanic and Contreras battle. Here they are, the race for the final transfer spot directly into the show. One of them will be able to sit in there, work on their cars. One more is going to have to prepare for the LCQ. It's Mechanic leading Contreras with 55 seconds to go, 6th and 7th.
And we got a little fireworks here in August, Jared. Ethan driving the wheels off of that X-Ray, but those TZO tires working on that Mugen for Contreras. Locked in right here. He's looking for a way by here.
40 seconds left to go. We're going to follow this race all the way home. Oh, what a move from Contreras. But Ethan says, not yet, sir. This will be their final lap by. They cross with 28 seconds to go. We're not taking our eyes off this race. This is the battle for the bump. Top 5 are pretty solidified unless they have a mechanical. This is the race, though. Ethan Mechanic from Pennsylvania. Frankie Contreras from California. Mechanic came from the quarterfinal, trying to make the hour-long final. They made contact going up the quad, able to save it. Mechanic makes a mistake over the quad. There goes Contreras with 5 seconds left to go. You better believe there's going to be one more last-ditch effort. Emack sends it and unfortunately makes a big mistake. Frankie Contreras scampers away, and he will take that 6th and final transfer spot. Frankie Contreras Jr. has made his first Roar National Nitro Buggy A final.
Well, I promised you fireworks, and the boys delivered.
That they certainly did. Brandon Rose going to get second at the end over Jared Wiggins. Jonah Wilson's going to win the race. Wilson wins it. Rose, Wiggins, Jermaine Robinson finishes 4th. Mason Fuller 5th. Frankie Contreras takes the 6th and final bump spot. Mechanic will have to go to the LCQ. First car out of it in 7th, followed by Ryan Cavallari. Fee Long to win. Carlos Arredondo, Tyler Fenster, Spencer Hager, Jaden 2, Adam Drake, and Aiden Horn. Your final finishing order. What an awesome battle right there in the semi-even final. Jonah Wilson dominates that one after a little attrition in the midway point. Wilson's going to bump it up And man, what a race for that final transfer spot. Frankie Contreras Jr. has made his first Roar National A final.
Yeah, there was a bit of contact through the carousel right there. And Ethan got going again, but just a lapse of concentration right there through the 4-pack. That's going to cost him.
We'll have to see if Roar has any calls. Remember, folks, this is all unofficial until Roar's final approval, but at this point, looked like I didn't see any penalties being administered. And you know what? Arms out, elbows out. Let's get that last bump spot settled. Congratulations, Frankie Contreras Jr. Well-deserved and a good way to recover after that 54-second lap at the midway point.
Yeah, and Ethan did get going in front of Frankie right there, and then he just yard sailed it through the quad. So, man, that was some good battling right there.
We're going to take a short break here, folks. Just going to run through some of our bonus content, and we'll be right back here with you in just a couple of minutes here on Live RC for coverage of your semi-odd final. Folks, welcome back to coverage of the Roar 1/8 Scale Off-Road Nationals, brought to you by Jake Concepts. You can see the flames coming up from the bottom of the screen because it's getting hot out here, the action on the track and the temperature. We, of course, have all the days that we've covered already blanked out, but currently on our final day of coverage here for Sunday Nitro Buggy Mains here at the A-Main Silver Dollar Raceway here in Chico, California. What a fantastic weekend we've had. We just finished our even semifinal, deciding 6 of our bump-ups here, and now we're warming up for the odd semifinal. We'll pan back to our track cam to show you all the action right here getting underway shortly. Oh yeah, look at that driver stand shot, Sean Miller. That is one sexy shot here showing you all the action from A-Main Silver Dollar Raceway in Chico. What a banger of a semi we just had. Of course, Jonah Wilson, big congratulations to him. He definitely showed out in that race, and I'm sure Knoxville, Tennessee, awfully thrilled with him. Brandon Rose going to finish second, Jared Wiggins 3, Jermaine Robinson 4th, Mason Fuller in 5, and Frankie Contreras Jr. fisticuffs with Ethan Mechanic right there, ends up getting that 6th and final direct bump spot. Of course, as you mentioned, the 7 through 15 finishers will all be put into an LCQ and have one more chance to make the final coming up soon.
Well, if that's any insight to what we're going to see here in this 30-minute semi, hold on, boys and girls. Grab some popcorn, get a cold soda, and strap in for the ride.
This is going to be good, guys and girls. Again, thanks for joining us here. All 15 drivers are present here for the Nitro Buggy semi-odd final. Again, Seth Van Dalen will start on pole. Seth ran into the unstoppable force yesterday. That was Dakota Fenn. The Dakota Fenn's fourth round qualifier, a 99.61% consistency number on Live RC. Seth was only 2 seconds back. That was Dakota's very best he had to offer. Seth only 2 seconds back. You gotta think he's probably a little disappointed, but when you run into something like that, sometimes you just have to tip your cap and say, listen, man, you were the better man that day.
Yeah, you know what? I think Seth was close to a 99 consistency as well. So that just goes to show how locked in Dakota Fenn was. And yeah, there's not much you can do. Just go out there and respect your fellow opponent after a run like that.
No doubt. We can see these mechanics starting to take their way over to the start straightaway. We're about to get this thing underway for our second of 2 semifinal races. We've already decided the first qualifier, Fenn from yesterday's TQ, second through 7th have already seated themselves in here. Now we're going to try and go 8 through 13 drivers. Again, top 6 will move on through this race right here. And then the LCQ will take spots 14 and 15. Van Dalen on pole, Mayfield second, Chase Lemieux 3, Spencer Rifkin, Camden Lime, Davey Bada, Austin Blair, Caden Fuller, Jimmy Fishback, Lee Setzer, Travis Horn, Julian Oliveras, Donato and Hanato, Trodarpi, and Walker Spinrad.
I wish we had a cam in here in the Live RC broadcast booth with the Trodartis over here. They were thrashing, gluing tires, cleaning up cars, and getting them ready for the semi. They only had 30 minutes.
The thrash seemed to help for sure. You can see they're getting them fueled up. Here's our back straightaway shot. Clayton Young says, clear them up, raise them out. Here we go right here, folks. Semi-final odd main from the Roar 8 Scale Off-Road Nationals about to go green. Here we go. A nice start again for Van Dalen. Gets a good launch. Looks like an attempted outside pass from Rivkin early on Lemieux, but he ducks right back into line. Nice single file line as they come over the first speed jump onto the front straightaway. Seth Van Dalen, mission accomplished, got off the line nice and clean. Now he's got a Techno teammate back there in Mayfield. You better believe that these two are going to work together to make sure they can keep those top 2 spots for the Techno Cam.
Yep, they'll be leading us around right here. So pretty much as they qualified here, about the first lap and a half, since they do that the last third of the track right here. And when they cross that loop, they are live right there, and that will count. So technically, working on lap 2 here.
This is the first full completed lap, just to echo your sentiment, Sean. Yes, that's the race for third. Chase Lemieux holding off Spencer Rivkin. Camden Lime in that 5 spot. Davey Bada 6. Austin Blair in the 7th spot. No changes from 1st through 7th. Fishback going to jump up to the 8th spot. Setzer to 9th. Caden settles down to 10th. And it's Oliveras Horn, Donato Walker, and Hanato Jr. And again, you're watching a absolute assembly line as they go down the back straightaway through the crossover. Little mistake for Mayfield. He's going to have to wait for this train of cars to go. You see Mike Braun giving him the stop and wait. And Mayfield going to settle back to 8th or 9th based on how that pass down the straightaway goes. Costly mistake early from Mayfield. Now Chase Lemieux up to the 2nd spot.
Yeah, and you know what? I think that was the right call. You know, it's a lot of racers, they'll jump that pipe and they'll be like, oh, a car or 2 went by. No, he would have dropped back to about halfway in the pack, and that was the right call right there. And we race on, and now Mayfield's going to have some work to do.
But guess what? Mayfield, a veteran, he knows this is a 30-minute long race. He'll be able to pick these cars up one by one, especially through the exchange of pit stops. Again, these are the best drivers in the country, but this track is jumping up and biting everybody. We saw a lot of carnage in that last semifinal race. I bet you we'll find some here late, especially when the tires start getting worn, engines start getting a little bit rowdy, they start coming up to temperature. These engines sometimes over 300 degrees, and you definitely won't want to put your finger on those straight off the track.
SFD already stretching it out to a 3-second lead over the X-Ray pilot, Chase Lemieux. Camden Lime 3, Spencer Rivkin up to the 4, Bata in the 5, and Mayfield wasting no time getting back into the final transfer spot to the A-main in the 6th, with Austin Blair, who looked real racy yesterday, shaking off some cobwebs. He'll be one to watch here as this race goes on.
Mayfield making hay. Has already gotten right back by Davey Bada. Moves up to 5th. This is Rivkin on back. So 4th place on back. It's Spencer, Ryan, Davey, Austin, Caden Fuller. And again, a big shout out to Austin Blair. Kind of used the e-buggy portion as his practice and knocking the rust back off. Unbelievable to see Austin Blair here in a position to potentially directly go to the final. Of course, if he doesn't finish top 6 here, he can still run the LCQ. If he finishes 1st or 2nd there, he's back in the A final. And again, Mayfield beeping and honking, flashing the high beams that Rivkin here. Associated and Techno drivers used to be teammates for many years at Team Associated. Of course, Rivkin stayed put. Mayfield's been on a couple chassis since then, but Mayfield has found a nice home here with the Techno crew, Daniel Lewis, Matt Wolter, and company.
Yeah, a couple Arizona boys battling it out. Ryan Mayfield from Chandler, Arizona. Rivkin from Surprise, Arizona.
Kind of calls it Phoenix, Arizona. He's kind of been around that area, but yes, for sure. Arizona boys, a lot of hobby action DNA right here. Larry Tom's gorgeous racetrack in Chandler, Arizona. So shout out to Larry and LT of the whole crew. Out in front, followed by Lemieux, Lime, Rivkin, Mayfield, Bada. Currently your top 6 in transfer spots. But check out Austin Blair, yellow and white and blue Kyosho car right there behind the green of Bada. That's the race for 6, and you better believe Austin, a veteran in this thing, even if he hasn't raced much these days, it just keeps coming back to you. It's like riding a bike. Camden rolls it over there in the 180. That's going to move Rivkin and Mayfield up a spot. Now Camden Lime sitting in the rocking chair with Bada and Blair coming up from behind.
Van Dalen still hanging on to that 3-second lead, and he's got the hot lap of the race here. See, 32.4 right there. Don't forget Fuller. He had that 31, I think it was a 31.7.
That was a chase mode 31.7. He was getting after it. That was right after the flame up. So I would not doubt here, Sean. Once these guys get a rhythm, everybody getting off the line good, taking care of these tires, I bet you midway through we'll start seeing some 31s built up there.
Yeah, once that track dries out a little bit, get a little heat in these tires right here, I think we'll see a couple 31s right here. But that'll be one to watch here in the main event, too.
No doubt. Giving you your full rundown with 5 down, 25 to go. Seth Van Dalen out front by about 3 seconds. There's a 32.40. New fastest lap. Lemieux second. Here's a big race from 4th on back. It's going to be Mayfield 3rd, Camden Lime 4th, Bada in 5th. Blair moves up to 6th. Rivkin falls down the ladder to 7th, followed by Caden Fuller, all lined up nose to tail. Fuller looks for a position early there, could not get it. But again, you're seeing Lime on back, 4th place, the pink of Lime, the green and yellow of Bada, and Blair in a transfer position in the Kyosho car, of course, with the full A-Main Hobbies Pro Tech package in that 6th spot. Rivkin 7, Fuller 8, Oliveris 9, Spinrad in the 10th spot, Lee Setzer in the 11, Jimmy Fishback 12, Travis Horn 13th, then the Trinari Donato Jr. and Donato running 14th and 15th. But again, keeping our eyes on this Hornet's Nest right here. Mayfield not far out front in the purple and white, but then it's Lime, Bada, and now Blair. You can see 4, 5, 6 in your shot. Rivkin is currently out of a transfer spot in his purple and white, followed by Caden Fuller in the all-white S-Works car. That is 3rd through 8th lined up in a row.
We got action as advertised right here. So coming up after this, we will, at 12:30-ish, go to our junior and our LCQs. Both of those will be 15 minutes. And right around 2 p.m. should be our final 1 hour A-Main now.
Austin Blair getting a lot of love in our chat, man.
Yes,
this is a sentimental pick right here. A lot of you folks remember Austin when he was a young buck. Running a lot of the Southwest circuit here, of course, made a fantastic couple of years there traveling the national circuit. You better believe he's got every ounce of talent still there. It's just knocking that rust back off and getting the reflexes back. He just lost a couple spots, but you better believe he'll be charging back up through. Falls down to 8th. Here is the race for 4th. Camden Lime and Davey Bada. S-Works versus Associated Arizona versus California right here. And this is going to be Adobe Mountain Raceway versus Coyote Hobbies and Raceway.
Yeah, speaking of Coyote Hobbies, they got a watch party going on out there. They got 4 TVs to make one huge one. And you know, Mona and the Coyote Hobbies crew watching back at home, cheering on Davey.
Absolutely. Big Dave Sr. along with the whole crew doing a fantastic job there. It's Van Dalen, Lemieux, Mayfield up front, top 3 pretty much by themselves. Here we come with pit stops, guys. 7:30. We've got 4th, 3rd, and 5th in. Here we all come. A race off pit road. Lime gets out ahead of Bada. Oh, a mistake there from Rivkin. Costly mistake in the berm. Hopefully the car stays running for him, but you see, falls a couple spots down. That's going to move now Caden Fuller up into the 6th spot for the moment. Here comes your leader. Van Dalen ducks on a pit lane to the attention of his crew. There's Sean Van Dalen on the fuel stick. A beautiful pit stop for the Foley, Minnesota native. And you better believe that Sean Van Dalen breathes a sigh of relief on the first pit stop. No problems. I bet you he picked up a little bit of time in the pits as well.
You know what? Sean Van Dalen, poetry in motion there with that fuel gun. That was stylish, dude. They've only done that 100,000 times.
S&S owner, of course, comes out with a lot of nice machine goodies for these Techno RC platforms. So make sure you check out S&S, Sean Van Dalen, his company. You better believe that Seth has all of the cool S&S parts in his car. Make sure you check out his car. He always posts good pictures of stuff. And if you have any questions, make sure you hit up Sean Van Dalen.
So as pit stops are cycling through, we'll give you guys a whole running order right here. It was about a 3.5 second lead for Van Dalen when he came into pit. I do not see a pit stop lap here for Chase Lemieux at the 9-minute marker with 21 to go. We'll be on risky, 10-minute watch here.
This is risky with this track drying out, a little more wheel spin. I'm not sure if this is the move. I know that Billy Fisher has his pit crew definitely in good order, but with all these cars running out over 10 minutes, this is going to be very, very risky. But if anybody can make it happen, I think Chase Lemieux with the tutelage of Dakota and Billy Fisher, he would be the one guy to try here.
Yeah, you know what? They were doing 10:30 yesterday, and you got to be confident in your package right here. So those guys don't seem to be sweating it too hard.
FX Engines, of course, under the hood there for Chase Lemieux, the young man from Wauwatosa, Wisconsin. Of course, the son of on-road racing legend Paul Lemieux and company owner of Motive and Gravity RC. Oh, Spencer having a rough lap right there. Rivkin falling again a couple spots. This has not been the semifinal he was hoping for. See a little trouble there for Donato. He gets back going, but Chase Lemieux is leading now by 1.6 over Van Dalen. Again, Van Dalen has pinned it already, so we're currently watching 10 minutes here for Lemieux. We'll pick up that red and white X-ray car. He should be coming across the start-finish line here. There he is right there. And again, Lemieux ducking into pit lane this time. Here comes Chase. He is playing the 10-minute strategy to the attention of Billy Fisher in the pit lane. And he's down and away. No, not even a drop of sweat off the brow of Billy Fisher. He says, light work, guys. Everybody take a deep breath.
Just another day in the office for old Billy.
Fantastic job right there. So that should cycle Lemieux probably to the second spot. Depends on where he came out in relation to Mayfield. But again, Van Dalen taking the lead back over. Quickest lap of the race, 32.1 from Seth. So like we mentioned, Sean, inching closer to that 31-second threshold. And right now, Seth just in cruise control. He knows this is just another day at the office here. This is not the big show for these guys. They're just trying to run 30 minutes, collect some data before that hour-long final. You got to think with guys like a Van Dalen or a Lemieux or a Mayfield, barring any mechanical problems, these guys should be shoo-ins for the main based on their raw pace. But you still have to make sure that everything is good. All the T's are crossed, the I's are dotted, all the nuts and bolts are tight. So you want to make sure that it's definitely working for you. And it looks like right now Seth's car absolutely working perfectly, the Techno Chassis machine.
So Jonah, who just won the semi-even, win a 55-30-12, right now the top 6 in this, all going faster than Jonah, so this heat bringing some fire.
This one, at least for the moment, has been a little bit of a cleaner race here, Sean. They all got away from each other a little bit better. They've spaced themselves out. Remember, though, that pace will be skewed just a little bit because we still have at least 2 more pit stops.
Absolutely.
So a couple long laps will factor in there, but at this point, Seth Van Dalen out front by now 4 seconds over Chase Lemieux, followed by Mayfield, Botto, Lime, and Caden Fuller, your current 6 transferring. Leach Setzer in the 7, Walker Spinrad in the 8, Julian Spencer, Austin, Jimmy, Travis Hanato, and Donato. Just so you folks are aware, there is one driver playing the 10-minute strategy here to our knowledge, and it is second place Chase Lemieux. Remember, a pit stop around 4 or 5 seconds based on the transfer, based on how fast these drivers get on and off pit road. Currently, the gap between Seth and Chase is 4 seconds. So at this rate, they could come across the line at the end of this 30 minutes in a photo finish.
I'd be fine with that.
I think everybody would be. Oh, trouble out there. Spencer Rivkin really struggling out here in the semifinal. He's all the way down in the 10th spot, and I think he just got passed by both Fishback and Blair. So Spencer may be LCQ bound, and unfortunately for the Associate team, he's definitely been a little bit off since E-Truggy earlier in the week. He's just been battling a little bit uphill. But you better believe, former FMR World Champion, he's won over 10 of these national championships. Spencer's going to get his stuff sorted out for that LCQ if he cannot bump up here.
Yeah, he's not a world champion for no reason, but that car looking a little tough to tame here in this semi-odd. So, we are following along with our leader. Hot lap of the race, 32-1. Still nobody sub 32 seconds. Only one driver so far in our semis has done that, and that was Mason Fuller in the last one. Man, what could have, should have been without that flame out right there. But you know that S-Works is dialed up with those 31-second laps. I got a feeling we'll see. These guys are close. 32-1, hot lap for Van Dalen. 32-1, hot lap for Lemieux. 32-1 for Mayfield. So the dogs are barking right here, and it's coming.
Starting to tighten the ratchet strap 1 or 2 clicks right here as we're at 13:30 down, 16:30 to go. Before the pits open up again, we want to give you the full rundown just so you know where everybody's at. Seth Van Dalen leads Chase by 2.7 seconds, followed by Mayfield 1.7 back of Lemieux. Davey Botta running in 4th, 7 seconds back of Mayfield. Lime is 4.5 seconds back of Botta in that 5th spot. Caden Fuller currently the final transfer position, 1.3 seconds back of Lime, and then it's going to be Lee Setzer 8 seconds back of Caden, the first car out. Then it's going to be Julian 8th, Walker 9th, Fishback 10th, Rivkin, Blair, Horn, Trudarte, that's Nato, and Donato in that order. 14:10 down, 15:50 left to go. Should see pit stops here in a lap or two, Sean.
Yep, we're 45 seconds away from the halfway point, so if you're doing a 7:30 strategy, round 2 of pit stop's going to be cycling through here very, very shortly. Follow along with our leader, got a 2.9 second lead. Lemieux not far back, he should be coming across the line, and now Mayfield only 0.2 back from Lemieux for that 2 spot. So Mayfield with that early race mistake, showing that techno ride with J-Concept tires, it is looking pretty good out there. Got that Protect Samurai power.
Little trouble for your leader over the big quad. He cannot save it.
Lemieux
there
gets
goes
by.
Lemieux and Mayfield by. So Seth down to the 3 spot. And now this is where Sean hops on the headset. Take a deep breath. Everything's all right. Still in a good transfer spot. We are now in halfway. Let's keep an eye on pit lane right here. See if these guys duck in for fuel. Van Dalen coming around. He stays out for 1. Looks like we have cars in. Looks like that was Blair in for fuel.
Oh, he has an issue.
Oh, no, a flame out there in pit lane, so a couple issues there. Lemieux rolling it over there right there in front of Van Dalen, so that should put Ryan Mayfield to the lead. How about Big Mayfield? Already won 2 national championships this week. There is the leader in that pink and white Techno RC chassis. Again, second pit stop's coming up. Lemieux does not have to pit until the 20-minute mark, so he will cycle around to the lead. But here comes Mayfield. He's going to come into pit lane this time, and our Avid RC pit cam in the bottom right of your screen. Mayfield to the attention of Mike Truey. Here comes Van Dalen to the attention of Sean, both with beautiful pit stops. I call that about a draw right there, Mr. Miller.
2 of the best in the business right there in pit lane with these Techno boys. That's no doubt about it.
Tell you what, they are absolutely shaving those tenths and hundredths. You imagine back in the day, again, there were no headsets. There were just fuel bottles. There weren't these high-tech headsets and fuel guns now and fuel sticks. Everything is a race now. Every day's race day in the old FedEx commercial terms. You have to be quick on the pit road, straight entry. Make sure you're pointed at your mechanic, not too far outside of the wall so he can reach up and grab you. Most of these guys grab the car by the front shock tower, slam that thing down on the block, and they shove that fuel in there. Everything is a race, including the pit stops when they're down and quiet.
I love me some good pit stops, man. Your race could be won or lost in those pit stops. So it's a big part of here in Nitro.
Absolutely. Second pit stop's basically completed here. Spencer Rivkin having a little bit of trouble right there, but everything working out. There is your new leader, Chase Lemieux. Will have to pit here in about 3 minutes. He is running the 10-minute strategy. So Lemieux out front by 2 seconds. Van Dalen's job right here is to keep that gap to Chase under 4 seconds. That way when Chase pits, he'll cycle back around. But again, at the end of this thing, barring him running out of fuel, Chase has about a 4-second advantage in hand because he's able to skip that 1 pit stop.
Yeah, Rivkin just struggling here a little bit of this one. He started 4th. He finds himself down in the 9th spot in about 15 seconds out of a transfer as he's battling with Jimmy Fishback for 8th and 9th right here. Spencer's really got to get his head in the game here and turn it around. We still got an eternity left in this one, 12, 1:30 to go.
Yeah, and think about this one, Sean, too. Even if these guys don't bump up through this semi directly, they still want to finish as high as they possibly can here in these semifinals, because that's how the starting grid for the LCQ is going to be set, and you want to start as high as you can. Lemieux making a costly mistake right there in the crossover straight, somehow saved it, but Mayfield will go back to the lead, and again, that'll give Seth Van Dalen a bit of an advantage, because again, Mayfield and Van Dalen both on the extra pit stop strategy, but Chase giving a lot of his lead away right there. Mayfield back up top with 18 down and 12 to go.
Yeah, and if you remember back to Lutz, when he did that, almost an identical rollover in that same section, his car was a DNF after that, just a few laps. So let's hope nothing wrong with that X-ray right there. That was a hard lick right there for Chase Lemieux.
You better believe when this track picks up grip like it is and it turns to asphalt, everything that you do input-wise is that much harder on the servo, that much harder on the steering linkage and on the carb slide and everything else of these moving parts that we will continue to mention. One little thing goes wrong with one of these drivers. We're talking about shoe-ins, quote-unquote, with Mayfield, Lemieux, and Van Dalen. They very well could find themselves in an adverse position running the LCQ later today.
I'm really impressed with Mayfield right there. He had that early race mistake, dropped back to about 9th place, and within just a matter of a pit stop or so, right back to the point, man. Mayfield doing Mayfield-like things right now.
Showing national championship pace for sure, and for good reason. 19 down, 11 to go. Full rundown here will be Mayfield out front of Lemieux by almost 3 seconds. Lemieux leading Van Dalen by 2.5. Van Dalen losing a little bit of pace to the top two. Bada still in the 4th spot, 4 seconds back of Van Dalen. Lime 5 seconds back of Bada in the 5th spot. Caden Fuller is 3 seconds back of Lime in that 6th and final transfer spot. Julian Oliveras has risen up to the 7th spot. First car out of a transfer, 8 seconds back of Fuller, followed by Fishback and Setzer and Rivkin, the top 10. Spinrad, Blair, Hanato Jr., Travis in your top 14. Looks like Donato may be out early, unfortunately, so one of the Trinardis falling out early here with some attrition.
Yeah, and that's a bummer, but the Florida native Oliveras only 7 seconds out of a transfer spot, so he's still keeping his ride in the game right here and giving him a shot here right into the finals. If not, it'll be LCQ bound for him.
There's a reason we're following Chase Lemieux here. He should duck into pit lane this time by for his second and final pit stop. And then we're going to see exactly where Lemieux sorts out in this field. Watching for Lemieux into pit lane. Here he comes into pit lane for what should be his final pit stop, to the attention of Billy Fisher. Up on the board he goes. Smooth like butter. I don't think he got above a dial tone right there. Billy Fisher has done this so many times before. It's just another day at the office for Billy.
Oh, yeah, man. He's done this a couple times here, Jared.
Just a couple. He's raced for the better part of 20, 25 years, and just want to give a shout out to Billy Fisher. It's so nice to see him back at the racetrack here. He was a professional racer for many years, ended up being Joe Bornhorst guy there for a couple years on the S-Works team. Now he's relocated to North Carolina and is working for the Custom Works Dirt Oval team, so it's good to see him still staying in RC. And a big shout out to Tony Stewart, Rob Cutman, and the whole Custom Works crew. You got a good one there in Billy Fisher.
All right, 2/3 of the way through this one here. Give you guys a full running order here. Mayfield 3.8 up on Van Dalen, his Techno teammate. Another 5.7 back to Lemieux. And then Davey Bata having himself a weekend here with that Nitro Buggy running top 4. Candleline 5. Caden Fuller 6. And then Julian Oliveras was 9.5 seconds back. Now only 7.5. So trending in the right direction for Julian. Fishback 8. Rivkin 9. Spinrad from the quarters up here to the semis, still running top 10. That's pretty respectable right there for Spin Daddy. Lee Setzer 11, Blair 12, Trinardi Jr. in the 13, Horn 14, and Donato Trinardi, the younger brother, out of this one here in the 15.
Keeping our eyes peeled on this Mayfield car, because again, pit stops will be happening here in about a lap or two, Sean. It's 8:15 left to go. Mayfield will cross with around 7:45 left to go. Now, if you're the pit man for Mayfield, if you're Mike Drury down there, do you bring him in for that last pit stop this time by, or do you wait one more to try and get a little bit of insurance? Because right now, if you're Mayfield, you've been pushing pretty hard to make up that ground from the early mistake. Do you bring him in, shorten him just a little bit, and just tell him to breathe at the end? I guess we're going to find out here in these next couple of corners.
He's been doing this for so long. I'll just go with whatever he chooses.
Well, he's going to stay out for one more, and it looks like he's going to pit with around 7:10 to go. Almost had a gnarly get-off down there. Mayfield ride him, cowboy down there in that front straightaway, able to bring it back in. No problems there from Mayfield. He's had So many big races here, and no concerns there. There is Julian Oliveras, again, the first car out of the transfer spot. We'll go back to Mayfield here eventually to see if he ducks onto pit road. Again, pit stops getting pretty busy here. A lot of these drivers will be making their last and final pit stops. Here comes Mayfield down the front straightaway. Let's see if he ducks in this time on our Avid RC pit cam. 7:05 left to go. Mayfield is in for fuel. There's Truey, and everybody is down and away. Fantastic pit stop again for Mike Truey. Again, just no problems right there. He knows they're getting ready for an hour-long final. They're going to be getting their full work out of pit stops, won't they, Sean Miller?
No doubt about it. So Mayfield have fuel on board, and he's just got to bring this thing home. He's on a 56:30.26 pace. So Wilson was a 55-lap pace, and Mayfield with fuel on board. That should drop back here just a little bit, as you can see the red line with his pit stop here, and we'll get a little bit better of an idea of what his finishing pace will look like. 56:30.32 right there.
3-second advantage now for Mayfield over Van Dalen. So pit stops at this point, Sean, have been completed. Lemieux will no longer have to pit, but unfortunately, with those couple crashes, gave his advantage away. Still sitting pretty, though, with a 3-second advantage. Here's the thing for Chase, too, is he has about 17 seconds back to sixth place Caden Fuller. If he wanted to, he could come in for a safety splash at the end just to make sure he's got enough left in the tank. So right now, Lemieux, barring any mechanical trouble or a massive meltdown, is in pretty good shape to make the final directly. It's Mayfield, Lemieux, Van Dalen, Botta, Lyman, Fuller at the 24-minute mark and 6 to go. First car out is Julian Oliveras, and the interval is 9 seconds between Caden, the S-Works driver, and Oliveras, the associated driver. From Iowa for Fuller, and from Florida for Oliveras. Spinrad in the 8th spot. Fishback 9th, both the Techno boys there. Setzer is 10th. Panato Jr., Austin Blair, and it looks like Spencer may have had a lap issue that time by. It looks like he hasn't counted for a couple laps here. You wonder, Sean, if Spencer realized he doesn't have the car, want to save some of that equipment, probably just going to mail it in and try for the LCQ later on.
Well, unfortunately, that's just what you got to do here.
And he is a world champion, a former Roar National champion. He's done this before, and I think that's a smart move. If he did, in fact, bring it in, save the equipment, debrief with your team, and give yourself a chance at that last.
I mean, I don't know. You're putting yourself in the back of that LCQ, unfortunately. So I don't know. I'm assuming there's a technical failure right there, because even if you know you're going to the LCQ, you want to be towards the front of that LCQ. You don't want to start back in the Wolf's Den. So I don't know.
You're totally correct, because that 15-minute LCQ, just to mention, that is more like a sprint. This is more like a marathon folks here in this half-hour race. 15 minutes is just one pit stop. So again, there should be a lot less turnover in a shorter race. And that point for Rivkin, you just hope that everything's all good back in the pits there, and he's able to come out and give it one more shot for the LCQ. But at this point, it's Mayfield, Lemieux, Van Dalen, Botta, Fuller, Lime, all right there together. Again, Lime with 14 seconds now in the bank over Julian Oliveras. So the best race on track going to be second and third, Chase and Seth, along with fifth and sixth, Caden and Camden, the S-Works teammates. But again, unless something big happens here to Camden Lime, he has a 14-second advantage over the seventh-place driver, Oliveras.
Yeah, Davey Botta, a very respectable fourth-place spot. He's earned himself a little time here on the live RC cam. But in a minute here, I think we should switch to that battle for the two spot between Chase and Seth. They should be coming up near the line here. Oh, so slightly. They should be coming across. Yep, and they're across the line right now. They're right down in front of pit lane. Working into the bowl turn.
That separation here. They are right on cue. Sam and our camera crew just absolutely on the money, bringing you all the shots. And there they are. The X-Ray driver in the red and white. The Techno driver in the blue, white, and orange car. Seth taking a look up the inside over the back straight wall jump. Again, this is a race more so not just to make the final, but it is for starting position. So I think you're going to see fisticuffs here for second place. Oh, Van Dalen rolls it over, tried to go top shelf off the big bank, couldn't quite do it. Luckily, the engine stays running. And I think by this point, I'm sure that Sean is hopping on the headset saying, hey, just get your third place finish, bring her home. Don't need to do anything crazy here, especially when Chase is in his position there in second spot. Now about 3.5 seconds out front. You got to believe that the old man keeps the young man calm and tame behind the wheel, because Seth is one fiery competitor.
Right here, winding down. Mayfield just 4.4 seconds. So the rest of the field keeping him honest. And, you know, he may have just kind of backed it off here a little bit. And that's called managing the race here a little bit. Save a little bit of the car, save some tires, just stick the arm out the window, roll that sunroof back a little bit, and just kind of bring this on home. Now, if he made a mistake or two, he might have to strap it up, but I think he's doing like what Jet Lawrence would do when he gets out front. It's just manage the race. No sense overdriving the car and making mistakes. So I think Mayfield got a nice little game plan brewing right here.
Absolutely, and I think that Jet Lawrence took a page out of the Ryan Villapoto book. Remember back when in his dominant days, he'd pull out that 6-8 second lead in the first few laps, and when everybody catches up, all he'd have to do is run 90% to hold that gap. So looks like Mayfield doing that right now. Of course, the veteran turning 40 years old next month in September. So when he attends the FMR Worlds, he'll be at the big old 4-0. And he'll certainly be a threat with his Techno RC chassis. Lemieux kind of riding the bike right there through that crossover straight, but with a minute 35 left to go, Ryan Mayfield, no worries out front. We'll eventually turn our eyes back to him. And even before I could spin it out, they were back on it here, putting our eyes on Mayfield to finish out our final minute and a half. Mayfield, Lemieux, Van Dalen, Botta, Fuller, and Lime currently the top six looking to lock themselves into the final directly. Again, Julian Olivares is the first car out, 14 seconds behind Camden Lime. So again, going to take a big issue for Lime. Speaking of, there's Camden Lime rolling to a stop. So Camden having trouble there, may have flamed it out or something went wrong mechanically, and Julian Olivares just got a gift with the bow wrapped on top of it with 29 down and 1 to go.
Cam.
Olivares moves up to the 6th position, and this, I believe, to my knowledge, will be Julian's first Nitro A final here at the Roar Nationals. He's A-main electric races, but usually more of an electric guy. Now he's looking at A-main Nitro Buggy. Julian Olivares, that blue, yellow, and white will eventually turn over to him at some point with 35 seconds left. However, Mayfield getting the job done here, trying to win this thing. Again, started second, had the early mistake with 30 seconds left to go. It is Ryan Mayfield getting it done with 25 seconds left. Lemieux, Botta, Van Dalen, Fuller, and Olivares with 20 seconds on the clock.
What heartbreak right there for the Arizona native. He had a minute 10 to go, and it seemed like the car may have been running as it just went forward right there at the right about where Mayfield is. It just kind of came and rolled to a stop. So that's just tough luck right there for Cam. He was really putting it together here. He was in a nice spot to transfer to the 60-minute A-main final, and, well, Olivares, he won't be complaining about that.
Absolutely. Here comes Julian Olivares as the clock has expired. Julian's going to lock up that 6th and final transfer spot. Mayfield's already finished. Lemieux finished the 2nd. Davey 3rd. Seth 4th. Here we're following Caden Fuller all the way home. He's going to lock into the A-main directly, following his big brother in there. Caden finishes 5th, and Julian Olivares finishing 6th. Ryan Mayfield wins the half-odd final here at the Roar 8-Scale Off-Road Nationals. Huge congratulations to Mayfield. And unofficially looks like he's going to be starting it in 2nd position. Again, based on those paces, we'll let Roar, of course, certify those results. Big congratulations to Ryan Mayfield, your winner here in the semi-odd final here at the Roar 8-Scale Off-Road Nationals, brought to you by J Concepts. Looks like it's going to be Lemieux finishing 2nd. Again, we'll put up our A-Main Hobbies race results screen here in just a moment.
Man, I don't know if you noticed with 3 laps to go, Botta, the only driver to dip into the 31s.
Again, Davey Botta had that 31.6 in qualifying, so you need a hot lap, you go get that. And final results were Mayfield, Lemieux, Botta, Van Dalen, Fuller, and Olivares transferring to the LCQ. We'll go Lee Setzer, Walker Spinrad, Jimmy Fishback, Hanato Tridardi Jr., Camden Lime, Travis Horn, Austin Blair, Spencer Rifkin, and Donato Tridardi. So an awesome job for all those drivers that made it directly. However, LCQ coming up soon. Still a lot of stuff to happen here, folks. 12:30 p.m. Pacific time in about 15 minutes. We'll have our junior final here for Nitro Buggy to crown our first of 2 national champions, then our LCQ, and then our finals. Remember, folks, 12:30 p.m. PST will get restarted, and our current estimated start time for the hour-long final is 2 p.m. PST, as you can see our schedule up here on the screen. Then we're going to take a quick 15-minute pause, run through a couple of promotions. We'll be back here in 15 minutes. Jared Barton, Giant, Sean Miller signing off. See you in 15 minutes at 12:30 p.m. PST.
mankind won't be destroyed. The fact that you and I are working here today is evidence of that.
Folks, hope you're enjoying the coverage of the Roar 8-Scale Fuel Off-Road Nationals. Well, technically is the Off-Road Nationals, but we're all fuel from here on this point out. We are at Sunday Nitro Buggy Mains. We're currently checking in the drivers for our Nitro Junior Final, a 15-minute exhibition race here. It is actually a national championship race for the 15 and under drivers here. So we're going to have a great race here to kind of crown RC's next generation, if you will. So we're glad to have that going for us. Again, you can see our schedule is all the way over to Sunday, and the flames are growing taller on the screen as we get closer to crowning our fourth and final national champion, our hour-long Nitro Buggy Final.
All right, and just a little flashback to earlier in the week. Tuesday's E-Truggy champions are D-Main Brandon Powell, C-Main Benny Kamarian, B-Main Ryan Lutz, and your A-Main Ryan Mayfield having a good weekend out there in the Truggies.
Showing some of our E-Truggy highlights right here, and again, just a fantastic race here. This is A-Main number 3 we're flashing back to. Again, Seth Van Dalen was your TQ, but Ryan Mayfield ended up finding the way by Van Dalen at about the midway point. You can see here just an absolute assembly line up front, and again, Mayfield putting the pressure on from the very start. Tone Van Dalen and Mayfield still two of our top competitors, even with the track being super smooth and brand new back on Tuesday. You could see a couple cars coming together right there over the big wall jump, and they were able to make it all happen. And again, watching that race with Mayfield and Van Dalen getting tighter, Mayfield eventually made the pass around the halfway point and would cruise to his 32nd career Roar National title.
And skipping on over to Wednesday's Nitro Truggy champions, D-Main Bryce Beaver, C-Main Tyler Fenster, your B-Main Dakota Fenn, and A-Main winner Ryan Mayfield winning his 33rd national championship here this weekend.
2 championships in 2 days is never a bad deal, Sean, when you're able to come out on Wednesday and say, well, I've already done a good week's worth of work. And, of course, Mayfield's been very competitive in the buggy divisions. Here you see the very start of the 45-minute final. It, of course, was headed by Ryan Mayfield. And at this point, it was just set and sail, putting it in cruise control. Phelong to win, and Brandon Rose, of course, very competitive as well, but Mayfield really showed it was a 2-horse race with him and Seth Van Dalen, who eventually rose from 4th up to 2nd and gave Mayfield a good run. There was some little bit of controversy at the midway point, both drivers having a little bit of trouble, but eventually Mayfield did end up finding a groove and getting his way back to a 33rd and 2nd consecutive Roar National title. That's his 20th national title since the completed year of 2015. That is the most in that span. Dakota Fenn has 13 in that span, the second most.
Friday's E-Buggy action, D-Main Jacob Haas, C-Main Travis Horn, B-Main Frankie Contreras Jr., and A-Main really got the ball rolling here with this E-Buggy championship. Dakota Fenn taking his 46th national championship in that A-Main, and not without a little bit of chaos going on with that E-Buggy day.
Yes, sir, and that is the aforementioned 13th championship since 2015, and of course we'll keep an eye on this hour-long final. He's been the man. Dakota, in one of our interviews, actually said after A1 really is when his weekend turned around. He has not really been corner-marshal since then. He's been on his mark. That X-Ray chassis with Ultimate Engine, Nitro Lux fuel, and Matrix tires has been hooking, booking, and ripping. You better believe he's going to be the betting favorite for the hour-long final. He locked himself in with TQ Honors and Nitro Buggy, so no semi needed for him. We'll see if he can do it again, or if any of these competitors can try to win their first Roar National titles.
And here we go. Speaking of that chaos, check out these easy ups right here. This was in round 4 of qualifying, our B sort, with Phelong going around on a TQ run right here. A couple of those A-Main banners are easy ups in staging, blowing out on the track. We had to rerun this race, Jared. It was wild. And unfortunately, Setzer and Contreras Jr., who were on a top 3 run right there, that just may have cost him that A-main right there. But like I said, what's a race weekend without a little bit of chaos?
You could see that shot of Royal President Clayton Young on the driver's stand just shaking his head, holding his head in his hands like, oh, no. Luckily, in the rerun here, was again Felong being able to retake the TQ. So, of course, unfortunately, a couple other drivers had some trouble, but the TQ was still able to be decided outright with Felong to win. Taking it in the rerun, he actually beat Mason Fuller's heat number 5 time, because they did run the last heat and then give these guys time to prepare and re-rack, blew another set of tires, charge some more batteries, and get back at it. So Felong did end up taking overall TQ honors on electric buggy. Fend won on a tiebreaker in A-main number 3, but Felong definitely was tough, and he's going to be a big-time threat in this A final for Nitro Buggy. And how about that? Speaking of big races, what's up next, Sean?
Catch all the racing action here on Live RC.
September 26th through October 3rd, the 8-scale IC Off-Road World Championships. Austin, Texas, kind of Hutto, not too far away from Austin. That's the closest airport.
Yeah, you fly into Austin.
Will be coming through, and you better believe it's the track. It's going to be hot in the air temperature there, but the on-track action going to be even hotter, Sean. We will bring you all the action from start to finish September 26th through October 3rd on Live RC. And here we go, warming up our junior Nitro Buggy final. 7 contestants here, Sean. Benny Comerian, Carson Crowell, Chevelle Keats, Colin Beaver, Drake McElroy, Little Mark Naperi, and Mason Montmany going to compete for their first shot at a Roar National title. This is the junior division. 15 and under is the age requirement. And little Benny Comerian's already had a great year in 2026. He's got to be the favorite in this one going in, as he almost made the semifinals in Nitro Buggy. So good stuff here for Benny.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you, J-Dog. He's been ridiculously fast out here this weekend, racing with the best drivers we got in the country. So he'll definitely be one to watch. It'll be just a bit of a sprint here, 15-minute junior final, followed by our LCQ 15-minute. Top 2 will move on to the 60-minute A-main final, and that'll be it. Our top 15 will be set in stone, and that should be coming up right around 2 p.m. PST.
And in true Comerian fashion, not without a little bit of controversy, he's had a couple run-ins on track with drivers and had some mechanical issues. But of course, we love our young Benny all the way from New Jersey, and those watching back on the East Coast know all about the Comerian name lineage. So hope you folks are enjoying the coverage here from Live RC. You can see our at-track announcer Mike Braun has called them down to the starting line here for Nitro Buggy Junior Final, and the starting grid was in fact determined by how these drivers finished out their overall racing in the Nitro Buggy division. So Benny was the highest finishing driver in this division. Of course, he'll get provisional pole honors.
I like that they still do this junior national championship final right here. It's good for these youngsters who are still getting their feet a bit wet. Obviously, rippers, they're here at the Nationals, but let's put the kids and give them a little limelight right here.
Looking for green here at our junior final at the Roar 8-scale Nationals. Here we go, and everybody gets off to the nice clean start. Looks like a little bit of difference of opinion in that first corner. Chevelle goes top shelf, makes a nice early pass for the second position, but it's all Benny Comerian out front. Just wanted to stick in one point here, Sean. This used to be, Roar actually took entry money for the junior divisions. One of the things that they did, again, just to get the kids out here racing, this is a free entry race. If you're 15 years or under, you do not have to pay to enter this race. So pretty cool gesture by Roar, and that definitely encourages the kids participating.
I think that's a good idea. We don't want to make the kids break out the old piggy bank.
Yeah, don't smash that piggy bank with a hammer quite yet. And, of course, all the parents here have a big hand in helping these kids out.
Sure
Unfortunately,
do.
Chevelle just got a little bit of a coercion out of the way there from, I believe that was Colin Beaver moving her out of the way for that second place. So a little bit of associated crime right there. But, again, 15 minutes, a long time for this thing to unfold. And right now, Colin under pressure from Little Mark. Again, good to see Little Mark back out there after a mechanical failure in his quarterfinal race. So Little Mark doing good work out here. Again, him and Colin making a little bit of contact. And there goes, looks like Drake McElroy into the second spot. So these youngsters got the elbows out, the gloves are off, and Benny Comarian is loving it. He's got an early, about a 10-second advantage here, Sean.
Yeah, Benny, barring any major disasters, with the pace he's shown this weekend, this should be pretty much a shoe-in. But you can never count out. Drake McElroy's been looking good. No Prairie, probably. I mean, I had to say, he's probably the youngest driver out here this weekend, if I took a guess. Colin Beaver, you can never count him out. He's really grown in speed. I've known Colin for about the last 10 years. He used to be up at about my waist. Now he's about 6 inches taller than I am.
And unfortunately, as the kids grow and we stay the same, it seems like the weeds grow taller, and we're the ones that are starting to look up more. And I got an interview with Ryan Lutz earlier this weekend, and another scenario where I talked to Brock Champlin early in the year, talked to Lutz now, of course, this weekend. I'm having to look way up to look at Ryan Lutz, the tallest man in RC. And, of course, we're all pretty collectively bummed for Ryan Lutz. He was leading the race going away in his quarterfinal, trying to win, go into the semis, and had looks like we had a steering issue, Sean. I don't know. We didn't get confirmation on what it was, if it was, in fact, a chassis failure or a steering servo failure. But either way, poor Lutz having a little bit of trouble, but you better believe he's turning his attention to Feelong to win and making sure they can try and give Kyosho a chance at this World National title.
Well, Jared, some weekends you're the bug, and some weekends you're the windshield. Unfortunately, for poor Lutz, he was the bug this weekend.
And still a solid weekend overall. You know, Lutz made the I believe it was the Nitro Truck Final. So Lutz definitely had an A-main campaign still. Finished second overall in the B-mains of Electric Buggy. And Nitro Buggy showed some speed, showed some promise, but unfortunately did not have the ability to last mechanically. But again, Ryan Lutz, just a shout out to him. He's just such a great human being, and good to have him still here at the Roar Nationals. We continue to spotlight some of the drivers that are, maybe in their later veteran years, and Lutz definitely a perfect example of people that can still stay on top if you put in the work and are able to, still show off those skills on the racetrack.
Check it out. We got some of the Roar officials out there, volunteer turn marshaling out there. Like I said, man, there's no job too big or too small here. Roar and Clayton and his entire crew, man, they have done such a wonderful job here with Roar over the last few years, and they've really turned this ship back around. I'm proud of those boys, and it's good to be a part of this gig.
Working our way up on the 4-minute mark. Remember, folks, with a 15-minute final, this should just be a one pit stop race. There's your leader, Benny Comarian, I believe the lone Hot Bodies car in the field this weekend. And good to see him back out there still ripping. Of course, they got plenty of spare parts. A lot of drivers, when HB was going through their part shortage, everybody was hoarding and doing some stockpiling. So you better believe that Ophir has got plenty of parts to keep Benny running. And obviously, the car's still pretty competitive, Sean. This thing's still running low 33-second laps. The fastest lap goes to Colin Beaver, 33.02 for Colin Beaver on lap number 7. Backs it up with a 33.9. Drake McElroy running in the third spot. Little Mark, Mason, Carson, and Chevelle. Looks like all drivers still on the lead lap here as we approach the 4:30 mark. 10:30 left to go. Pit stop window opening shortly.
And at the beginning of this race, if you were to ask me who's the one that's going to go up and challenge Benny here for a victory here in the Junior National Championship, my pick would have been Colin. So only 8.9 back right here. And he's going to have to start strapping it up, but these youngsters, they lose concentration here a little bit, get frustrated, and so we'll see if Colin can't reel in your leader a little bit and put a charge up to Benny Comarian.
Well, that's one of the coolest things, too, is this gives the young kids a chance to see what it feels like to have some national A-main pressure, because none of these drivers yet made their way directly to the final. It really takes a lot of work to get there. Benny coming in for a pit stop here at the 5-minute mark, so you got to think Benny doing the 2-stop strategy here. You can see Ophir got him taken care of on the Avid pick him. But this gives the young drivers, a chance to see some of that mental side of this. You got to develop that mental toughness. Because all these drivers, all 7 of these drivers on the track, 6 guys, 1 gal, they all know how to rip. They all know how to get it done. The mental side is over half of this battle. This is really their first test, if you will, on the national stage in an A-main. They get to get some of that exposure to.
With the 15-minute main here, I was actually a bit surprised to see Benny come in at the 5:30 marker right there. So a little bit different strategy. He only had an 8.5-second lead here, so we'll see when Colin comes around what the difference is here. Now it's down to 3.6 right here. So with 9 minutes to go, he does not have enough fuel on board to bring this thing home. He's going to have to come in for a quick splash and go. So it's going to be a little more interesting than maybe I had anticipated early in this race.
Very curious if possibly, in fact, Ophir just said, you know what, go out there and burn up these tires. Let's go see how fast you can go. And sometimes when you're not playing field strategy, you'll see this young man reach that flow state we keep talking about. And this kid can get it done. Obviously, won intermediate at the Wicked Weekend. He was a winner also at the DNC in the sportsman classes. So he definitely gets the job done. But again, we're still watching Colin, second place, only 4 seconds back.
There goes Colin at the bottom of your screen, actually. I think we're following along here with Drake.
Gotcha. That's Drake right there, I believe.
This is Carson.
This is Mason Montmany right here, I do believe. So we're watching Mason here in that 6th spot, the S-Works driver.
We're all over
but Benny
place.
Comarian with 7 now need to go. Remember, Benny will have to make that extra pit stop, so his job right here is to build up that 10, 12-second lead so that extra pit stop won't really matter in the grand scheme of things. But Colin keeping it close. 4 seconds back here as Colin's pit window's opening. We'll keep our eyes peeled to pit lane as the majority of these drivers should be making their pit stops either this lap or the next one. So again, we'll keep our eyes peeled to pit lane. Benny Comarian, your leader, has already pitted though as we approach that.
I got a feeling we're going to have a sighting here from our Avid RC pit cam here shortly.
That thing is getting its workout down there for sure.
The muscle hamster.
Absolutely. And it looks like, of course, Benny's staying out. Action in pit lane though. Here they come in. Again, Colin Beaver trying to keep this gap as close as possible because he's got to make sure he can stay around that 4-second barrier. A pit stop in general terms, depending on, of course, speed of exiting pit road and the speed of your mechanic, can be anywhere from 4 to 6 seconds. So if Colin can keep it knocked down to there, we're going to see a barn burner of a final segment of this race.
I think any of these youngsters would be happy to finish top 3 right here and get themselves a little podium finish here at the Junior National Championship. That'd be awesome.
We got a lot of young kids tuning into the chat here for our junior final. We've got RC Amigos clarifying that Chevelle is 14, 15 in March. AJ Rodriguez says, I'm 13. Hegemeyer says, yes, and I'm 15. I feel awfully old after reading that now because I'm 29 and Sean, I believe you're, I don't know if you've eclipsed 40 yet, but you're getting pretty close, huh, brother?
42 years young, baby.
42 years old. So, unfortunately, the young kids are definitely going to be saying, well, these guys are chopped up here. 6:10 left to go. Benny Comarian, Colin Beaver, Carson Corral, your top 3. Again, an 8-second advantage here for Benny and Colin. They're both level on pit stops. Both have made one, but Benny's going to have to make an extra one. He pitted at the 5-minute mark. Definitely can't go 10 minutes on a tank of fuel. So, we're going to watch this interval. If Colin can keep it down to that 5-second barrier or so, we may see a lead change on the final exchange of pit stops.
Yeah, and you know what? Just going back to the 42 years old that I am, if you ask a 75-year-old, I'm still young. You ask a 15-year-old, well, I'm old.
You know, brother, age is purely a number. And if we're out here enjoying ourselves, I really feel like if we're still able to do the things we love to do, age purely is just a number. Age is not a number in this, though. You got to be 15 or younger to run this Junior Nitro Buggy final. And right now, Benny Comarian doing good work. 8.5-second advantage out in front. Colin Beaver running second. Carson in the 3rd spot. There is your leader working through the center crossover straight. We should see him duck in for pit lane either this lap or the next one, so we'll keep our eyes peeled right here over the final jump. Here he comes in for his final pit stop to the attention of his father, Ophir. The Voorhees Township, New Jersey native comes in for his last pit stop. Old school with the fuel bottle, too. No fuel stick there for Benny, and did not need it either. So it's going to be Benny out front here. It looks like he will hold the lead. We'll watch and see it come around, but I do believe that Benny just held the lead on that exchange of pit stops.
He did, and then there's a lapper behind him, and then that 3rd car, that is Colin Beaver. So this ain't over yet. 4:45 to go. 1 turn marshal for Benny, and we would have ourselves a race here to the checkered flag.
Absolutely. Just to clarify, Colin Beaver's all set for fuel. He should not need another pit stop. What's the interval going to be when they come back around? Benny's out lap 39.1. Watching for Colin Beaver this time, 33.9. There's the gap, Sean. 2.8 seconds. It's a heads-up race here with the final 4:15. Give us the full rundown while we're waiting here.
Yep, we got Comarian, and then the local boy, Colin Beaver, with that associated in that number 2 spot. Drake McElroy in the 3, Crowell in the 4, Nopiri 5, Montany in the 6, and Chevelle in the 7. Oh, we got a little chaos in front of our leaders. This looks like some lap traffic here. So there goes our leader across the line. There's Benny, and then second place coming up shortly. Still going to be right around 3 seconds. 33.9 for Benny. 34.5 right there. So he gets about another second plus back here just on that last lap alone.
Yeah, 6/10 that he took that lap, and that's a big, big insurance lap. You got to figure that tank is a little bit fat up front. Those first couple laps, you just want to try and get some heat back in that engine. You want to try and make sure that thing doesn't load up with fuel. So right now you can see Quarter Marshal, that was Bryce Beaver waving on his son Colin, and you got to love the enthusiasm right there. I believe that was Bryce, unless he was pitting himself.
Bryce got to be in pit lane, you would imagine.
You would imagine, but either way, you know Colin's got a lot of supporters.
He sure does.
The gap's coming down, 34.1 to a 33.3, 2.7 seconds between our two junior final contestants. McElroy's fallen 36 seconds back, so it is these two to settle it, Sean, with 12 down and 3 to go. Comarian and Beaver in the same frame now. As you can see, Benny and Colin, HB and Team Associated drivers, both couple of young, fresh faces here in the hobby, and Colin is out, folks. Benny, Colin, Drake, Mark, Mason, Carson, Chevelle. 2:35 left to go. The gap is 2.1 seconds. He takes 6 more tenths of a second here with 2:30 left to go. And again, they're in the same camera shot. You saw Benny go over the big quad. Here comes again Colin, a nice clean quad over the wall, jump down the back straightaway. It's getting tight here at the end, Sean Miller.
Yeah, the battle for third. Final piece of hardware on the line right here. McElroy 2 tenths up on Nopiri. Nopiri, another 1 point and up on Mason right here. So we got a battle for that third and final spot here in our Junior National Championship 15-minute finale.
2 minutes left to go. Benny and Colin separated by 2.1 seconds. Now you got to think it's win or lose time if you are Colin Beaver. Benny makes a little bobble over the quad. Colin nice and clean. This is the race right here. Colin knocks the inside board right there, going over the wall jump. So again, couple bobbles kind of evens it back out. Minute 40 left to go to crown your junior Nitro Buggy National Champion. Again, 15 and under is the age threshold. 33.7 for Comarian, 34.6 for Beaver. Beaver a little bit of a cattywampus landing on the front straightaway. Comarian doing everything he can to just solidify this A-main victory and bring a big trophy back home to New Jersey. Here they come over the quad. Double that time for Comarian. Probably trying to lay up a little bit short here. Colin cannot do that. He has to try and go get him right now with a minute 15 to go. Should be 2, maybe 3 laps left, depending on how fast they go these last couple. Benny's going to cross with 1:05 left to go. Likely 2 laps to go here for your leader and second place Beaver. 14 down, 1 to go. It's going to be Drake in that third spot, leading Carson by 3 seconds for that final podium spot, followed by Little Mark, Chevelle, and Mason. But we're not turning our eyes away from this race for the win. Benny Comarian, little get off there in the quad, but he saved it. Again, 45 to go. Colin with a big mistake off the quad. He saved it again. Again, it's time to empty the tank. Nothing left to lose. White flag is coming out for our junior Nitro Buggy National Championship final. Benny Comarian takes the flag first with 30 seconds to go. Colin Beaver still 2.6 seconds back. That is just one mistake, folks. Benny cannot make a mistake here on this last lap. Colin will be all over him. Through the center straightaway again, around the dot corner, coming to the table and the quad. Benny going to go double once again, nice and clean. HB racing, the lone HB car right here, and I believe the lone New Jersey driver making his way out here with 5 seconds to go over the valley jump and one more run down the front straightaway. Junior National Buggy Champion Benny Comarian wins it for HB Racing. Colin Beaver going to bring it home, a hard-fought second. He's going to finish 6.8 seconds in the rearview mirror. Drake McElroy trying to bring it around for that third and final spot. He will do it, followed by Carson Corral, Little Mark Naperi. Chevelle Keats will finish up in the 6th spot. Mason Montmany experiencing some trouble at lap number 22. Waiting for Little Mark and Chevelle both to finish. I believe a little bit of trouble for Little Mark. So this should give Chevelle that 5th spot. Here she comes. Yes, Chevelle for 5th, Little Mark 6th, and Mason Montmany 7th. Benny Comarian is a junior Nitro Buggy National Champion here at the Raw 8 Scale Offer Nationals. We'll steal word with him on our one-up race report and Sean Miller.
National championship here on a main Sunday in Nitro. Buggy, how's this feel to get that junior championship under the belt?
This feels very good. I wanted this win for a very long time. Like last year, I had bad luck, and the year before, I just wasn't fast. But this year, I put the work and won. But I would only say thank you to my dad and everyone else who supports me and helped me.
Awesome. Congratulations. You started on the pole. You never looked back. You put in some solid laps. I was a little curious to see that you guys ran a 2 pit stop strategy. I think you know or realized you had the speed and you just wanted to make sure you had enough fuel on board. Just talk us through the race a little bit and how your nerves were maybe spiking towards the end.
The beginning, I was dialed. Everybody went into each other, and I just tried to stay alone, no mistakes, and just try going away. And then I came in 2 times because I had a good lead, and I just wanted to be sure that I wouldn't flame out or anything. But I can't say at the end, Colin Beaver had me pushing hard and making some mistakes.
Congratulations, Benny. You are the junior national championship out here this year. Good job. All right, runner-up here, Colin. You took a swing at it. You were looking pretty good on there in the end, and then you made a little mistake there through the carousel on those dots right there. Just walk us through your race here a little bit.
My race was good. Car was pretty dialed, and then just my start wasn't great. Allowed him to get away, and then just couldn't work through lap traffic a lot better. The JC tires were pretty good. Car was great, and yeah, I almost had him.
And, you know, just for the viewers watching online, I've known you since you were about 6 years old, almost a decade now. And now you're out here, you're racing at the Nationals. Yeah, you probably kick my butt nowadays out there, man. It's really been quite a unique experience to see your progression from young man, you know, from a child to a young man now. And that's just really cool to see out here. Runner-up still got to feel pretty good, you know. And would you like to give a shout-out to any of your sponsors before we get you out of here?
Team Associated, J Concept, Shell, Flashpoint, anybody else, and I got a trophy.
Congratulations, brother. Go celebrate with Dad. All right. And, well, that was not an easy battle to finish on that podium. And check out this piece of hardware. That is gorgeous. Little Mark No Prairie and Carson were keeping you honest. It went down to the last few laps out there. Talk us through your race for that final battle for the final podium.
Race was pretty good. The car felt good all weekend. Just didn't really have the pace. Had some good consistency earlier on in the weekend, but glad I was able to do it in the end.
Yeah, man, that's awesome. It's always good to have that battle for third. You were right there. Carson was holding on to it. Little Mark No Prairie exited the stand early. You put your head down and you got it done. I see this shirt full of sponsors. Why don't you give them a shout-out?
RC Discharger, Hobby Wing, The Den, Auburn, and thanks for the help from Team Associated and J Concept.
All right, guys. Well, thanks. That is my top 3 for the Junior National Championship at the 2026 Roar Guanesco Off-Road Nats.
Thanks, Sean. Appreciate that very much. Of course, fantastic job from all of our Junior Nitro Bug competitors. Penny Kamarian, a well-deserved victory. Colin Beaver, I tell you what, man, he made him earn it all the way to the finish. So great racing right there. You can see we're doing just a little bit of track prep, putting some water down before our last chance qualifier here for 1/8 Nitro Buggy. Again, drivers have the chance to put themselves in if they can finish first or second in this race. On the pole, this one's going to be Ethan Mechanic. And again, Mechanic, one of the drivers from Pennsylvania, located in Shippensburg, X-Ray Chassis, FX Engines, and J Concepts Tires. Lee Setts are going to roll off in the second spot from Winchester, Virginia, originally from Florida. Sparco, Protec, Drake, Power, and J Concepts Tires. Starting in the third spot, of course, one of the legends of this hobby from Huntington Beach, California. Going to be running the Mayako car with Invisible Speed on board, along with Alpha and Nitro Pro Power and Hot Race tires. In the fourth spot, we'll have Fee Long Nguyen, one of the stars of the weekend. TQD Buggy lost on the tiebreaker from Abita Springs, Louisiana. Kyosho Chassis, OS Drake, and Sidewinder Power on J Concepts Tires. In the fifth spot, from Agua Dulce, California, on the Techno Chassis, Protec, and Drake Power, and Pro Motion Tires, it's Walker Spinrad. In the sixth position, we're going to have another certified ripper right here from Rancho Cucamonga, California. Techno ProTech MKS Power on TZO tires. That is Jimmy Fishback the fourth. Starting in the 7th position, one of the two Tridardis right here going to be rolling off in P7. It's going to be the second generation of Hanato. It's going to be from Miami, Florida, Associated Chassis, Reds and Reedy Power, J Concepts tires. That is Hanato Tridardi Jr. Starting in the 8th position now, again bumping up a couple different times this weekend, from Moreno Valley, California on a Techno chassis, OS Drake Flashpoint Power on Pro Motion tires. That is Carlos Arredondo Jr. In the 9th position, going to be driving the Team Associated chassis, of course. Got to watch out for him all weekend long. OS Drake Reedy Power on J Concepts tires from Santa Clarita, California, Tyler Fenster. In the 10th position, from Mansfield, Ohio, coming all the way from the East Coast on a Mugen chassis, ProTech VP Fuel, AMR Engines Power on ProMotion tires, Spencer Heckert. In the 11th spot, unfortunately had a transfer position in his hand, but had a mechanical failure late, from Surprise, Arizona on the S-Works chassis, Ultimate Nitro Lux Power on ProMotion tires, and it's Camden Lime. In the 12th spot on a Mugen chassis, ProTech Flashpoint and Drake Power on J Concepts tires from Upland, California, Travis Horn. In the 13th position, from Hercules, California, Associated Chassis, Ultimate Nitro Lux Power on Hot Race tires. That is the Tank Jaden 2. Starting in the 14th position on a Kyosho chassis, ProTech fully outfitted on that car on J Concepts tires from San Francisco, California, Austin Blair. In the 15th position, former IFMAR World Champion and a multiple-time Roar National Champion, of course on his Associated chassis, with Reds, VP, and Savox Power on J Concepts tires from Phoenix, Arizona, Spencer Rivkin. In the 16th position on the Mugen chassis, OS Flashpoint Power and J Concepts tires, of course, with his own AD4 engine line from Calamasa, California. Please welcome 16th place qualifier, Adam Drake. In the 17th position on the Team Associated chassis, ProTech Reedy Power on Hot Race tires from Highland, Michigan. Starting all the way down in 17th, it is Aiden Horn. That is your A-Main Hobbies grid lineup for your last chance qualifier here at the Roar 8-Scale Off-Road Nationals. 15 minutes to settle it all. Win or lose, finish first or second, you move on. If you finish third through 17th, better luck next time, but unfortunately you're going to have to spectate the hour-long final coming up here in just a few moments. Sean Miller, welcome back. Great interviews with the junior division. And now, man, this is what we've been waiting for the last two shows of the day. The LCQ, then we'll take a short break for track and car prep, go to our hour-long final. Are you ready for it, brother?
Born ready, J-Dog. We were born ready. I live for races like this we got brewing up right here. Emac, Setzer, Cav, Felong, and the Spin Daddy. They're going to be the one to watch right here. Starting out front, a huge advantage. And look all the way down in that 15th spot. Rivkin, he's going to have some work to do. Camden Lime also another one to watch. He'll be starting in the 11th spot. I don't know, J-Dog. Who you going with here? Moving on.
I'm telling you what, this is going to be a toss-up. In my opinion, you got to go with the incumbents on speed. I think at this point, you're throwing the 10-minute fuel strategy out the window, Sean. I think that you have to go with Felong to win. I think you have to shoe him in there. This second position is going to be largely in doubt. I feel there's two drivers I'm looking at that are starting outside the single-digit positions. I'm looking at 10th place Spencer Heckert, the Mugen driver, not even on a contract yet with Mugen. Doing it all on his own here with the help of his grandfather. Of course, has plenty of help from Adam Drake over there, but he has made all three shows already this weekend. He can do it here for the fourth time in all four divisions. And I'm also looking at the guy who had a transfer spot stolen from his cold, dead grasp there in the final minute. Camden Lime starting in 11th place. I think it's going to be, I think you put Felong in there. I think you have to, barring any mechanicals, but I think it's going to be an all-out battle for that second transfer spot. I would not be surprised if it's either Heckert or Lime that claims that second and final bump.
Yeah, jump on in the chat, guys. Let us know who you're rooting for. Moving on to the 60-minute A-Main event. I want to see what's the RC world, who they going with.
Because remember, there's a lot of EMAC fans out there, and I'm one myself. I'm a big Ethan Mechanic proponent. I just feel with Felong to win, having those troubles, along with Heckert and Lime, who have shown a little bit more raw pace, those are going to be the guys. You know who my dark horse is for this one, brother?
Ooh, let's hear it.
Austin Blair.
I like it.
He put up a 9 and a 12 in his qualifying runs. He was right there, actually in a transfer position at one point in his semifinal. He's the dark horse. I say my shoe in here is Fee. It's going to be a great battle between Hector and Lime. I think that Austin Blair is your surprise driver here. Rivkin, he's going to have to show us something here because he definitely struggled in that semi. You better believe that the wrenches and tires were flying in the pits before this race got underway.
No doubt about it. The elbows are going to be out here. I think the Roar officials are going to have their hands full here in the 17 car to transferring on LCQ.
You best believe that. And, of course, we have Clayton Young, our president race director. He fires off the start, but he also goes up on the driver's stand and plays referee for these races. So, again, a lot of the things that people have made comments about is why does Roar not have a referee? Why is nobody calling those cut track moments or rough driving moments? Well, Clayton Young heard your voice. He is now up on the driver's stand. He's standing out there in the 95-degree heat all day long. He is helping you racers have the cleanest and fairest chance possible to make the final.
All right, minute 15 left here in our warm-up. We'll see mechanics out on the track here shortly.
Oh, this is going to be good, brother. Again, you're waiting for some check-ins. I'm waiting for Hanato Trudardi. Looks like Blair Rivkin and Horn have not made it. Again, we have not gotten any update on Aiden Horn yet. I hope he's all right. We've heard a little rumblings of maybe a little track funk going around, and hoping that Aiden's all right. Of course, we'll hit him up after everything's over and make sure he's okay. But at this point, I'm sure if he's able to, he's watching on Live RC and wishing that he was here.
Yeah, that's a bummer too, man. He's actually been putting in the time with these A-scale cars, and it's showing. He's looked really good out here this weekend. Bummer for Aiden not to be able to race today.
For sure, he's had a good weekend in the truck divisions and made the triple mains in E-Buggy, and I think he would have been a really big threat in his semi. So, of course, just a bummer that we don't see him out there. Again, we're waiting for Austin Blair. I hope that he doesn't make a liar out of me, and I hope that he's actually out there getting prepared. But
I'm looking for his car. I don't see it.
If I were Blair, I'd still be very pleased with how this weekend has went. And you know what? If he wants to mail it in and say, you know what, I had my fun, I'll try again next time, I would not disrespect that decision whatsoever.
Yeah, he may just be out there pitting for one of the boys or something, you know. He's obviously not taking it too serious and just having some fun, and it was cool to see him go out there and rip. And guess what? He still got it, Jay. He still got it.
Oh, he still got it. And we knew that as the weekend started. We said, yeah, he didn't run the full weekend of E-Buggy, but that was his practice session, if you will. Showed every bit of raw pace. And like a couple of our drivers said when we interviewed him earlier, it's not about the speed. The speed's always there. It's just the consistency and the repetition that gets you into these dialed-in moments for these national title events. Well, here we go, Sean. It's going to be Ethan Mechanic starting it off on the pole. Looks like Donato Trudardi has jumped in here late as well. He's going to be at the tail end of the field, but it's going to be Mechanic on pole. Lee Setzer in second. Those two have had their differences. There's been a couple of clashes there between Mechanic and Setzer, not just at LCRC, but down at Adrenaline as well. I wonder if you'll see any drama here, especially if they're battling for a bump spot later. Ryan Cavallari will be starting in third, the world champ, of course. Felong to win in the fourth spot. Walker Spinrad 5. Jimmy Fishback in the sixth spot. Hanato Jr. in the 7. Arredondo in the 8th spot. Fenster, Heckert, Lime, Horn 2. Looks like maybe no Blair. We're waiting for car 14. Either way, he can still get out here if he wants to. Then Rivkin, Drake, Horn if he's here, and Trudardi. So look, possibly 16 cars participate here, Sean.
I don't mind a little drama on the track. I just don't like it online. But on the track, I'm all for it.
I absolutely agree, brother. Well, this is looking great. You can see we're all spread out around this track. Mechanics filling those cars up, getting the final checks in. Again, Clayton Young rolls down the grid, making sure everybody is ready to go here for this last chance qualifier. This is your last opportunity if you want to race that hour-long final coming up. Again, folks, the tentative start time for our hour-long final is 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, so make sure you adjust your time zones. Don't miss it. 3 p.m. Mountain Time, 4 p.m. Central Time, 5 p.m. Eastern Time is our tentative start. Fuel them up, pitmen and cars. Are going to be up in the air, getting cleared out. Clayton Young has the hands up. He says we're ready for the LCQ at the Roar 8 Scale Off-Road Nationals presented by J Concepts. We are looking for green in the LCQ. 15 minutes in distance.
Down and quiet.
And here we go. Ethan Mechanic gets a great start off the line. Setzer had to double set the corner just a little bit. Mechanic gets off the line in perfect shape here with his X-Ray chassis. And here they come. The hounds have been released, Sean Miller.
Oh, boy, and we got some chaos going through that front rhythm section. And a little mistake right there for Ethan. So is that going to be Donato now taking over that race? Nope. That doesn't look right to me. Oh, they'll get that fixed up. So that might be Setzer now taking over the race lead. Mechanic down to the 2 and Cavallari now 3.
Mechanic still holds the lead right here. He was able to stay in front, so it is Setzer, Cavallari, and still Filong, your top 4 right here. Remember, all you folks watching at home, only 2 cars bump from this LCQ. First and second get the honors of making the trip, the final here coming up shortly. If you finish third, well, you don't really get anything. You just got the pat on the back saying good job. Close but no cigar. Currently, Ryan Cavallari would be in that unlucky position to earn those honors or dishonors, if you will. But right now, it's Mechanic and Setzer. Once again, 2 old buddies, if you will, going at it back-to-back, belly-to-belly. Here they come over the valley jump and across the start-finish line for now the second full lap around the start-finish line. It's Mechanic, followed by Setzer, Cavallari, Filong, Jimmy Fishback, your top 5, Spinrad, Arredondo, your top 7. Oh,
doing
no,
the right
big
thing
trouble there for both Setzer and Mechanic, and again, they come together battling for the lead, and that is going to be unpopular if they can't make their way back. And there's the world champ, Ryan Cavallari, against all odds out in front.
Well, Setzer did the right thing. At that point, when you blast somebody, it wasn't on purpose. Of course, they wanted to work together and drive away from the field right here. The only thing you can do at that point is stop and let that car get back in front of you, and that's exactly what he did. That's not going to fix it or make Ethan any happier, but that was a respectful thing to do.
I was going to say, there's nothing you could tell Ethan after this race that says that wasn't intentional. Those two have had their run-ins in the past, but when you're racing this close and only 2 cars transfer, that's unfortunately what happens, and it wasn't like they were all by themselves. You have, again, 15 other drivers behind you lined up waiting to pounce. Right now, Cavallari and Filong out in front, and there is Jimmy Fishback trying to make back-to-back Nitro mains here this weekend at the Roar 8 Scale Off-Road Nationals. This young man has been getting the job done from Rancho Cucamonga, California.
Yep, and not far behind him is going to be Arredondo, Lime, Spinrad, Rivkin, Setzer, Horn, and Drake. That's my top 10 with Emac down to the 11, Peckert 12, Fenster, Todardi Jr., and 2. Rounding out my full field right here. So
Arredondo from the quarterfinal. He's got a chance to make the final. This is, again, why people love Nitro races and why they love playing the bump game, climb the ladder. Carlos Arredondo was probably down in the dumps when he missed that last semifinal spot. Now he is only a couple spots away from transferring to the final. It's Fee, Ryan, Jimmy, Carlos. As we looked away here, Fee has gotten around Cavallari, but I think that was only a matter of time. Fee has just had more pure pace. But
let's go to that battle. It looks like Fee taking over the race lead now. Cavallari in the number 2 and Fishback all over him right here. So Fee, Cavallari, Fishback, and Arredondo not far back right here.
See, we're following Camden Lime. This is going to be from 5th place on back. And again, leader Filong last time, 32.5 there for Filong. There is 2nd and 3rd. Again, Cavallari and Fishback. Now Jimmy in a prime position. Cavallari has had a little bit of lack of pace. Spins out in the berm right there. So again, Jimmy Fishback now with a chance to make his first hour-long buggy final. And how big would this be for him and his crew? Coming over from the Team Losi Racing team, he has reached a whole new level with this Techno team, Sean.
He absolutely have, and that was a textbook slide job right there. Cav just went a little bit high, and I believe the motocross background for Jimmy Fishback came in. He just pivoted underneath Cav and just blocked him on the way out right there. That was textbook.
Motocross, like a little block pass there. You see Cav trying to get the drive, but stuck that rear bumper right in front, said no sirree. Right now it's Filong out front in the Cody King livery. Little bit of a mistake there for Jimmy going through the dot corner. He still holds 2nd over Cavallari. That's what we're following right now. Followed by Arredondo in the 4th spot. Lime 5th, Rivkin 6th, Spinrad, Drake, Mechanic, Fenster, your top 10. Then it's Setzer, Heckert, Horn, Hanato Jr. 2, and Donato. Busy out there, Sean. We have 16 cars out there ripping it right here. And again, 2nd and 3rd is who we're watching. Jimmy would make it. Cavallari would not if it were to finish right here. And there's Filong just taking care of business as usual.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race for Filong, starting to stretch it out to about 2.5 seconds now. Let's keep that battle on the number 2 spot between Fishback and Cavallari. They are separated by a half second right here. We're only taking 2 right here.
That was a nice inside pass from Spencer Rivkin there to get up to 5th. We just wanted to shove that in before we switch camera angles. So Spencer coming from the very bottom of this field from 15th up to 5th. You know he's going to be charging. He wants one of those transfer spots, but currently this is the race right here. Fishback and Lutz with 9:45 left to go. Pit stop's coming here in about 2 minutes, and we're going to see who exactly's got what. There is no fuel strategy here, Sean. One pit stop and go to work. Cavallari moves to second over the quad. Fishback ducks right back in line.
Man, Cavallari rolling back the clock right here, and Fishback, man, look at, he was drafting down that Talladega turn.
Trouble for Trudardi down there in the valley jump. Watch out, Ophir.
Who was that?
That was Donato having problems there, so he's going to try and safely bring it back across the line. You know Mike Braun will delete that lap if it registered. Long 32-1 last time by. He says, see you boys later. Right now it's Cavallari and Fishback, the battle we have our eyes on here. Over the table quad with 6 down, 9 to go. Rivkin up to 4th, Camden Lime 5, Walker Spinrad 6. Trouble there for Cavallari, and it looks like Heckert had a mechanical issue, so Fishback will move back into the 2. That was a case of second and third running into a stopped car, and now Camden Lime is trying to continue his comeback drive. He had a semifinal berth right there in his hands, Sean, and it was clutched, and it was stolen from him with a minute to go with a mechanical failure. 3rd and 4th in frame right here, just in front. Will be Fishback a couple corners in front. There's Rivkin now jumping into 3rd place as we didn't have our eyes on him. So this is actually 4th and 5th here, Sean Miller. Spencer Rivkin, I think we wrote him off a little bit too early. He's going to be in this thing to the end.
Yeah, he's never going to give up, and that's just the fighting spirit right there with the Rivkin Racing team right there. I know Ronnie's down there with the rally towel out cheering on his boy. You remember, he started in the 15th spot.
Up to 3rd, by far the hard charger. We're going to keep our eyes peeled to our leaders going into pit lane, either this lap or the next one. 7 down, 8 to go. Long, of course, in the Cody King livery, the red, green, blue. And we're again watching out for your leader. This is Rivkin in the 3rd spot, 7 seconds off of the lead pace. Right now it's Long and Jimmy Fishback, the current 2 leaders. Rivkin 3, Lime, Cavallari, your top 5. Here is your lead group. Will they come in this lap or the next one? Fee stays out. Jimmy stays out for one more. So they're going to try and stretch it just a little bit further on this first tank. You know if they're battling at the end, they want that extra lap of fuel insurance, Sean.
Yeah, and that last time by the loop for your leader, 37.4, I got a feeling that was his pit stop lap.
So that was the pit lap for Long. We did not quite catch that for you. Sorry, folks. But either way, we're going to have Jimmy Fishback just 9/10 back. Again, Jimmy yet to pit, but he's still going to stay in front of Rivkin, Cavallari, and Lime. But Long at this point, if the pit stop has in fact been completed, all he's got to do is focus forward here. Here he comes down the front straight for one more pass. 32.4. Here comes Fishback in for fuel. It's going to be Jimmy and Spencer ducking in here at the 8-minute mark. 7 to go.
Man, Rivkin reeling in these leaders like a striped bass right here. This is pretty epic to watch right here. What a drive out of Rivkin. Let's see, can he finish this off here? Got some work to do, but we got plenty of time, still 6:45 to go. We're in a sprint here, but there's still plenty of time for Rivkin to get it done. Jimmy's going to have the drive of his life here.
Mechanic Bell's out of the way for that top spot there, Long. So 11th place goes one lap down. Next up is Lee Setzer. So again, Setzer and Mechanic finding themselves together again. You got to feel there's likely going to be a little bit of hurt feelings on both those guys after the race. I'm certain that Lee did not mean to do that. He would not do that in that position, but that's not going to make Ethan feel much better.
Nope, there ain't a word on this planet that can make him feel any better right here, so it just is what it is at this point.
Absolutely. There you see those two together, 2 old buddies, and Setzer will get around Mechanic, and there's Travis getting a spot there on Mechanic, so that's going to be 10th through 12th right there. Long, 32 flat last time by, 9 down, 6 to go. After pit stops have cycled, it's Fee, Jimmy, Spencer, Rivkin right now separated by half a second. Let's get our eyes back onto that second place race. There they are just behind this race we're following. Again, it's Fishback and Rivkin battling for the final transfer. Again, it's going to be Cavallari 4, Lime 5, and there we go, picking up your race for the second and final bump spot. Fishback a little hog wild over that last quad jump, and he's able to save it, but Rivkin is going to make him earn this. If Fishback wants it, he's going to have to put in 5.5 of the best laps of his life right here, Sean.
Yep, and if you notice that little red and yellow flash right behind this battle, 3.3 seconds back, that is Cavallari. He's not throwing in the towel yet. He hoping these guys get to battling, get a little naughty, and he will be the beneficiary of that.
Check this out, Sean. You see 2 different driving styles. Jimmy trying to go as fast as he can to get away. Spencer looks like Jaws right now, just sitting back there, lurking, waiting for a position to open up. You can tell Jimmy is driving for all he's worth. Spencer is sitting back there and cruising. He's been here so many times before. You're not a 2-time FMR World Champion. for no reason. And Spencer Rivkin can see that Jimmy is struggling a little bit with his car. It's getting a little bit edgy on the Techno chassis on TZO tires. Of course, the associated platform on J Concepts tires for Rivkin. They're going to be coming into traffic, but right now Rivkin just stalking his prey with 4.5 minutes left to go.
Yeah, this is brewing up to be a good one, as expected.
No worries for this guy. 9 seconds out in front. Fee Long in cruise control. As long as he doesn't have another flame out, we're going to be seeing Fee Long taking a well-deserved spot in that A final. I'm sure he didn't want to do it through the LCQ, but hey, at least you get there. And in an hour-long final, I think you can start way down there and still work your way up.
Yeah, Fee Long looking good, man. He had that heartbreak. He was looking good in the semi. Had a little mechanical issue, and, well, LCQ it was for him, and it looks like he's going to be able to get it done here with just under 4 minutes to go. He's got a 10-second lead, but Fishback and Rivkin still separated by 0.2 of a second. They should be just working in the screen on the right side of the track now. So hopefully we can find that battle. Bam, right on cue. Rivkin going to get a little wonky. Cavallari only 3 seconds back now, so he's made up a half second on these guys. But, man, Fishback, I'm impressed with this drive right here. He is as cold as ice right here, trying to hang on to it. And it looks like, is that Mechanic and Setzer right behind this lead battle? So they got the best view in the house.
Yeah, that's Horn and Mechanic, I do believe, and then Setzer a couple spots back. But yes, definitely a great race going on for this second place bump spot here. Jimmy Fishback has not faltered yet, but Rivkin shows him the inside wheel. You just never know when Spencer tries to make his move. Is he sitting back there and waiting for something to happen, or do you think now with 3 minutes to go that Spencer says, all right, it's time to go? Oh, contact over that berm corner. They both come together.
Here comes Cav.
And Cavallari right there behind now. Spencer goes to 2, Fishback to 3, Cavallari 4. Check this out, Sean Miller.
It's like I had a crystal ball or something. I knew as aggressive as second and third were, that was going to allow Cavallari back it. And right on cue a couple laps later, they rolled the dice. I think Rivkin knew that Cavallari was catching him, and he had to make a move and get on by.
Absolutely. 2:30 left to go here. Fee, Spencer, and now Ryan Cavallari, 1, 2, 3. So Rivkin into the 2 spot. Cavallari still the odd man out here. He still needs to find a way back by Rivkin. And again, Ryan Cavallari yet to show the raw pace with his Mayako car this weekend, but he's still in this mix, driving a very veteran-like race. Again, you never know what can happen up front with the top 2, and Cavallari just 1 second back of Rivkin here. As we're coming to our final 13 minutes, 2 to go, Sean Miller, give us the full rundown. Who's doing what out here?
Well, that battle for the final transfer spot to the 60-minute A main is right in front of pit lane. Rivkin, Cavallari, Fishback down to the number 4 spot. So we should try and find that battle. Then it's going to be Candid Lime 5, Spin Daddy in the 6, Drake 7, Setzer 8, Ardondo 9, Emac in the 10, Fenster 11, Horn 12, Trinardi Jr. 13, Donato, Spencer Heckert, and Jaden 2, 14, 15, and 16 off the track right here.
Yeah, unfortunately, Heckert's efforts to make all 4 shows did not work. There's Cavallari. You see that just in frame? Cavallari flames it out, and what a bummer right there for Ryan. He was right there trying to take advantage of any mistake from Rivkin. So Fishback moves up to 3rd, and now we have a 4-second delta from Rivkin to Fishback. There is Jimmy right there. Again, Mechanic showing good pace, hanging in right there behind Jimmy, but unfortunately Emac's race went south very early. 1:05 left to go. Fee Long cruising 8 seconds out in front of Rivkin. Again, the top 2 bump out of this one, so Fishback needs to make something happen and make it happen quick, Sean.
Yeah, 4 seconds going to be a tall feat with 1 minute to go. You know, and I want to be the first one to apologize for Rivkin. I just, starting that far back in the field, you know, I owe him an apology, man. I didn't think it was going to be able to be happening. Boy, he sure shut me up.
That's the last time we decide to doubt Spencer Rivkin. I would agree with that. 35 seconds left to go. Fee Long to win in total cruise control. And again, you're watching your leader coming across the start-finish line. This is the final lap here for Fee Long to win, trying to take home the win in the LCQ. Rivkin, no worries in that second spot, and quite the drive for him. His car definitely faster on the lap time chart here. He's picked up about 3/4 tenths a lap since that semifinal race that didn't go his way. 15 seconds. It's Nguyen, Rivkin, Fishback, Lime, Drake up to that 5 spot. So Drake from 16th up to 5th. Nice run for him. Spin Red, Setzer, Arredondo, Mechanic, and Fenster. But this is the guy right here bringing it home off the final start finish line corner. Fee Long to win, makes the hour-long final here in Nitro Buggy. And here comes Spencer Rivkin, about a 4-second advantage over Jimmy Fishback. He is going to do it, lock it in, solidify his A-main spot. Spencer Rivkin finishing second. Jimmy Fishback will just miss out in third. Camden Lime going to bring it home fourth. Adam Drake should finish fifth if he can bring it around for one more corner here. That's going to be Spin Red, I believe, getting passed by Setzer. Yes, so Setzer moves up to sixth, and Spin Red will finish in seventh. Fee Long to win, and Spencer Rivkin going to take the 2 bump spots out of the LCQ. Congratulations to both those drivers, and Jimmy Fishback. And just in case something happens with tech inspection here, Sean, Jimmy Fishback is sitting in the driver's seat if either Fee or Spencer have any troubles getting through tech.
Yep, so unofficial results right here. Fee Long, Rivkin, Fishback, Line, Drake, Spin Red, Setzer, Arredondo, E-Mac, and Tyler Fenster. We're on our A-Main Hobbies race results.
11 through 16 is going to go Horn, Tradardi Jr., Cavallari, Tradardi, Hecker, and Jaden 2. What a bummer for Ryan Cavallari there. He was in third in a prime position in case Spencer had any sort of mistake, but unfortunately, Ryan Cavallari's weekend comes to an end here in the LCQ. Just so you folks know, we're going to take a very quick break here. This is the last track break before we go into our hour-long final for Nitro Buggy. Start time is in 37 minutes. That's going to be at 2 p.m. Pacific time, 3 p.m. Mountain time, 4 p.m. Central, and 5 p.m. Eastern time. Do not go anywhere here at Live RC. Plenty of bonus content coming your way before the hour-long Nitro Buggy final to crown our final national championship on the weekend. For Sean Miller, this is Jared Biden Spartan signing off. We will see you in about half an hour.
Hey guys, Sean here with Live RC, and we are at the 2026 1/8 scale Off-Road Nationals, the official track walk. So let's get things going here. Yeah, to start things off, nice little innocent double to get things going here after we cross the loop. And we are jumping into the not so innocent ski jump right here. Now, on camera, you're just probably thinking, oh, it's just a little ski jump, but these guys launching all the way into the face of this double right here. So making this little section right here a bit more technical than it might look on camera if you guys are following along with all the Live RC racing action. Come up over this, about 10-foot double here, nothing too serious. We get our first 180 bull turn right here. In the electric classes, they've been over here by the concrete and the pipe. In the nitro classes, they got to spool up that engine. They got to get that clutch engaged. And this is a bit of a step up right here. And this is it's about a 15-foot jump. So you'll actually see these guys kind of working into the berm and making sure they can get all the way over this big step up right here. Coming up into our second bull turn, nice little 180. Nothing real spectacular going on right here. You're just trying to carry all your corner speed and line up for a bit of a slap double right here. You'll see some of the guys, they just seem to be landing up on top. They're not really jumping all the way in there. And especially if you're hard on the binders as you're casing that jump, that can cause some issues for you and you can roll it over. So these guys are going to be hanging it nice and tight. Our third 180 right here. As you guys can see, it kind of has a nice little feature here, some concrete. In case you kiss the pipe right there, it just kind of doesn't upset the car too much. Working our way into the center section of the track. And this is what you will not see on camera. Check out the camber right here. We got ourselves quite the mound right here. So it looks pretty innocent, you know, but with this big face right here, kind of sloping away from the driver's stand, it leaves the window open for some mistakes as the front of the wheels are kind of popping off here a little bit into this big, huge sweeping carousel section. And if you guys notice, they got some metal pitcher's mounds out here. So I'm not sure exactly what's holding these in the ground. They might just be sitting there. I'm going to leave it alone. But you can see these little dots out here. They just kind of upset the car here a little bit and just make it a little more challenging for the drivers. This is the Nationals after all. So they don't seem to be too much of an issue, but if you really start sliding that car in there, it can create a bit of an issue for you. And we are coming up into the make or break section of this layout. Got a pretty simple little tabletop right here. And we are jumping right into the 4-pack. So you got a couple different options right here. You can do probably the easiest, the double through here. You can triple single, or you can do quad nasty through this section. Now the e-buggies and the e-truggies, they were really sending it through this section, airing it out for the quad. You're not going to see that so much for the rest of the weekend here in the Nitro buggy portion. I was out here watching them in their first free practice out there, and to be honest, they were struggling to get over the triple right there. Got a couple bumps on the face of the lip, and that's scrubbing some of the speed from you. And check out this feature right here. It's about 5 feet tall, and it is steep right here. So you won't see me walking up that right there, but you'll be able to see Lucas going to catch it on camera for you guys. That thing is steep. It's just a real big single, and you are setting up for the highest speed section of the track. Bit of a Talladega turn, if you will. And if you notice, before we get too much into that section, yeah, Lucas really getting a good view of that as it is sloping towards the driver's stand. And it's kind of cool. They're working from the inside. You'll see them kind of just touch the wheels up there on the top pipe and work their way back down. Now, me right now, I'm standing in the middle of the starting grid. So something kind of unique out here to the Roar Nationals is usually you have a straightaway in the front or the back of the track, and that's where you do it. So you can see the way Anthony with Factory Tracks has designed this layout. We're actually in the middle of the starting grid. So race line over here, starting grid over here, and you can see the numbers on all the way down. And
got 15 minutes
kind of a unique little setup they got going on here, but I like it. So they picked a big old hole out of this earlier, but they're carrying their speed. Those Nitro engines revving at 35,000 RPM, and there's just a couple little bumps right here that upset the car over here. And you're really trying to downside this section right here and carry your speed, but you gotta watch out for those bumps. About 2/3 of the way through the track, very high speed section right here. So the quad has been probably the most difficult section, but carrying all this speed, you throw in some bumps and a big old single, and you know, this section right here has proved to be pretty difficult so far this weekend. You can either make or break your race. Coming into a nice little tight 180, and you're setting up into another rather large double right here. Got another 10 or 12 feet. And you are setting up into probably the biggest obstacle out here this weekend. Once again, it doesn't do it justice seeing it on camera. I'm gonna go ahead and go walk up to the face of this. This thing's about 7 or 8 feet tall maybe, and it's a monster right here. These guys landing this double and really setting it up, and the pipes ran kind of up into that, not quite 180, but close enough. So you really got to set up a little bit wide. There is a bit of a downside right here, and you just really want to money that section, carry your speed into a little bit of a staircase. Through this big sweeper here, we're going to finish off the lap into another bit of a ski jump right here and right in front of staging, and make one final turn onto the front side straightaway. So thanks guys for tuning in, and that is our official 2026 Roar 1A scale off-road national track walk.
We're here with Jonah Wilson of the Roar 1A Off-Road Nationals, brought to you by Jake Concepts. And last time you were here, Jonah, in 2023 at A-Main Silver Dowel, you were the junior Nitro Buggy champion. Fast forward 3 years, you're now a full-fledged pro driver running the national circuit, and you definitely have a chance to give Sparco their first ever Roar National title. So just wanted to get your opinion and your thoughts on how crazy it's been and how fast it's happened in the 3 years, and how you feel about your chances.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like my chances are good. I've had good speed in all the classes this weekend. Qualifying, like, the points were so close in e-buggy. Starting 9th wasn't ideal, but I made the most of it. And yeah, in the last 3 years, the progression it's been crazy. That race really started it all. And then honestly, joining Sparco was such a good move. Like, ever since I joined them, the results just keep getting better and better and better. You know, I'm very excited for tomorrow. My car is really good in seating. And just the whole program's coming together. Just gaining more confidence, more knowledge every race. Every time something goes wrong, you know, you learn for the next one. So it's been really good. Definitely excited to be back here too. This is an amazing facility, amazing track, and they've done really well with it.
Well, the comfort level has to be there because you already have experience winning a long race here in this format. So wanted to get your opinion on the Sparco car. Obviously, it's a newer platform, first coming over to the U.S. a couple of years ago, distributed through Power Hobby. Just wanted to get your thoughts. At this point, you basically are the guy at Sparco in terms of who can give them a Roar National title. You got some great teammates as well. Is there any more or less pressure being on a company that isn't as well established as your old team associated was? Or do you feel like it's just more go out there, drive your car, and see what happens?
Honestly, I think it is a little bit less pressure, and also it's been really nice, like, being on the smaller team, and, like, it's been a more personal connection with the owners and everyone. Like, I now have more of a say in the development of the car, and ever since I joined, like, I mean, we have some new parts coming into this race. They're working really good, and definitely excited for the Worlds coming up too, so.
That's a fantastic perspective, talking about the team aspect, because it's not just the car, it's not just the race results, it's everything that has to go into with the people. So, hey, Jonah, a lot of people that help you get to this point, looking to, of course, win your first official Roar National title. Who all would you like to thank, companies and sponsors and people that to help you get to this point?
Well, first of all, my family and my parents. I mean, the amount of money they spent early on in this is ridiculous, so definitely want to thank them. Thank the guys at Associated, too. I mean, I ran that car my whole life until I joined Sparco, and they helped me a lot, and they gave me a lot of advice that I've applied to the new car as well, and just in general in racing. So thank those guys. Obviously, J Concepts is a huge part. Tires are so important, and they're always trackside, so much support. Paul's always there, Jason, Hannah with the media. and then John Burt, my team manager for Sparco, for I guess seeing my potential and wanting to sign me and give me a chance on the smaller team and give me a good deal. And then Lee, because me and Lee are really close friends and we work together throughout the week, even though we live in different states, feedback and everything on the car, and it's really good. And there's more people I can't think of now, but it's really good. I'm very thankful.
You did a pretty good job when I put you on the spot like that. So, hey, Jonah, best of luck to you this weekend. Jonah Wilson looking for his first Roar National title after winning the Junior National Buggy Championship here in 2023. Make sure you watch all the action here on Live RC. We're here with Spencer Hecker at the Roar 20th Off-Road Nationals presented by J Concepts. Spencer Hecker, this was a pretty interesting week for you. Pretty sudden departure from Techno RC, and you got yourself some brand new Mugen rides this weekend. Just wanted to talk about how your weekend's gone so far. You have really been fighting from behind, but obviously all 3A mains so far with Nitro Buggy still to come. So how you feel about it?
Yeah, obviously I was with Techno for a long time, and we had some good times together, but it was pretty mutual that it was time to part ways between both of us. So big thanks to Adam Drake for helping me out a lot and getting my Mugen rides together and getting a program together, and big thanks to my grandpa for help funding the bill. So it's been good so far. We've been really on pace, and cars have been amazing to drive. They're super easy to drive. They're just really simple, so it's been really good. It's been pretty easy so far, honestly, and it's been a fun weekend.
Well, it certainly helps when Grandpa helps foot the bill. You know, this is not a cheap hobby, but that was the thing that I wanted to mention to you is you're not yet on a Mugen deal, and you're wondering what the next direction is for you and your dad, but you've never been shy about thanking him for all of his help and all your sponsors. What's the next direction for you, and do you feel like you can make that your first Roar National Championship this weekend? How do you feel about your chances?
Yeah, obviously thanks to my dad as well. Like he's always helped me so much, and it's a family deal. So it's been really good, and I think we got a shot. I mean, this my Nitro Buggy has been the best one yet. So I'm looking forward to it, and I think we have a chance to fight for the win here. So I'm excited.
That sounds good, man. Obviously, there's a lot more supporters than just Mugen out there. Who all would you like to thank for getting you this position this weekend?
Obviously, Promotion, Tyler Brown. He helped me get here. He gave me a ride here, so thanks to them. Promotion, ProTech RC, VP Race Fuels, Team Coyote, anybody that helps me out. Huge thanks to all the people that helped me out, and big thanks to Grandpa for helping me get new rides. So thanks.
Hey, thanks for your time, Spencer. RC silly season starting early here, but Spencer Heckert doing great with his new Mugen rides so far. Will come to compete for his first Roar National Championship here this weekend in Nitro Buggy. We're here with Spencer Rifkin at the Roar 20th Off-Road Nationals, brought to you by J Concepts, one of the staples of our interviews here in the Live RC broadcast. Well, Spencer, been an up-and-down weekend for you. You had a second-place run electric truggy. I know that the electric buggy class was not exactly what you were looking for, but still got one more. The big one's left in Nitro Buggy. You've done this before at Thornhill last in 2019. How do you feel about your chances to break that winless drought here at Roar events and see if you can get another one on your resume?
Yeah, I mean, as always, I always try to do my best, put all 100% effort in every single time I hit the track. We have a good team this weekend. It's a lot of competition. The track here in Chico has always been good for us. The track conditions are always ever changing because of the conditions of just the natural environment. Obviously, there's been a couple different shifts in kind of the conditions of the watering, not watering. So I don't really think it's going to be a complete monkey wrench with the water because the qualifiers for Nitro Buggy are 10 minutes. So naturally, it's going to start drying out and becoming more and more dry. But I think the track will stay in better shape longer. So, the Nitro Buggy is the premier class for everyone. Everyone wants to do the best in that class. I did have a good start to the Roar Nats and the E-Truggy, which was good, debuting our new electric and Nitro truck this weekend. So that was a good starting point. But yeah, Nitro Buggy is the one that everyone wants to do good in. And so far, the last practice run, I got like a second overall in the practice run, but there's still a lot of running left. So, still a lot to learn with the car, a lot to learn with the tires, and getting more comfortable with the track. Although we have been on the track quite a bit, but believe it or not, with the different vehicles that we're driving, they're all different of how they drive on the track. So overall, I'm really stoked of how things are going, and kind of wouldn't be able to do it without my sponsors, Team Associated, Hobby Wing, J Concepts, Reds, and yeah, my dad's here this weekend, and Richard and Brent, our good teammates, Brandon Rose, Aiden Horn, Doug, and Davey. We have a really good group of guys here that are really a good group to be around, to have a good feeling at the races. So overall, I definitely couldn't be more happier with the people that I surround myself with, and having Jason Rona and Paul Wynn here from J Concepts. I'm super stoked to kind of get things slow starting here in Nitro Buggy, and then revving things up and getting more serious as each day goes by.
That's a fantastic talking point, too. Talk about your team and talking about just the differences of all these cars when you're racing them all once a day and kind of going from that point. Well, Spencer, I know you're still in your mid-20s, but you're kind of one of the veterans of this hobby. You've been racing professionally for over 10 years now, and you're one of the very few left in this field right now that's won multiple Nitro Buggy Roar National Championships. Just a thought on just how special it is to win a Roar National title. I know that's going to be something you always work hard for, but try to put it into words from somebody that's done it before. What does it mean to you?
Yeah, I mean, as anybody would say, it means everything. When I come to these races, anything short of a win is kind of a failure of a weekend. But as I've gotten older, I'm starting to appreciate how important each good result is, and staying relevant in the industry is so important. And it takes a lot to put things together to have a result of a first place title. The last time we were here in Chico, I think I started first in the main, or second, actually behind Dakota, and then he ended up making a mistake in the first lap. I got around him in the second lap, and then I ended up crashing on the third lap and kind of going back, which was pretty disappointing. But I ended up still getting third overall a few years ago here in Chico at the Roar Nationals, and I'm looking to kind of get some. I'm kind of pissed off from that one, so I got a little bit of fire on my back to kind of get things rolling for that. So, but yeah, I mean, to get a win, it does mean a lot. I know many people that are watching us that kind of think that the pro races are just all about fighting for just wanting the money to kind of get doing good and getting the money. I really could give two shits about the money. I think it is nice to have a payday when you do good, but to do it with my dad, my friends, people that care about my racing, and to go out there and have dinner, that's really what it's all about. So I do love it. I think us professional racers, of course, want to rack up their stats and they want to get paid well. But I think when it comes down to it, I think, we're all very fortunate and lucky and to kind of do what we do for a living. I mean, there's really only probably 15 guys in the entire world that really get paid to do this for a living, and I'm fortunate enough to be one of those people. Without the help of Ryan Mayfield mentor me when I was little, Kinwald. I've had a lot of great mentors like Richard Saxon, Brent Belkey, my dad and my parents putting me through. My parents kind of going through hell and back to kind of financially being able to afford this kind of stuff. So it's a great hobby. I've learned a lot, not only with mechanically, but just interacting with people, learning different skill sets, and I'm so blessed and so honored to be able to do what I do, and this is definitely one of the coolest things that I've ever done in my life.
That's a great thought, man. Thanks for your time with that. You can tell it just means more to you as you progress throughout this hobby and approach our 30s, which unfortunately you and I are both getting closer to that.
I'm 27, and I am getting older. I don't feel old. I still feel like I'm 19. But I just went to the gym the other day for the first time in a long time, and I'm like, oh man, my legs are killing my body. Oh man, I need to kind of get things rolling here. But no, it's a cool hobby. I don't really look at it as a job. I look at it as a hobby. It's a privilege to be here. So, with that mentality, it's super important.
Well, that's a great perspective, brother. Thanks again for your time. And good luck to you this weekend. Spencer Rifkin, one of our best interviews always here at Live RC, making its bid for another Roar National Championship here this weekend in Nitro Buggy. Make sure you watch it on Live RC. All right, we're here with Dakota Fenn here at the Roar 1/8 Off-Road Nationals presented by J Concepts. One of the men of the hour on this weekend so far, Dakota. You just won your 46th career Roar National title with a fantastic come-from-behind drive in e-buggy. We were writing you off. Everybody was writing you off after struggling a little bit in qualifying, a bad run in A1, and somehow, once again, you pulled victory from the jaws of defeat. How were you able to do it, and who all would you like to thank for that effort?
Yeah, like you said, it's been kind of a rough weekend, honestly. Truck didn't really go well at all in E-Truggy or Nitro Truggy. Pretty obviously not super happy with that, but we worked hard and, we did what we could do. So came into E-Buggy. I felt good in qualifying, just kind of missed out on a couple TQs there by a few tenths here and there, and it added up where I started third on the grid. I kind of felt like I was just kind of dumb stuff, bad crashes at bad times of the race, and it is what it is. I had a good A1 going. I was battling there and kind of had some unfortunate luck. Ended up off the track, and yeah, you never want to start in the hole with having your drop right away, but we were able to salvage the A2 there, and then A3. I knew I was feeling good. The car was feeling good. Everything was working really good. I knew I just kind of needed to wait for the opening, get by him quick, and then sprint and go as fast as I could. So fortunately, he was kind of reading the lap times off, so I had a pretty good idea of where we were at. I think I kind of knew, like, pace-wise, we were going to be good if it came down to that tiebreaker. But Ryan was going really good as well, so I had to stay clean there. I almost gave away there on the last lap. I went to try to play it safe and go wide around that dot and kind of have an extra tenth of a second to line up for that tabletop and quad, and obviously that was the wrong move. So happy to get it done, and like I said, pumped on with how this weekend's been going. They able to pull off the national title.
That's awesome, man. Yeah, and we were actually mentioning on the broadcast, this track layout, and A-Main here specifically, it seems like when you try to back it down and run that 85, 90%, it comes out and tries to bite you. So glad you're able to hold on to that. That was obviously a tense moment for all of us in the announcer's booth, too. So glad you're able to pull that off. Wanted to obviously talk about last year. You were dominant at Thornhill Racing Circuit, winning 3 out of the 4 divisions, including Nitro Buggy. So 2 questions. I'll make it a 2-part question. How do you feel about your chances to repeat again as Nitro Buggy champion? And also, the question you knew was going to come up, the coveted, elusive IFMAR World Championship happening again at Thornhill. How do you feel about your chances to finally get that first World Championship?
Yeah, for sure. As far as the Nitro Buggy Nationals go, I feel good. We've had some solid seeding rounds. Been right there towards, I think, in the top 3, all 3 of the rounds so far today. I feel really comfortable. We've been trying different tires and compounds and stuff, kind of messing around with that on the matrix side of things. Especially with these different track conditions. We haven't really experienced this with Buggy. We haven't a wet track. So, yeah, I've been messing around with that. The car feels really solid. Probably make a couple tweaks tomorrow and see where I end up. But I feel like I have a good main car already. I feel really comfortable and solid out there. So, yeah, like I said, we'll make some changes for the seating for tomorrow in the morning and go from there. As far as the Worlds go, for sure we had a good Nationals there. I didn't have the best warm-up this year there for Worlds. But I think we made some progress afterwards. We're making progress last few races, and that's one I want to check off the list, obviously. So
probably the one thing that's left on your resume for sure. Well, of course, we wish you good luck with that. Wanted to talk about Matrix Tires. That was a perfect segue. That was a largely unknown brand to a lot of us here in the United States before you announced your partnership with them. What's it been like trying to engineer new compounds and R&D and just get that company up to U.S. spec? I know you've taken on more of a significant role trying to pioneer that industry just a little bit. So how has that been? And for racers that are looking to get into Matrix Tires, how can they learn more?
Yeah, it's been really awesome, honestly. Was obviously, I don't want to say a big leap. I talked with Christian, the owner, and I had belief in him and his product and stuff. We did some testing and everything went well in the States, and they've been really awesome to work with. So it's been cool to take on a little bit more of a role than just driving, being able to help them grow in the U.S. here. It's a big step for them, big step for me. And, it's been great. So they opened up a warehouse down in Florida. So Matrix Tires America, they have a bunch of stuff in stock, 8-scale, 10-scale, all the Lexan line as well. So, yeah, we're working on growing the brand and excited to have more people trying the stuff.
Absolutely. Well, awesome, man. That's great to hear that there's a lot more presence in the United States. That's obviously the one big hurdle to get over is distribution. So that's one big thing checked off the list for you. Obviously, a lot of great people that help you get to this point. Companies, family, everybody helps you with this deal. Who all would you like to thank for putting yourself in this position, already winning a title, but having a chance to get another one this weekend?
Yeah, obviously X-Ray and Arch America. The cars have been really good. Like I've said before, we've made good progress the last few races or so on the Buggy side of things, and feeling confident on there. Matrix Tires, like I said, they've been really good, 10-scale, 8-scale side of things, and just going to keep plugging away and making progress. So that's been awesome. K8 Electronics, it was cool to be able to get them another national title. I know they got the Truggy as well, so cool there. They've been pretty dominant these last few races in the national, so that's cool to see. Nitro Pro Servos. Really everyone else for all the support. Dylan came out to help me this weekend. He's been working really hard. Chicky for all the help and setup side of things as well. And then just my family back home for all the support.
I'm sure that Chloe and Dax were very happy to see that championship. Wishing you luck in Nitro Buggy here this weekend. Dakota Fenn has already won another championship to make it 46. He'll look to add that legendary total here this weekend. Make sure you watch it on Live RC. We're standing by with Ryan Mayfield, one of the men of the weekend here so far at the Roar 1/8 Offer Nationals, brought to you by Jake Concepts. Ryan, you know it's a pretty good deal when you get 2 days into the show and you've already done a good week's worth of work. Obviously, back-to-back championships in electric and Nitro Truggy. E-Buggy wasn't quite the way you wanted it to go, but you still have the big show left here in Nitro Buggy. So wanted to get your thoughts on the weekend so far and how you feel about your chances to once again reign supreme in that hour final.
Yeah, obviously Truggy days went pretty well. Pretty easy as far as the setup on the truck. You know, at Wicked weekend a couple weeks ago, my Truggy was really good, so pretty much left it alone, just reset it at home, made my E-Buggy my E-Truggy match it, and showed up here and they worked awesome. So yeah, Mike Tree, my pit guy, was on it. We just kind of kept those things running, and they ran flawless the whole time. And then yeah, E-Buggy was really good too. Qualified fourth. Just, you know, with E-Buggy, that back quad was a little bit of a send it section, and you miss it one time, you know, you lose 3-4 spots, and then it just compounds from there. So yeah, the first couple of mains didn't go great, but the car was pretty damn good. I mean, A3 I got going a little better. Ended up getting second in that main. But yeah, I was like 6th overall in E-Buggy. So, but yeah, just, you know, we learned a lot in E-Buggy, so applied it to Nitro car. Obviously the track's changing some, you know, we didn't water the track. They didn't water the track for E-Buggy, so, but they are for Nitro Buggy, which I think is the right move as far as just the lifespan of the track. So, but yeah, we did, 3 seating runs today in Nitro Buggy. The first 2 weren't great, but the last one there was pretty good. Made a few changes and, kind of got back on pace. So, looking forward to tomorrow. I think we got something for the Buggy class, and yeah, but it's a 30, you know, like you said, 30-minute semi-hour long main. So we're just going to have to like keep on top of it, get the right tire, get the right diffs, and try our hardest out there and minimize mistakes.
Well, it's always good to take something away positive. Even if E-Buggy didn't go your way overall, you can still take something positive into the Nitro section. Well, hey, Ryan, obviously, elephant in the room, your 40th birthday is coming up next month. And this off-road stuff is a young man's game. You continue to stay on top. Even if your results this year have been a bit of a mixed bag, you still tighten it up come Roar Nationals time. A fun trivia fact for you, since 2015, you have the most Roar 8-scale and 4-wheel drive short course titles with 20 since 2015. How are you able to stay on top even with the age progressing when you really should be losing to Father Time? You continue to defy him.
Coors Light, I guess. I mean, I have a great support network, you know, with my companies I race for, my wife, at home, my kids, like I said, my pit guy, Mike Tree, all my companies, they have my back. They make my job a lot easier. And I mean, honestly, I just put the time in, you know. Before this event in particular, I was probably 8 or 9 days straight in the garage. I had 2 test days. I only had probably about 10 days between the last race. So, there really wasn't much time, you know, to spend with doing family activities or vacation. You know, none of that happened. So, yeah, I buckled down for this race. Like you said, it's been a couple rough events this year, which I don't like that. You know, it's a bummer for me, a bummer for my companies, and it's never because of like not working hard. It's just sometimes racing's hard, you know, and stuff doesn't go your way. So I wanted to make sure that I dotted all my T's and crossed all my I's before I came here. And so far, you know, like I said, the Truggies went well. E-Buggies went well too. Just you know, wasn't my day in E-Buggy. Congrats to Dakota. And yeah, we got a whole other class here. So, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm lucky. I don't know. I guess I do it enough. I you know, keep my wits about me as far as having the radio in my hand, driving. I still race 10 scale, you know, so I try to just, I don't know. There is no answer. You know what I mean? I don't know when the 40-year-old, you know, curse is going to hit. Hopefully never. You know, and I think a lot of it is I still love this. You know, it's my passion. It's extremely frustrating at times, obviously, but for the most part, I'm always having fun and trying to find the, you know, fun part of the day, even if it was a bad day. So, but yeah, we just work hard and keep racing.
I like your mindset. Keep riding the wave. Don't worry about the age. It's just a number anyway. Well, hey, Ryan, you've won about everything there is to win here in RC Racing, but I asked a couple people earlier, how special is it to get that hour-long Nitro Buggy final? You've done it so many times in your career. What does it mean to you to win a Roar National Championship? How special is that on your hierarchy?
I think winning any of these longer mains is extremely special. I mean, obviously the Roar Nationals is a little more because it's a national title, you know, and at the end of your career, you know, that's what people look at. You know, they go, oh, X amount of worlds, X amount of nationals, whatever. So it's nice to put that feather in your hat. And, these guys, all these guys are bringing the best thing they got to the Roar Nats. So you got to be on it. Your stuff's got to be right. Your tires got to be right. Your engine package. I mean, we're like me, I'm swapping engines right now just to make sure I got another engine just in case. And, so once you finish that main and you did win, it's just a relief because you know that you did the work. You know what I mean? You put the time in, you did the work, and you just proved it to the world, the country, whatever, that, you came there with your ducks in a row and it went well. So, it doesn't get any easier. That's for damn sure. It's not easy for anybody. We're probably going to be running this main in the heat of the day, which is going to be another tricky situation. The 45-minute truck main went smooth. Just got to go 15 more minutes. So
that's a fantastic perspective from somebody that's been there, done that. Well, hey, Ryan, a lot of great people and companies help you get to this point and stay at the top. Name them all for me. Who would you like to thank?
Name them all. That's going to be tough. Techno RC, obviously, J Concepts, Coyote, ProTech A-Main, Mist and BP Fuels, Fly Sky Radios, Stick It One. What else? Sure, Adam Drake takes care of my engines, so thanks to him. And then mainly just thanks to a couple key guys like Daniel Lewis and Matt Walter at Techno. They're very supportive and they, trust us to come here and do our job. And if things go well, it's cool. If they don't, then let's just reconvene and talk and see what we need to work on. Same with Jason Rono with Great Concepts. He just gives us what we need, let us do our thing. If it goes well, great. If it doesn't, we'll reconvene and we'll do it again. So, and that's the same with everybody. I think that's why I like doing it, is there's not a lot of pressure from my companies. They know I'm good at my job. I'm going to put 100% effort in at all times. And they trust me to do it, and they leave me alone. And we either win together or we lose together, but we're always having a good time.
Win as a team, lose as a team. Thanks for your time, Ryan. Good luck this weekend. And Ryan Mayfield looking to add to his national title total. Already has 2 this weekend. Has a chance for 1 more Nitro Buggy. Make sure you watch the action on Live RC. We're standing by with Ryan Lutz here at the Roar 1/8 Off-Road Nationals, brought to you by J Concepts. Well, Ryan Lutz, second time in 3 months for me. I've stood next to a guy way taller than me in the interview, so thanks for that, first of all. But great to steal a minute with you to talk about your weekend so far here at the Roar Nats. Obviously, this track at A-Main Silver Dollar is first class in all ways. But wanted to get your thoughts on the weekend so far. I know you've had a mixed bag of results, but how you feeling going into the big Nitro Buggy weekend? Looking forward to seeing how you do.
Yeah, definitely struggled a bit on the track. The track's a ton of fun. I mean, it's a fun layout. A little hard to pass for the mains and whatnot, but it's made for some good racing, I think. Hopefully, Nitro Buggy, I think, feels probably my best car yet, so I'm hoping for a good result in Nitro Buggy.
That's a good thing to hear with that Nitro Buggy being your best car. Well, obviously, Ryan, no secret that 8-scale off-road and really off-road in general has become a young man's game. You've got a lot of young drivers that are up and coming looking for their first titles. Just wanted to get a thought from you at 41 years of age, how you're able to juggle the family life, the regional Kyosho support, bringing up younger drivers like a Felong to win and providing him the guidance, and really kind of pioneering the next chapter of Raw Speed. How do you juggle all that, and how do you still find time to race competitively on the national circuit like this?
All right, well, it's definitely difficult. Home life is very busy, and I got 4 kids, and they're getting older, and they want a lot of dad time, so it's hard being away and doing especially a long event like this where we're gone for 8 days. So I can't really do back-to-backs anymore, and I don't get to practice much, so it's nice to be able to come out here and, in the second round of mains for e-buggy, I had the second fastest lap time of anybody, so to know I still have the pace there, I can see my consistency is lacking compared to what it maybe could have been in the past. But I know I still have the pace, and I feel like I can still compete. So I'm going to keep going as long as I can.
Keep going as long as you're having a good time with it still. Yeah, and really, when you get in these situations where it's a little less practice time per class, I feel like you revert back to instinct really, and we could see it where you really were starting to feel the flow in those e-buggy mains. So obviously, you have 1 Roar National Championship to your credit back in 2013. Do you feel you can turn back the hands of time and double your Roar National Championship count this weekend in Nitro Buggy? I want to know how you feel about your chances.
No, not this weekend, probably. I mean, I'll give it my all, and it's like, I always feel like if everything comes together, the car is good, tires are good, like I can drive it, and it'll be good. Haven't had the confidence yet this weekend. Maybe it'll turn around. We're getting the watered track now, so for the first round of buggies for electric, it was all dry. Now we got a watered track, but then when we go to the main, it's going to be starting out as watered and then getting dry because I think we're going to run for an hour, so it's going to be a totally different ball game come main time, so who knows what'll happen.
Anyway, and like you said, you don't know until you get into that situation. You never know how your chance will end up. Well, obviously, Ryan, a lot of great companies still behind you that's for all these years. I would like you to rip through all the people and sponsors that help support you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've been with a number of them, like Tekin for 17 years, 18 years, ProTech for over a decade, VP and Kyosho, Alpha Plus for over a decade worth of time as well. Prevail Paint's been painting my bodies for a number of years, Boom Graphics, Invisible Speed. And yeah, a lot of them have stood by me for a long time, and I really appreciate it. And all the fans and supporters who support my business, Lutz RC, as well. It's been a blessing. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for your time, Ryan. Well, hey, I think he's selling himself a bit short here. I think he's got a better chance than he thinks. But make sure you tune into Live RC to watch Ryan Lutz make his Nitro Buggy National Championship bid on Live RC. Here with Mason Fuller at the Roar 1/8 Off-Road Nationals, brought to you by J Concepts, S-Works Factory team driver. Mason, it's been a good weekend for you so far, competitive in all three divisions, and Nitro Buggy appears to be making gains. So you're no stranger to big race wins. You've had your fair share of the big race time and dirt racing wins, of course, sweeping Silver State 2 years ago. You're still yet to win that first Roar National title. I know that's the one that you want, especially here in Nitro Buggy. How do you feel about your chances with your S-Works ride?
The track's way different now. E-Buggy, I was feeling really good this morning, but now they're watering, so we're in a whole different track. So I kind of had a few rough practice runs right now, but, we'll make some more changes for the next round and hopefully be better.
I'll tell you what, man, I've been watching your videos out at the RC compound. I just wanted to get your thoughts on what it means to have a track right there in your backyard to test and do R&D with, because I know it's so hard to get out to racetracks sometimes when you're all the way in Iowa like that. How beneficial has the RC compound been to you and your brother's program?
Yeah, it's super helpful. It's a lot of work, too, because we kind of run it with a couple other guys, but we're super grateful for the people we have around us to allow us to be able to have that. It's helped out a lot, so, yeah.
That's pretty awesome, man. Well, family ties have been such a big deal in RC racing. We always go back to it every time on the broadcast. How special is it to you to still be able to go race big races with your dad, Mike, of course, your brother, Caden, who is pushing you for all your worth these days? He's gotten pretty fast these days, but how special is it to do this as a whole family affair?
Yeah, I'm super grateful for my dad. He puts in so much work with our track, with our cars. He's gluing up tires for us every single run. And then, Caden, too, he was really good in that E-Buggy round. He got 5th overall. And I got 4th, so he was pushing me in that, so that was cool to see.
Hey, big brother still got the one-up on you. We'll stay, obviously a lot of great companies help you get to this point to give you a chance at your first World Championship. Who all would you like to thank?
S-Works, Beach RC, J Concepts, Reds, Nitro Pro, Exalt, Bipolar Designs, and, everyone else.
I appreciate it, man. Thanks for your time, Mason. Mason Fuller going for his first Roar National Championship this weekend at Nitro Buggy. Make sure you tune into Live RC for all the action.
All right, guys, as you guys can see displayed on our screen, just under 15 minutes to go before our Sunday 60-minute A-Main finale here at A-Main Silver Dollar RC Raceway. It is Nitro Buggy time. As you guys can see on the screen, we have run through a plethora of different classes, but it is all Nitro Buggy here, and the big race of the weekend coming up here shortly. So hang out, guys, and stay tuned in. Getting ready to go for our Sunday Nitro Buggy A-Main. Just a little rewind here for you guys. On Tuesday was our E-Truggy portion. Our D-Main winner, Brandon Powell. C-Main, Benny Camarian. B-Main, Ryan Lutz. And the 31st, make that the 32nd championship of Ryan Mayfield's career. Going to the A-Main for him on Tuesday. Just a little throwback here from that electric truggy route. This is A3 right here. Van Dalen, your top qualifier, but Mayfield wasting no time to get around him and get it done. Great right here as our single file over here through the right side of the track. You can see nice and wet here for us. But Mayfield, he was the guy to beat right here. A couple of truggy boys in the Technos getting her done right here on the first day of the Roar Nationals right here. Skipping forward here a little bit, Wednesday we went to Nitro Truggy action right here. Our D-main winner, Bryce Beaver, C-main, Tyler Fenster, our B-main, Dakota Fenn, and your A-main winner, Ryan Mayfield, getting his 33rd Roar National Championship on that Wednesday Nitro Truggy day. Here we are. You can see great shot here of our down and quiet in the start of our race. Single file here through the right side of the track, man. 15 trucks getting it done right there. Beautiful shot right here from the Live RC crew. This is our Nitro Truggy, I believe. It was a 45-minute A-main event. And Mayfield, man, he got out front early and just never looked back. Felong, Rose, solid runs right there. Van Dalen, Rivkin. That was my top 5 for most of that race, but it was all Ryan Mayfield here for the Nitro Truggy and the Truggy portion in general. Moving on to Friday's E-Buggy action. That was Thursday qualifying. Friday main events. D-main going to Jacob Haas. C-main going to Travis Horn. B-main Frankie Contreras. And the man of Friday's E-Buggy action, taking his 46th Roar National Championship, Dakota Fenn. And what's a race weekend without a little bit of carnage out there? As you can see, check out the Easy Up blowing on the track. That created a little bit of an issue here for these drivers. This was round number 4, the B group, with Felong, Setzer, and Contreras all on really good runs. 30 seconds to go left in the race. We had to rerun this race. So we ran the A main. We gave these guys a 30-minute break to get the batteries all juiced up, get some new tires on there, look over the cars, and Felong got it done after that 30-minute break, and he locked up the TQ there for E-Buggy. Man, a little bit of chaos is expected on a race weekend. I just wasn't really expecting that to be the chaos. All right, you guys, don't forget, tune in, Live RC, bringing you guys all the racing action here, our 2026 IFMAR World Championships out in Hutto, Texas at the beautiful Thornhill Racing Circuit. That'll be September 26th through October 3rd. Man, we are getting close to that, so hopefully you guys are as fired up as I am. We expect you guys to all tune in to the best racing action in the world coming up later this year. All right, guys, as you guys can see, the clock ticking down, 10 minutes away from our 1 hour Nitro Buggy A-main finale. The 15 spots have been solidified. Dakota Fenn will start out on the pole. Ryan Mayfield 2, Lemieux 3, Davey Bata. How about that young man from Victorville, California, going to start in the 4. The Fish, Jonah Wilson, will start 5. Van Dalen 6, Rose 7, Wiggins 8, Robinson 9, Fuller 10, Caden that is, Mason Fuller, older brother right there in the 11, Frankie Contreras Jr. 12, Julian Oliveras, the Miami, Florida native, in the 13, and my 2 bump ups from the LCQ dash, Felong Win and Spencer Rivkin, man. It's about to get good out here, guys, so hang out here for just a little bit. We are under 10 minutes away from our A-main finale, guys, so jump on in the chat. Let me know who you guys are rooting for. Let's spike the numbers out there on YouTube or Facebook or wherever you guys are watching. And don't forget, guys, if you guys are really into RC racing out there, get that bonus lap membership right there. So thanks, guys, for tuning in, and we'll check back in with you guys shortly as you guys can hear the Nitro cars revving up here for the 1 hour A-main final.
Welcome back to coverage of the Roar 8 Scale Off-Road Nationals presented by J Concepts. Ladies and gentlemen watching here in Chico, California and around the world here on Live RC, Facebook, and YouTube, it is about that time, folks. The hour-long Nitro Buggy Final to crown our final national championship of the weekend here at A-Main Silver Dollar Raceway in Chico, California. This is going to be an absolute show. Already set our grid. Dakota Fence, he queued overall yesterday, so he did not have to run any semifinal races. Of course, he did do the A-Main practices earlier. Ryan Mayfield, Chase Lemieux, Davey Botta, Jonah Wilson, Seth Van Dalen, Brandon Rose, Jared Wiggins, Jermaine Robinson, Caden Fuller, Mason Fuller, Frankie Contreras Jr., Julian Oliveris, Felong Wynn, and Spencer Rivkin are your 15-car A-Main grid here for the hour-long final. We're going to be introducing your drivers. Let's throw it down trackside over to Mike Braun so we can hear exactly what these drivers are running and what companies they represent.
Cavalieri, Bernardi, Eckert, Blair, and Horn out here. Turn marshals, please. Here we go. This is time for our final main event today of your 2026 Roar Off-Road Nationals. Starting in the 15th spot, driving a team associated, sponsored by A-Main, ProTech, Live RC, Hobby Action, Stick It One Graphics. I want to thank my parents, my girlfriend Eden, and all the people who got me here where I am today. Thank you for all the track members who build an awesome track. From Chandler, Arizona, Spencer Rivkin. Starting in the 14th spot, driving a Kyosho, sponsored by Kyosho, J Concepts, Nitro Pro, Sidewinder, Prevail Paints, Bipolar Designs, and Exalt. From Abita Springs, Louisiana, Felong Wynn. Qualifying in the 13th spot, driving a Team Associated. We'd like to thank Team Associated, J Concepts, Reedy, AMR, Custom RC Graphics for all your products and continued support. Special thanks to Jason Rona, Paul Wynn, Brent Thelke, Richard Saxton for all your help along the way. I truly appreciate everything you do for me. And a big thank you to my parents for always being in my corner. And thank you for everyone back home for your support. From Orlando, Florida, Julian Oliveris. Qualifying in the 12th spot, driving a Mugen, sponsored by A-Main Hobbies, Team Marks Racing, WFO Designs, PCH Hobbies, Race Style Clothing, Drake Inn, Moto Whips. I would like to thank Nick Hernandez from TZO Tires. I would also like to thank Adam and Rhonda Drake for believing in me. Thank you to my dad and mom for supporting me in what I love to do. I love you guys. From Whittier, California, Frankie Contreras Jr. Qualifying in the 11th spot, driving an S-Works, sponsored by S-Works, Beach RC, J Concepts, Exalt, Reds, Nitro Pro, Bipolar Designs, One Army, RC Discharger, the No Name RC Podcast. So thanks to my dad and my sponsors for all their support. From Urbandale, Iowa, Mason Fuller. Qualifying in the 10th spot, driving an S-Works, sponsored by S-Works, Beach RC, J Concepts, Exalt, Reds Racing, Nitro Pro, One Army, and RC Discharger. From Urbanville, Iowa, Caden Fuller. Qualifying in the 9th spot, driving a Team Associated, sponsored by Team Associated, J Concepts, Reedy, Factory Team, The Drake Racing, MKS Servos, One Army, Sencal Hobbies, VRP, Bipolar Designs. Huge thanks to the team for all their help, and for my parents for their support. From Lake Forest, California, Jermaine Robinson. Qualifying in the 8th spot, driving a Techno, sponsored by Techno RC, J Concepts, Team Tekin, MKS Servos, ProTech RC, VP Racing Fuels, Fly Sky RC, JTP RC, Boom Graphics, DW Designs. Special thanks to J Concepts and the Techno teams for their support, and to my dad for his help all week, and to my wife and friends watching at home. From Dixon, Illinois, Jared Wiggins. Qualifying in the 7th spot, driving a Team Associated, sponsored by Team Associated, Reedy, J Concepts, Nitro Pro, Samurai Engines, Integrity RC Designs, Mike's Hobby Shop, and Monkey with a Knife Racing. From Houston, Texas, Brandon Rose. Qualifying the 6 spots. Driving a Techno, sponsored by Techno, J Concepts, Exalt, Ultimate Racing, Send It RC, VRP Racing Fuels, Beach RC Hobbies, Full Throttle Raceway, Yeti RC, Top Tier Roofing, Boom Graphics, and Busy Bodies. From Foley, Minnesota, Seth Van Dellen. Qualifying in the 5th spot, driving a Sparko, sponsored by Sparko, J Concepts, ProTech RC, A-Main Hobbies, Coyote, Power Hobby, The Drake Racing, VRP, DRC Graphics, N2 RC, Rhino Racing. Special thanks to Lee, John, Paul, Hannah, and my family and my girlfriend for all their support. From Knoxville, Tennessee, Jonah Wilson. Qualifying in the 4th spot, driving a Team Associated, sponsored by Team Associated, J Concepts, Hobby Wing, SRT Servos, ProTech RC, Factory Team, A-Main Hobbies, TDK, Sick Lids, TNR, Mint Print Media, Coyote Hobbies, Raceway, Mod, Makita, Kicker. Like to give a special thank you to BT, Richard, and my team, Jason Rona, Troy Hansen, Charlie Schwenka, Maddie G. Big thanks to my mom and dad, Pork Chop, and all the CHR locals back home from Victorville, California, Davey Bada. Qualifying in the 3rd spot, driving an X-Ray, sponsored by X-Ray, RC America, Hobby Wing, Hot Race Tires, Motive, Nitro Pro, Hudi, FX Engines, Trackside Hobbies, 920 Designs, Gravity RC. Huge thanks to Billy and the X-Ray team for the help and the support. From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Chase Lemieux. Qualifying the 2nd spot, driving a Techno, sponsored by Techno RC, J Concepts, Coyote, ProTech, Fly Sky, A-Main Hobbies, VP Racing, The Drake Racing, Flashpoint RC, RM2, Stick It 1, and Factory Tracks. Special thanks to Mike Truey for all the pit help, to Jason and Paul from J Concepts, and the whole Techno team for a great week. From Chandler, Arizona, Ryan Mayfield. And your 2026 Roar Off-Road Nitro Buggy TQ. Driving an X-Ray, sponsored by X-Ray, RC America, Matrix, Coyote, Ultimate, Hudi, Gen Zace, Nitro Pro, Fly Sky, Extreme Aerodynamics, Nitro Lux, Elite RC Productions, Beach RC, A-Main Hobbies, Easy Customs, Stick It 1, J&T, DRC. Special thanks to Dylan, Cheeky, and my family back home for all the support. From Angola, Indiana, Dakota Fence. All right, guys, let's line them up. Let's get them out there for 2-minute warm-up. 2-minute warm-up.
It's game time here, folks. Intros have been completed. There's your Avid RC pit cam showing you the action as these drivers make their first passes onto the racetrack here for your hour-long final, the final race of the 8-scale Roar Off-Road Nationals presented by J Concepts. Sean Miller, we've really brought this up to a crescendo. We started it off with the truck divisions, electric truggy, nitro truggy. Of course, we had the electric buggy decided by Dakota Fenn at A-Main number 3. Now we brought it all the way to Sunday. A long week's journey brings us to Sunday afternoon here at A-Main Silver Dollar Raceway in Chico, California. We cannot ask for a better way to finish off this week.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I just want to thank all the viewers from all around the world that have tuned in to crown your 2026 Nitro Buggy Roar 1/8 scale off-road national champion here at beautiful Chico, California, A-Main Silver Dollar RC Raceway. That was a mouthful.
This chat's going crazy right now, Sean. This is by far the biggest turnout we've had on the chat. And by the way, Scotty Ernst RC dropping in. Thank you, Scotty. Says, have a great show. Jared and Sean, great job this week. That's worthy of a fist bump.
Baby.
Thank you, Scotty Ernst, for your very kind words. The GOAT of Radio Control RC announcing. And you can see Seth Van Dalen had that early flame out in the warm-up. So
yeah, I saw that.
A little bit of stress here early on for the Van Dalen machine. You know he's going to get back out there as soon as he possibly can. But this is the time right now, Sean. Get those final tunes down. Of course, you heard people bench tuning earlier. Had them on the starter box. Had them getting close. But you never know how the tune's going to act until it gets out there on that race surface. So this is the time for the drivers to buff those tires in. There'll certainly be nothing left in that hour final. But good time to buff the tires in and get that tune out.
No doubt about it. We're going to be racing on some ball tires, and with some of the best drivers in the world right here, they're not going to fall off the pace very much, even though they're going to be on ball tires. So these guys really sure and hoping that they nailed their tune right here. The last thing you want to do is when you're out there on the start grid, be underneath that body, giving it an extra tune right there. That will not be a good sign. We'll keep an eye out that for it. Mechanics making their way out to the start grid.
As you heard our at-track announcer Mike Braun say, the straightaway has been closed. They're bringing them down here for the start of our final race of the weekend. 1/8 Nitro Buggy, a final, hour-long final here at Chico, California, A-Main Silver Dollar Raceway. Big thanks to everybody for joining into the stream. Clayton Young, Roar President, Race Director, Cal Southworth, Vin Manchanda, Chris Crowder, holding it down in the tech department all weekend. Mike Braun, as aforementioned, our track announcer, and our whole Live RC crew. Sexy like Sean Miller over here to my right on color commentary. Sam Rabarchik in production. Lucas McCabe and Travis Melton on the dynamic cameras. This is Jared Barton bringing you all the action here from LiveRC.com. We thank all of you for tuning in and joining us here on the broadcast. And we've been here. Our camera crew's been here for a week, Sean. We've been here now for 4 days, and it all comes down to this. You can see Clayton Young saying raise him up and clear him out. We are waiting to start. Final race of the Roar 8 Scale Off-Road Nationals. Our A final for 1/8 Nitro Buggy, waiting for green.
There we go, down and quiet.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Another fantastic start. Didn't expect any less from 15 of the best drivers in the world right here. Dakota Fenn off to a wonderful start. You can see Mayfield following him out. Just one note here, folks. The semifinals did go by pace tiebreakers. So even though Jonah Wilson won his semi, you see him starting in the 5th position. So it really incentivizes you to go as fast as you can and not just lay up short for the win.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That second semi, some of those guys were on burners right there, and so I'm sure Jonah wasn't thrilled about that, but still a tip of the cap for the Fish getting it in here to the A-Main.
Young man from Knoxville, Tennessee. You see him running in the 5th spot there, the purple and white. He definitely has a chance to deliver a smaller team, Sparco, their first ever Roar National title. First full lap by Dakota Fenn. No issues out front, 33 flat first time by. You better believe these lap times are going to get faster as the track dries out and these drivers find their rhythm. Everybody just kind of buffing the tires in for now, making sure they've got a good, smooth pace, and Ryan Mayfield lurks from behind after a couple small bobbles from Fenn. Then it's going to be Lemieux, Bada, Wilson, the top 5. No changes in the top 7 that first time by.
We're going to be seeing some 31-second laps here in this race. They did give it a light squirt out there. This track going to dry up, and the pace should pick up here shortly.
You better believe here, too. It's 90 degrees in Chico, California. They just gave it a light water, making sure the groove stays together. But this track will get laid, rubber down on it all hour long here. Again, 58 and 30 left to go. Still have an eternity left. We're not going to miss a second of the action. You can see Davey Bada under pressure from the aforementioned Wilson. And there's Seth Van Dalen. How's his mental state right now after that flame out in the warm-up, Sean?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be too worried. They've been here before, and they're going to be counting on their experience here for this long race. So I'm sure Sean dialed that thing back up, but that's not exactly what you want on a warm-up lap for your 60-minute A-Main file, and that's for sure. And that might have got the heart rate up just a little bit.
Not a doubt there. Of course, a fiery competitor is Seth Van Dalen, of course, with his father, Sean, here this weekend from Foley, Minnesota, and they will certainly have a chance in this hour-long final. But right now, those are the 3 that have been out front basically all weekend long, Sean. I know Mayfield's kind of been mixed bag, couple of bad rounds on his part, but he did tighten it up towards the end of qualifying. And how about that? The top 2 drivers, Sean, have 3 national titles already this week, trying to play the shutout here.
Yeah, not just this week. All 3 of these drivers have won national titles, be it 10 scale or A scale right here. So, I mean, this is kind of what we expect right here. All these drivers have been having a good 2026 season so far. And they got the big one coming up later this year in Hutto, Texas.
No doubt, brother. Giving you a full rundown here at 2:45, and it is Dakota out front of Ryan Chase, Davey Jonah, Seth, Brandon. No changes there from 1st to 7th place. Jermaine Robinson makes a move early up to 8th. Mason Thor jumps to 9th. That'll set Jared Wiggins down to 10th. Frankie Contreras Jr. in the 11th. Julian in the 12th. Felong, Spencer Ripken, and unfortunately Caden Fuller falls down the leaderboard just a little bit, down to 15th. But right now, quickest lap on the board, Sean. 3rd place, Chase Lemieux, 32.4. Just a heads up on runtime, folks. We do have 4 drivers in this race that did go 10 minutes on fuel, so we're going to be keeping our eye on that the entire way. You better believe that. Those drivers that went 10 minutes were Fend, Lemieux, Van Dalen, and Wiggins that could all stretch the field.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And as we were talking about yesterday through the qualifiers right there, with Dakota Fenn going straight to the main event, he's only seen the track for 5 minutes. in the warm-up earlier today, and then the warm-up they just had was probably 3 to 5 minutes as well right here. So Mayfield, with that techno right there, he got that long 30-minute semi. He might have found a little something with that techno ride as he is looking racy so far here in our first 4 minutes.
Yes, sir. Great point of analysis right there, Sean. Great job on the analysis side there. Is Fenn has a fraction of the track time that Mayfield does.
Correct.
Because Mayfield was able to transfer directly from the half-an-hour semi. So right now, you can see Mayfield looking racy, but this is what we've seen all weekend long, Sean, is everybody can hang with Fenn for that first fuel run or so, but every time that you get a pit stop, again, you save that extra pit stop in the form of Fenn with his ultimate engine and his X-Ray chassis. Can anybody stick with him for the long haul? I think if anybody can, you're looking at him right there, Ryan Mayfield.
Yep, and both these drivers, Fenn getting his 46th National Road Championship this weekend, and Mayfield getting his 32nd and his 33rd Roar National Championship this weekend. So who's it going to be between these two? Or is anybody going to come up and spoil the party? Look at the hot lap of the race all the way down to 9th place, 32-2 from Mason Fuller.
My heart just skipped a beat right there as we were going on the front straightaway. Mayfield
yeah,
had a huck-a-buck moment there and had a little bit of panic throughout to pull that front end back out. But Mayfield, you can see he's being very patient. How many times have these two drivers battled just like this, not just at Ronats, but at all these big-time events they all go to? You got to believe Mayfield knows there's plenty of time, 55 minutes left to go. He's not trying to push the issue too hard. Of course, if he's faster and he finds an opening, he'll pass him. But at this point, I don't think he minds sitting back there and watching Dakota for a little while.
So with that little bit of track time that Fenn has had out here today compared to the others, I figured he'd kind of build on his momentum, and he just comes around and does his best lap of the race, 32.4. Mayfield, his best lap of the race is a 32.4. And check out Davey Bata getting around the mule on that last lap, running top 3 right here.
Mason Fuller going for a tumble just at the bottom of your screen. He'll fall down a couple of spots, but right now, focusing on these two big dogs right here. And again, continuing to talk about the veteran versus new driver scene a little bit. There's kind of two different tides here, Sean, two different generations. I know Dakota is only 29 years old, but he's raced professionally for over 20 of those years, so really he is one of the veterans along with Mayfield, who of course turns 40 in September. So these two continue to hold it down. 6 minutes down and 54 to go. Again, we're going to be watching pit stops. Mayfield is very transparent. He cannot stretch the fuel to 10 minutes. I heard rumblings in the pits that Ben may try to go 12 minutes on a tank. Well, that would be unbelievable on that ultimate engine. If he so can do that, we'll keep our eyes on it.
That would be absolutely incredible, but we've seen Fenn stretch him out pretty good right there, but 12, that would just be out of control.
I mean, Fenn may be taking Adam Drake's title as the efficiency king these days to be able to do that. So we'll certainly keep our eyes peeled to it. We'll make sure you don't miss a moment of the action here on Live RC. Still very early in this first fuel run, folks. 6:40 down in this one, 53:20 left to go. Full run now, Sean, give it to me.
Well, we got Dakota Fenn here, 0.3 of a second. Make that 1/10 of a second, and check that out, J-Dog. They both do their best lap of the race. Track drying out, tires starting to come in here a little bit, and these guys finding a groove. Then it's going to be the X-Ray Factory pilot of Chase Lemieux running in the 3. B Rose with the associated 4. Van Dalen Techno 5. And then 6 through 15 going to be Bata, Robinson, Wilson, B-Long Win, Caden Fuller, Mason Fuller, Jared Wiggins, Spencer Rivkin, Julian Oliveris, and Frankie Contreras.
Yeah, you saw Davey Bata get kind of ejected right there off the quad. He had just made a pass for position after a little mistake from Rose, but Rose able to get back into that 5th spot. Looks like we had a change for position. A little mistake from Mayfield put Chase Lemieux up to the 2nd spot. I believe there may have been a little bit of contact between your two leaders, Fenn and Mayfield, and the beneficiary, Wauwatosa's Wisconsin, Chase Lemieux.
Yeah, we missed it. I would have loved to see that action right there, but, you know, the camera can only watch one section at a time, so these guys are taking their best swing at it, and look at this bunch starting to slinky back up to each other.
Telling you what, it is like the yo-yo effect. Sometimes you stretch a little bit, sometimes you pull it back, but there is Seth Van Dalen, kind of the wild card in this situation here. He was the only driver here, Sean, that showed Team Q speed comparable to Dakota Fenn. We'll see if he does it. Mayfield's in for his first pit stop. Just saw it on the left side of your screen, but these three have stayed out up to this point. I wonder if Van Dalen is going to try 10 minutes again. Remember, it almost bit him earlier, so he is right there on the tipping point of fuel.
And if you remember back to the semis right there, Lemieux He went 10 in those semis, and he's feeling pretty confident right here. What a season in the 2026 year for Chase Lemieux, man. He's really impressed me. He's got some 10-scale national championships. He was the highest running X-ray at the World's warm-up just a few months ago. This kid's really impressed me.
Saw Van Dalen just jump in for fuel there at the 8:30 mark, so no 10-minute strategy there for Seth Van Dalen. So it's down to these two, and I'm very interested to see what happens here at the 10-minute mark. Was it just a little bit of hearsay? Was it a little bit of maybe trying to throw people off the center of their trail? Or can Dakota Fenn go 12 minutes on a tank of fuel? I don't see how it's possible, but if somebody can make the impossible possible, it certainly is the feat on Dakota Fenn.
Yeah, I feel like that would just add too much stress in the equation. Going 12, would that make one less stop?
It would make one less stop for sure. Yeah, 12 minutes times 5 would be 6-0, and man, that would be a big ace in the hole for him.
Yeah, I'd like to see it, but we're going to find out here as 9:20 just ticked off the clock right here, and we got 50-40 left to go on the master clock.
See Davey Botta right there having a little bit of trouble. He was up at that top 5 mix, but now drops down to the 15th spot. Right now, 9:35 left. Both Fenn and Lemieux bust out their fastest laps, 32.3 to a 32.2. Quickest lap of the race is 11th place Caden Fuller at a 32.20. But this is the magic threshold here, Sean. 10 minutes. Who's going to duck in? Who's going to not duck in? Again, ultimate engines for Fenn and an FX engine for Lemieux. Oh, Fenn up on 2, but he saved it. This is the all-important duck in for fuel here. Will we see one, both, or maybe neither?
I got a feeling they're both coming in.
Lemieux stays out. I would not have had that on my bingo card. So Dakota's in at the 10-minute mark, and it's Chase Lemieux going the extra lap. Again, the Wauwatosa, Wisconsin native now out in front. You can see Fenn cycles right back in. Looks like to the second spot afterwards. So it looks like it's going to be Chase Lemieux. We'll try to pick him back up in that red and white X-ray. Here he is down the back straightaway. And again, it's Lemieux, Fenn, Mayfield, Van Dalen, and Rose with 10:30 gone and 49:30 to go. We're going to be watching Lemieux for sure.
Let's see. He should be coming across the line right here. Yep, and here he comes in the pit lane through the rumble strips. Billy Easton going to be on the bottle right here.
Possibly Billy Fisher on the
what did I say? Billy Easton? Yeah, I meant Billy Fisher. Good catch right there.
You got the first one right. You got the first name right. You were half credits there. So there you see it there, folks. Lemieux cycles to the lead. A little bit faster pit stop there for Chase Lemieux. That is your new top 3. Chase, Dakota, and Ryan Mayfield. Fenn comes up short on the quad, and he's going to be on his lid. Again, that was trying to avoid Chase Lemieux, and now all of a sudden Dakota finds himself in 4th as there's Van Dalen moving up to that final podium spot in 3rd. But it's Chase Lemieux out front at the 11:15 mark. Wow.
Are we possibly going to see a first-time A-scale national champion out here? I'm all for it.
Yeah, great point there, Sean, as we can't call him first-time champion, period.
Right.
He's already in 2026. He's won 2 of these things. He's won
we've been at
2-wheel
both.
drive at Maximus back in April over there in New Hampshire, and then he also won 4-wheel drive at SDRC in May. So he's been a 10th-scale specialist for quite a while, but 8th-scale is definitely one thing he's been working hard on. He was the highest finishing X-ray driver at the Thornhill World's warm-up in preparation for next month. You better believe Chase Lemieux is not just up and coming anymore. He is here.
There is no doubt about it, Jared. I've just been so impressed with his season he's had so far. This would be icing on the cake, and all the momentum would be on his side going into Worlds, since this is most likely the last, a race of this caliber before the Worlds right here. So this is just looking good right here for Lemieux, and he will definitely be one to watch, not just today, but coming up later at the IFMAR World Championship, brought to you by Live RC, September 26th through October 3rd.
Speaking of Lemieux, he is confirmed to go to the 400 RC Compound Fall Classic up there in Barrie, Ontario. So it will get one crack at it before the Worlds at Thornhill. I wonder if we see Dakota Fenn maybe get one more crack at it. He has not been confirmed yet, but there's a good list of 6 to 8 pro drivers that are going up to Canada across the border and running that Fall Classic race.
I've seen a lot of advertisement for that race, and I think these boys are just trying to get in all the racing they can. It's all about stick time with the A-Scale Worlds coming up, and it's coming up fast.
No doubt. And Dave Steele and the whole crew that owns 400 RC, I've been there personally. A gorgeous racetrack. That would be a site for a potential world or national in the future. So if you're listening along, 400 RC Compound, definitely a worthy track.
Yeah, you can see Davey Bata had an issue there with that 133. He was up in third early on in this race, and he's already the first one to go a lap down right here. And Mayfield keeping Lemieux honest with a 1.7 deficit. And then Van Dalen, there it is, our first 31-second lap of the race. Only 1.6 back from these guys.
If it wasn't Bada, I was going to expect Van Dalen to bust one of those 31s out because he is just violently fast. There you see Mayfield. I am awfully impressed by Ryan Mayfield here. He's going to be at least at a one-stop disadvantage, and he is still up there absolutely pushing as hard as he can. He wants Roar National Championship number 34. I think he sees Dakota get all the headlines. You know, obviously, Mayfield just picking up some 10th scale again, but he really has not hit the 10th scale seen in the last 10 years or so. So he would like to reassert his dominance here in 8th scale.
Yeah, and you know, just a little nod for Mayfield. He was a tick off in qualifying, but as usual, the big race comes to party on a Sunday, and Mayfield's right there ready to rip.
He always tightens it up. Before we get into our second pit stop, let's give you the full rundown as they run right now. Chase Lemieux out in front of Ryan Mayfield by 1.7 seconds. Mayfield will have to pit here in about 50 seconds or so. Then we're going to have Van Dalen in the 3 spot. That changes hands now as Van Dalen moves to 2. A little mistake from Mayfield in the quad. Fend is 4th. Wilson is 5th, followed by Brandon Rose, Mason Fuller, Jared Wiggins, Jermaine Robinson, Caden Ford, the top 10. Frankie Fee, Spencer Julian, and Davey, your top 15.
So for everybody running that 7:30 pit stop mileage, that second round of pit stop is going to be coming up soon. And we're about 5 minutes away if you're going on the 10-minute strategy right here. So this is good. You know, it's all about those interior battles and watching who's going to be pitting when in these 60-minute races. Hey, everybody's going to start to stretch out here just a little bit, but all eyes are on this pit lane here as we're coming in for our second round of pit stops.
Absolutely, and we missed it if Jared Wiggins is trying 10 minutes again. I know he tried it a couple of times in the qualifying races. Right now, Jared in the 8th spot. We do know for sure that Lemieux and Fenn are going 10. Everybody else, for the most part, is playing that 7:30 game.
Yeah, and you know, this is not a sprint. It's an endurance race right here. It's a marathon. So, you know, it's really pushing the envelope. Once you get a little bit of a lead, you know, you can kind of back off a little bit and save a little bit of fuel. Right now, no time to do that.
Absolutely. And I believe Van Dalen may be trying to play an in-between schedule a little bit, trying to go 8.5 minutes. And really there is no way to save on that one, but that final pit stop a little bit shorter. One more sprint to the finish, you never know.
Let's play hypotheticals right here. Let's say he gets up to Lemieux. We saw him go 10 in qualifying, so we know he's got that in his back pocket. He could pull an audible here late in the race and start blasting off 10s with the rest of the crew. We'll see if that strategy changes as the race goes on. We're only 16 minutes into this race.
Absolutely. We're keeping an eye on your leaders right here. You can see Van Dalen coming up behind Lemieux. So right now it looks like Van Dalen really coming up with reckless abandon here. I think that Chase is still doing some fuel mileage racing, but 31.6 for Seth Van Dalen. He just chopped 9/10 of a second out of Chase Lemieux's lead, and he is there now. Followed by Fenn, Mayfield, Wilson, your top 5. Rose in that top half dozen spot. Robinson, Fuller, Wiggins, and Wynn, the top 10. We're at 16:30 in again. Second pit stop coming up shortly for those that are trying to run long.
Yep, and you know, we got a little J-Concept versus Hot Race right here. Of course, Van Dalen on the J-Concept and your leader Lemieux rocking the Hot Race tires.
Absolutely, 33.3 to a 32.7 for Lemieux and Van Dalen. Both long laps on that one, so you can see Mayfield 3 and Fenn 4 coming across the line. Top 4 are spread by 8.5 seconds, and again, Fenn trying to once again take full advantage of that long fuel schedule. But, Sean, I got to be honest with you, that car doesn't look as good as it was before he took that tumble.
Yep, and maybe it's just a case of the old nerves getting to you a little bit. You got to settle back in for the long haul when you make a mistake. You know, when a quarterback throws an interception, you don't want to go out there and throw another one. You got to march right back down and get into the end zone and put that interception behind you. And same thing in RC. When you make that mistake, you got to get right back on the horse and focus.
My bad there, Sean Van Dalen. A beautiful pit stop right there from his father, Sean, to Seth. In and out for his second fuel stop. No worries there. Again, we are seeing Seth play that, I call it, 8.5 minute game. Probably isn't going to save him an extra pit stop. But again, that last sprint to the finish could be a little bit shorter. I don't think he would try to audible that schedule because, you know, Sean, if you're going to go 8:30 on one tank, you'd have to go 11:30 on the next to make up for it. That's probably an insurmountable gap.
Not likely.
18 down, drivers, 18 down, and everybody watching at home. Hope you're having a great time. 18 down, 42 to go. It's Lemieux leading Van Dalen by 4.5 seconds. Again, Chase yet to make his second pit stop. That would level them out in the pit stop game, but Chase a little loose over the big quad. You see Rivkin just went a lap down. That's 13th place, Spencer Rivkin. And, not quite the weekend he was hoping for, Sean, here in the Nitro Buggy, but just getting there in itself was a very impressive feat.
No doubt about it. Yeah, and that was, don't forget, that was from the 15th spot in the LCQ. That was dialed.
That was crazy. Definitely the hard charger at work going to Rivkin if we were to present one. There's Lemieux, though. 18:30 down, 41:30 to go. Chase leading Seth by 3.3. So Chase taking full advantage of that extra pit stop. But again, Sean, once we cross that 20-minute mark and Lemieux ducks back in, it should, in theory, unless anybody makes a mistake, cycle Van Dalen back to the lead. Mayfield third, and Fenn still looks a little bit wounded in fourth.
Yeah, he's hanging in there, but, like we were talking about earlier in this race, everybody else has been out there clicking off laps, and they got, depending on where you came from, you got at least a half an hour of some track time out there right there, and they were able to learn where the bumps are and maybe where the car was good or not, make some adjustments, and that might be biting them here a little bit. So, of course, naturally, you want to go out there and TQ and go right into the show, but could it possibly have been a bit of a disadvantage? We're going to find out.
I do think it could have been a bit of a disadvantage. Sorry, I interjected there, Sean. Chase Lemieux just missed a Marshall by inches when he was going over the quad, and again, I'm really glad nobody hit each other there. That could have been bad for both Marshall and driver. We're going to keep our eyes peeled on Lemieux because he should be peeling in for his pit stop either this or next time by. 19:45 down, 40:15 to go. We're already approaching the 1/3 distance mark. Sean, time flies when you're having fun, don't you agree?
Sure does. So last time he went about 10.5. On the last one, it was about 10-10 down, and he went around for another one, and we're 10 exactly as he comes across, and, well, what do you know? He's going around for another one.
Absolutely. I think Billy Fisher wants to build up a little bit of insurance because you have to be ready to have a fight on your hands in that last run, and you don't want to be able to, you don't want it to fuel mileage race if you're in a battle for the win at the very end. You want to be able to squeeze it a little bit if you need to. I like what Billy's doing here. He's giving his driver a little bit of insurance, but this is very costly. He just flipped over, trying to come in on his in-lap. We're going to watch this intently to see if he can make it all the way back around.
Well, he's definitely coming in for fuel, but when you're going for a 10.5-minute run, the last thing you want to do with that small amount of fuel in there is go upside down. That could have been treacherous.
Pick cam here being shown by Team Abbott. He's up on the board. Fuel gun is going in. Car is still running, and that is a big, big save. But there's the lead. Changing hands, Sean. Now we are level on pit stops again, and it's going to be Seth Van Dalen out front by literally 5 feet.
So now, instead of having that 5-second lead, he's going to kind of have that one less stop in the back pocket. He's got to keep it within 6 seconds or so if he wants to come around and possibly steal this one away. But it's got to be a pretty perfect run from here on out. His one mulligan is pretty much used up here in the first half of the race.
And there is your new leader, Ryan Mayfield. Again, we're trying to play pit strategy here. Mayfield on the 7:30 strategy, so he, along with Van Dalen, are currently in a disadvantage on pitting. Lemieux and Fenn still playing that 10-minute pit stop strategy. But again, Dakota Fenn falls back to 5th as check out who's risen to 4th. Only 6 seconds off the lead, Sean. Jonah Wilson, the young man for Sparko and Knoxville, Tennessee's own, making a bid for his second national title, but your first big boy title, if you will.
And, I'm kind of reminiscing back to the World warm-up. Mayfield had struggled in the first couple rounds of qualifying, but boy, he really found something in that third round of qualifying. The mains came. He was able to finish top 3 after the 60-minute A main at the World warm-up. And it's pretty similar to what we got going on here this weekend at the Roaring Nats. Struggled in qualifying a little bit, found something a little bit late, really seems to have found something magic in that semi, and I'm just not surprised whatsoever to see the OG of RC, Ryan Mayfield, leading us around in that techno strapped up on J-Concept the Rubber.
No doubt there, and we spoke with him earlier in the weekend. He said he felt he had a pretty good chance. E-Buggy didn't quite go the way he wanted, but he did say that the car was good, just didn't quite get the bounces he needed to potentially keep the sweep effort alive. But I don't think he'd be upset with 3 out of 4. I don't think so.
Yeah, 3 out of 4. It ain't the broom, but it's close enough to me.
That's what Fenn did last year. Remember, he won everything less E-Truggy at Thornhill at the Nationals last year. So would not be a surprise at all to see Mayfield pull that feat. Now, looks like Mayfield has yet to pit. That time 32.4. We're coming to the 23-minute mark and 37 minutes left to go. Still waiting for Mayfield's third pit stop.
All right. Yep, our third round of pit stops here for the 7:30 strategy guys. Coming up here, and man, dude, check it out. 3.4 now. Van Dalen still 2. Lemieux only a half second back from him. Dakota Fenn, you know what? He's still in this one. He's only 12 seconds behind Mayfield right now, but he cannot afford a single mistake from here on out. 12 seconds, that's a lot right here, but still a lot of time on the master clock. Then it's going to be the Fish, Jonah Wilson, top 5. B-Rose stand up for Texas here in the 6, Fuller 7. The Wizard, Jared Wiggins, 8. Belong in the 9. And remember, Belong came from the LCQ, and he's already cracked the top 10 right there. Punch it in that K-Car Belong. And it's going to be Fuller, Robinson, Caden, Fuller, Rifkin, Contreras Jr., Oliveras, and Davey Bata, 1 through 15 here.
As you're giving the rundown there, Sean, Ryan Mayfield did duck in for his third pit stop, so now he's going to be right there behind Chase Lemieux. This should be for the second and third spot that Seth Van Dalen does cycle back to the lead. 1, 2, 3 lined up in a row. Orange and white Techno, followed by the red and white X-Ray, and there is Mayfield in the pink and white Techno RC machine. So Techno sandwiching the X-Ray car right now. Van Dalen, of course, leading Lemieux and Mayfield.
Yep, so we're going to be watching this here as Van Dalen and Lemieux, they're going to start coming in here. They got a little bit of time to go here in about the next 5 minutes. So Mayfield's just going to kind of just keep his cool out here and just kind of just keep clicking off laps right now because he knows he's only 1.9 seconds back for the race lead, and when those guys come in doing the 10 minutes, he's going to get around them.
Absolutely. That's what we have to keep in mind is that Fenn and Lemieux still have that extra pit stop in hand, and that really won't play out until the final couple minutes of this race once those 7:30 strategy guys duck in for their final pit stop. So right now, Van Dalen out front by 1 second over Lemieux. Again, it's Mayfield in 3. Jonah Wilson having the run of his career right here in the 4th spot. Young man from Sparko team, Knoxville, Tennessee. Then it's going to be Fenn, and check out Long up to the 6th spot, Sean. LCQ to 6th. Then it's going to be Rose, Wiggins, and both the Fullers, Caden and Mason, your top 10.
Wow, to think Long only 15 seconds back from the race leaders right now. He started second to last. That's pretty dialed.
He started about that far back out the first lap when you figure how long they're stretched around this racetrack. Right. So we talk about pace. Long definitely has national championship winning pace. Just to update you on the lap times, folks, we have seen some 31s, 31.6 out of Seth Van Dalen, 31.9 fastest pass out of Mayfield, 31.8 for Long. Looks like everybody else still 32.
Well, look at things going up here. We got the little yo-yo effect going on here. As we're following with Van Dalen, there's Lemieux, and then Mayfield. You could just see him flash through the screen there right at the bottom. He's right behind these guys now. Only 0.7 of a second behind Lemieux, and Lemieux 1.3 back from Van Dalen. Well, you know what? In the first half of this race, this is exactly what the viewers were hoping for. We didn't want to run away. We wanted to see some battling. Are you not entertained?
You know it's bad news when the camera crew pans to Long. That means he's on the move. Fenn looking a little bit vulnerable in front here.
Look at Fenn.
You wonder if he's playing tire strategy. The only thing is if you run a harder tire up front, these guys are going to get away from you too far, and it may throw some strategy out the window. Right now, Fenn's car looking a little bit free, not quite the rear bite he's looking for. And check out Long's car on Jake Concepts there. That thing is biting and driving forward. He's looking for any way by Fenn. Actually gives him a tap over the quad, makes a little mistake, so it's going to have to get Long back into position there, and here comes Brandon Rose up from behind trying to take advantage. So right now it's going to be Lemieux, Mayfield, Van Dalen, Wilson, and Fenn, the top 5. Long's got to regroup, get back in there, but he definitely has speed. He's coming forward.
So I couldn't see through the berm right there. That might have been a mistake out of Mayfield. I couldn't really see. The camera shot was a little bit blocked right there, but Mayfield should be in front of Van Dalen here. So I don't think that was him. He should be coming up across the line here any second.
Yeah, Mayfield's still out there. Looks like Van Dalen had just pitted, Sean. Looks like that was pit stop number 3. Again, he's trying to play that 8:39-minute-ish strategy. So Van Dalen should have already ducked in for his next pit stop, but it is Lemieux who will have to pit in about 2.5 minutes as we're now 27:30 in and 32:30 left to go. Just to update you folks on the fuel strategy, only 2 to our knowledge playing 10 minutes. That is your leader Lemieux and 5th place Fenn.
And, you know, Mayfield, knowing he's going to have to pit one more time, I think this is right into his wheelhouse. He's following Lemieux. He knows he's going to be able to get by him here in the next minute 45 or 2 minutes when Chase is going to have to come in for fuel. And then you're going to kind of see what Mayfield does. He puts the hammer down, and he's going to kind of stress you out by gapping you out, because he's going to need to have a little bit of a gap with one more stop than the rest of the guys. Oh, a little bumping and banging. Here we go.
Mayfield tried to send it inside. I think what he's trying to do here, Sean, Lemieux's still very new to these hour-long finals. You wonder if Mayfield may try to run him out of fuel here by making him nervous, make him look back there, pull the throttle hard a couple times, and maybe foil that 10-minute strategy. Mayfield, a wily veteran. He's done this so many times. I don't think he wants to pass Lemieux right now, unless, of course, the opportunity presents itself.
No, but in motocross terms, he's going to show him a wheel and show him a fender and just kind of spike that heart rate a little bit and let him know, I got the pace, man. You better not make a mistake because I want by.
Small bobble over the quad there for Mayfield. Of course, able to save it. Luckily, didn't hit the flywheel on the way down. So it's going to be Lemieux, Mayfield, Van Dalen, Wilson, and Fenn, your current top 5. Looks like we have the top 11 cars still on the lead lap. Robinson is on the tail end of the lead lap in that 11th spot. But a good shout out here to Jermaine Robinson. What a fantastic drive this weekend from Irvine, California. Associated OS Engines and Day Concepts. He better be pretty thrilled with this weekend. Of course, him and his father were pretty pleased when I talked to him.
Yeah, and RC Victory Lane brings up a good point. You know, another driver who's had a really awesome 2026 year is Seth Van Dalen. What a DNC. Couple championships going to him at DNC. And I'll tell you what, he's really thrown his name in the ring right here for coming up later this year at Worlds. And you know what, he's not out of this one yet for a Roar National Championship on the Sunday here in the Nitro Buggy class.
No doubt about that, brother. 29:30 to go. We should see Lemieux in either this lap or the next. And you better believe how much knowledge is Billy Fisher sharing with Chase on that headset. You know Chase is antsy, he's fired up, he wants to win this hour-long final, and I'm sure Billy's saying, back it down, young bucks. You save me a little bit of fuel, because they are trying to play that 10:30 strategy and shorten that last pit stop. Let's see here, Sean, is he going to come in?
No, sir. And you know what? If I was down there and I was Billy, I wouldn't say a dang thing to him. I would just let the chef cook. He's in the kitchen right now, and just let him do his thing. Now, I think if he needs a little pep talk or something here or there, maybe jump in. But only in an absolutely necessary situation. I think Chase Lemieux got this so far right now, and I think Billy's just letting him eat.
Well, Chase has his father, Paul's genes, very, very cool, like a cucumber, even-keeled. You don't see him get much above a low idle, so that's going to be very useful. Speaking of low idle, here he comes in for fuel. Let's see if Lemieux can get a nice clean pit stop. Billy Fisher on the gun in our Abbott pit cam.
Yeah, and as you saw, he was a little slow coming into pit lane because the rumble strip really upsets the car. He lost a little bit of forward drive, and coming up into pit lane, it's so dusty. He had a lot of wheel spin. That's going to cost him a second or two right there. He cannot afford that if he wants to come up and beat Mayfield here for this championship. And lurking back there, only a second back, is Van Dalen, who may have gotten around him right there with that longer pit stop as well.
You hit the nail on the head with the dust going to pit lane. That was the next thing we were going to speak about. This is definitely an untested surface. It's a raised wooden pit lane, and the dust from the track maintenance and from the cars throwing this dust and making the groove will definitely be a very influential factor. You can see Lemieux wants back by Mayfield. This is a great race right here, as again we have Mayfield and Lemieux battling it out right here. Looks like Van Dalen still in a 2 spot. I'm looking for him. He may have ducked into pit lane that last time by, so that looks like Seth will, of course, cycle through. But I'm still thinking, there's Seth up in front, so Mayfield may have made a bobble, and there's Lemieux in third.
Yeah, we definitely missed that one. We're just past the halfway point, and it's still a 3-horse race out here with Wilson 10 seconds back right here. So it looks like it's going to come down to these 3 right here, and I'm all for it. A 60-minute race, you never want to see somebody just run away with it. Of course, that's what the racer wants. But us as broadcasters and the viewers online, let's cheer these guys on, man. Let's get a full 60-minute burner in here. These 3 guys putting on a show for everybody watching on Live RC.
And there is full cause to be excited, because we are at our peak viewership right now, Sean, here halfway through our hour-long final. 32 minutes down, 28 to go. You're following Foley, Minnesota's Seth Van Dalen. How many times has he come so close? He's been the only driver this weekend, Sean, to be on the podium in all 3 of our completed divisions.
So out of the top 3, 2 of these guys have never won a 1/8 scale or national championship. So maybe a little changing of the guard right here. We'll see in the next 27.5 minutes.
Absolutely. We should be seeing Van Dalen due for a pit stop here shortly. Looks like he's going to stay out this time at 32.40 down. So again, Mayfield just turns out a 31.9. 31.9 for Lemieux, and Lemieux gets around Mayfield for second place. And again, we have to remind you folks, Lemieux has the extra pit stop in hand. He's going 10 minutes on a tank. Van Dalen is not. So right now, if Lemieux can keep that gap to around 4 seconds, we're going to have a dead heat for our final sprint of the race.
So I got to think that 37.6 3 laps ago for Mayfield, that was possibly his pit lap right there. I don't see another pit lap there for him. So assuming that's what it was, yeah.
That makes sense. About a 4 second pit stop, and you know Mike Truey is slamming that fuel stick in there, and he's one of the fastest out there.
Yeah, look at Van Dalen. We got a couple Technos bookending my top 3 with an X-Ray in between. And we got the Sparko of Wilson in the number 4, the X-Ray of 10.5, the Associated of B Rose in the 6, the S-Works of Mason Fuller in the 7, the Kyosho of B Long Win. Oh no! Disaster right here. Mayfield, a huge mistake. And that's going to be costly right now. He is going to have to drive the wheels off of that thing if he wants to win this one.
He certainly is going to use every bit of those J-Concepts tires. That was the costly one, John.
Yeah, that's you can't afford, this far into the race, those mistakes, you don't have as much time to make up for that mistake right here. So that's going to be a bit costly, and we'll see how it plays out here with 25:55 left on the master clock. Just to finish out the running order, Wiggins 9, Robinson 10, Rivkin from the B main as well up to a top 11. Contreras Jr. tip of the cap to that young man with the TZO tires running in the 12. Oliveras 13, Baca 14, and it looks like Caden Fuller possibly the first one to exit this A main.
First mention of tires for Chase Lemieux. Gavin Vecina just mentioned in the chat that with hot race rubber that Chase Lemieux is on, that should be very favorable for an hour-long final. They're a little bit harder tire, a little bit harder carcass, so you got to figure Chase probably saving a little bit, but in theory, again, we'll see how it plays out. Chase Lemieux's tires should be a little bit better at the end of this long race. Here comes Van Dalen in for another pit stop. This was right on schedule. Sean's got him up there with the fuel gun in hand. Another excellent pit stop. And Lemieux. Oh! And how about Van Dalen ripping the berm? He says, I want the lead. Like we keep mentioning to you folks, that is even on pit stop. If the race were to end right there, that would have been a finish back to the line. This is going to be absolutely fantastic. And you better believe the race is going to be won or lost on pit road.
Oh, a little bit of a huckabuck. Yeah, and you've seen a lot of mistakes made right there, and that is not where you want to make a mistake. That is very high speed. To be honest, I thought Lemieux had him coming out of pit lane. Van Dalen shuts the door, but another costly mistake from one of the Techno drivers here. We got Lemieux back out front, baby.
I don't think Van Dalen lifted in that berm. He was throwing smoke and throwing dust, and that was awfully cool. Now let's see if he can reset and get back after Lemieux again. Chase still has that extra pit stop in hand. Chase will not have to pit for another 4.5 minutes or so. Right now we're 36 minutes in and now 24 minutes left to go. And the X-Ray driver from Wisconsin looking for his first overall 8-scale Roar National title in the third of his young career.
And just something to kind of keep an eye on right here. This long into the race, the cars, the handling, the tires, everything's going away. The tires are starting to bald out a little bit. The shock oil has heated up a little bit. The diff oils are starting to thin out. So really, it's a tale of two different races right here. Once you get past the back half of the 30 minutes that we have already completed right here, is now the cars are changing a little bit and getting a little bit harder to drive right here. So really, it's going to make a big difference here with only 23.5 minutes to go. Who can hang on with their car starting to fade here oh so slightly.
Excellent insight there, Sean. Again, you got to think about fluid fade is probably one of the things that isn't mentioned as much as it should be, especially in these hour-long finals. Those shocks certainly get a little bit more springy. The oil doesn't damp as easily, and those dips, you better believe these things are on fire. You cannot touch them with your bare finger and you burn yourself.
Ooh, a little
contact, yeah. So I think Seth was looking for room, and Chase shut the door on him there again. That's a very good passing spot if you're able to sling that thing into that 180, but Chase had the spot covered. 38 38 down and 37-15 down rather, and 22:45 left to go. Rundown currently is Van Dalen in front of Mayfield. Looks like Lemieux had a miss lap.
Yeah, they'll get that fixed.
So it's going to be Lemieux, Van Dalen, Mayfield the top three, Wilson, Mason, Fuller rising back up to the top five. And give me 6 through 10, Sean. Who's doing what out there?
6, Brandon Rose. That's the top running associated right there. Felong from the B main all the way up to the 7th spot. Not too bad. Not exactly where he expected to be, but all things considered, coming from the LCQ, not bad for him in the 7th spot. Fenn down to the 8. That is your top qualifier. And, man, just maybe a miss on that setup, and that's unfortunate. Wiggins going to go 9. Robinson 10. Rivkin in the 11. Contreras Jr. 12. Oliveras, Bata, and Caden rounding out my team.
Jared Kay mentioned in the chat that Trackside's going to need a bigger trophy case. If he's able to bring this thing home, that's Chase Lemieux. That is his home track, Trackside Hobbies and Raceway in Brookfield, Wisconsin. So you better believe Trackside's got that TV on, and they're watching their man Chase Lemieux trying to hold off a very fast Seth Van Dalen. You can see Van Dalen takes a clip there at that left rear tire, just showing him that he's there, like Sean had alluded to. Just like motocross, you show him the wheel, show him that front fender, make Chase think about anything except going forward. Make sure he tightens those shoulders, but maybe gets a little bit of arm pump going. Because right now he's got 21 minutes to hold him off. Chase's third pit stop is coming here in about a minute and a half.
Yep, and we are on that 10-minute fuel stop watch right here, as we are just about to hit 39 minutes into this race. And usually in a 60-minute race, after the first 20 minutes, the battles fizzle out. Not here today in Chico, California at Silver Dollar RC Raceway. It's like we just started this with these two.
Absolutely. Chase looked a little bit vulnerable through the infield. I about jumped out of my chair when they made contact right there.
I saw that.
Man, oh man, what a fantastic race. Looks like Seth definitely coming forward here. I just wonder if Chase is having to play a little bit of fuel strategy right now. Seth really isn't. He's playing it straight up, not trying to stretch that fuel mileage at all. I think that'll play into Seth's hands here as the race goes on, but really, it's going to come down to who does not make the mistake. Who's not going to blink here in these final 20 minutes as we are now eclipsing 40 minutes of our 60-minute final.
All right, we are on watch here for Lemieux. I got a feeling if we're just going on what he's been doing so far, he's been going about 10:30 or so. We're about 10 seconds away from the 40-minute mark right here, and right on schedule as advertised. He goes around for one more. So Van Dalen's really going to have to strap it up and push the envelope. He knows he's going to take over the race lead here, and he's got to get about 6 or 7 second lead if he wants to hang on to it here at the end. Otherwise, it's just going to be a battle nose to nose. Oh, Van Dalen, he willed that thing over that triple right there. That was almost disastrous.
And obviously, it's still 20 minutes left, Sean, but you got to feel like both of these guys know this is really the race for the win. This is setting up that final run, and you cannot concede the lead. There comes Lemieux in for his third pit stop at 40-30. Billy Fisher with the Avid pit cam right there, and he's down and away. Beautiful stop there for Lemieux.
Yeah, they've been on point with those pit stops right here, and I'll tell you what, man. Lemieux just as cool as a cucumber out there right now. He ain't stressing it yet.
Absolutely. And had one comment in the chat. Gavin Vacina said you could tell very easily which one of those guys races 10 scale. Obviously Van Dalen primarily an 8 scale racer. He's got that strap it open, wild side mentality. You can see Chase, especially in fuel saving mode, definitely dials it back a little bit. Not as wild with the inputs in the air. He's very smooth.
Yeah, and that's always kind of been Seth's driving style. He likes to hang it out, whip that car around, drive it on the edge right there, and that's just his driving style, and it's just kind of cool to see the difference right there. Chase a little smoother, a little more calculated, but maybe not carrying that wild corner speed that Seth does when he slings it on in there.
Just wanted to give an update. It appears that Dakota Fenn had an issue. It looks like he may have withdrawn, and that's a bummer there for your top qualifier. Definitely looked like something was a little bit off with that car when him and Mayfield collided over that quad. And I wonder if there was something mechanical there, Sean, or maybe just missed a bit on the tire choice. We're going to have to find out, get some more information on that, of course, at some point. But right now it's all going to be Seth Van Dalen, Mayfield, and Lemieux. Those are the three that are battling big time right now. Wilson has fallen about 18 seconds off the lead after Wilson just made his pit stop. And Rose and Fuller is our current half dozen, followed by Felong, Jared, Spencer, Jermaine, Frankie, and Julian appears to be the 12 we have left. 42 down, 18 to go, and your leader throws a big whip on the front straightaway. You can see Seth Van Dalen has reached what we call flow stage, Sean Miller.
31.9 in the third spot.
Ooh, getting out into the fluff right there. And I'll tell you what, in that groove, super grip. You go about a foot or two outside that groove, it gets a little bit squid-like.
There ain't nothing out there. You better believe that. Throwing dust, and it feels like you're on ice. And right now, you can see the drivers on the same fuel strategy. Van Dalen and Mayfield. Of course, Lemieux already ducked in for his pit stop. Again, Lemieux, just to reiterate again, it's not like a broken record, but Chase Lemieux has the 10-minute fuel strategy. Seth and Mayfield do not. They're going about 8 minutes on a tank of fuel. So right now, Lemieux would hold the advantage after the pit stops are all finished here towards the latter half of this race. Right now, we're at 43 down and 17 left to go. And again, Lemieux, all he's got to do right now, Sean, I feel like he's got the cards in his hands. He just has to keep that gap from him and Seth about 4 or 5 seconds.
Well, I'll tell you what, that he does his best lap of the race, a 31.9 2 laps ago. And comes around with a 35.7, so that's going to drop him down to the 3, but you see the mistake out of Mayfield right there. Lemieux gets right back by.
That's going to be very costly for Mayfield. Those mistakes get more and more critical as you get further into this race, and that advantage on the pit stop becomes more apparent. 16:30 left to go. You'll see Van Dalen leads, and it's going to be Lemieux by around 7 seconds here when they come back across. Of course, we'll get to the exact interval when they do. But Van Dalen this time by 32.9. Here comes Lemieux and Mayfield that we're following right here. Van Dalen is in for fuel. That should be his second to last stop here, Sean, at 16:15 to go, Mark.
Yeah, and check out who has the new hot lap of the race now. 31.6. That's Van Dalen.
Saving the best for last, if you will. That's the fastest lap I've seen from him in this division all weekend long, and what better time to do it on lap number 30 here in this very difficult track. You see the dust in the main line. You can see the groove is getting laid down, but you better believe this track is very difficult to negotiate right now. This is as bumpy as it's been all weekend long. Every one of these jumps has a little bit of unique feature to it. Kind of kicks your car one way or another. Van Dalen, one of the best at correcting that thing in midair and setting it right where he wants to on the ground.
Yeah, and if you look on timing and scoring, things are starting to kind of ratchet back up here a little bit. Lemieux, 3 seconds behind Van Dalen, with Mayfield only 4/10 behind him. So it's just a little yo-yo action here through this one. Does it get any better, man? This is awesome.
This is great, and you gotta know Mayfield still has to pit, so this is a really big disadvantage here for Ryan, being behind Chase on track position. So Mayfield's going to need one of those superhuman efforts, but you better believe if somebody can do it, it'll be Mayfield. He's already won 2 titles here this weekend for good reason. I think he has a great shot still at that third, but he's going to need a little bit of help from his top 2 competitors. Van Dalen and Lemieux have established themselves as the top 2 drivers.
Well, 45-15 in, 14:45 to go. Man, my hand's starting to get a little clammy here as we're winding down here. We're getting closer right here. Who's it going to be, man? It's a 3-horse race right here. This is awesome. I hope you guys are enjoying the coverage live back at home, wherever you guys are watching from. You know, way better than a runaway, so this is exactly what I was hoping for.
Absolutely, Sean Miller. Just want to give you your props this weekend. You're not feeling too great today, a little under the weather, but
all good.
You showed up and stuck it out with me, and I could not do this broadcast without you. Do a one-man job. This would be a pretty rough go, but thank you for everything you do.
Absolutely. Thanks for the love, brother, man. I appreciate you having my back, man, and got that David Goggins mentality going today, baby.
That's right, baby. 46 down, 14 to go. You can see that battle still raging on for second place between Lemieux and Mayfield. 3-second advantage up front for Van Dalen. Over the quad he goes right now. So just about a straightaway length lead for Van Dalen. You can see right there Lemieux, Mayfield. Let's just give a shout out to those that are outside the top 3. Brandon Rose moves up to 4th. Jonah Wilson 5. Mason Fuller just made his pit stop in 6th. We should cycle back to 4th place when it's all said and done. P. Long's going to be in that 7th spot. Jared Wiggins 8th. Jermaine Robinson 9th. Spencer Rivkin 10. And just as I couldn't get the thought out, Mayfield is in for his second to last pit stop.
All right, in and out right there.
Saw Wiggins in for fuel as well. Wiggins currently running a rock solid 8th. that kind of seems to be where he ends up with these big shows, is inside the top 10, but I'm sure he is still wanting more than that. So you better believe Jared will go back to work at the Wiggins training facility to be there next time.
Hey, his time's coming right here. The Wizard, nobody, well, I wouldn't say nobody, but very few people putting in the work of the Wizard right here. His time will come. You can put a stamp on that.
No doubt about that. So Van Dalen, Lemieux, Mayfield, the top three, as we already ran down there for you. Wilson and Fuller battling for that fourth spot. Check the interval out, Sean. 0.2 of a second between Jonah and Mason. They hit the start-finish line now, and not too far back are Fee Long and Brandon. So that's going to be a 4-car race for 4th through 7th, happening behind your leadership battle right there.
Yep, down to 1.8 right here, and Lemieux's going to be about 2.5 minutes away from his final pit stop. And it looks like, with 12:20 to go, I think maybe just one more possibly here for Van Dalen as well.
This is the home stretch. A little mistake there for Wilson. He's going to let Rose get around, but this really is the home stretch for Chase Lemieux. Your goal in this pit stop, if you're Chase, nice, smooth entry into pit lane. You can't just go slow. You got to, of course, charge the pit lane, but make sure you're straight. Make sure you're pointed at the right direction of Billy Fisher. And, of course, on Billy's end, he's got to make sure he jams that fuel stick in there, doesn't get any air bubbles in there, and just has a nice, clean pit stop for that final lap.
Yeah, I got a feeling they've been pretty spot on all weekend. I don't expect any funny business from those boys. I think they're going to just nail their final pit stop here in about a minute and a half. Just want to give a quick shout out. Joey Christensen texted me, man. Appreciate J-Dog tuned in. He's watching the action right here, so always good to have JC in the house, man. Just want to send some love back to him. Thank you for the kind words, brother.
I'll give one to you, Sean. Notch Johnson checking in, one of the local announcers here in California. He's, of course, a very talented announcer in his own right, so thank you, Notch, for checking in. Jared and Sean say hello to you, sir.
All right. This is coming up on the final 10 minutes. This is when we write those checks right here. We're going to be watching Lemieux here in about a minute, maybe 2 laps from now. He'll be coming in, but it's all Seth Van Dalen. He has the hot lap. He's got a 2.1 second lead up on Chase Lemieux in the 2 spot. And unfortunately, Mayfield now about 11 seconds back from second and 13 seconds out of the race limit.
And right now, Van Dalen and Lemieux separated by 2.3. Again, we've 1 pit stop left for each. So right now, pretty much level on the playing field there, Sean. It's kind of going to be a mano-a-mano race as they come across. Again, 10:30 left. Van Dalen taking a tumble, just barely stays in front of Lemieux, but that's got to be some motivation for Chase. Now he sees that white rear wing of Van Dalen. Now it's a heads-up race again. Both these drivers with 1 more pit stop left to go.
Man, did you see how stylish that was? 99% of the people would have punched it and not made that turn. He just kind of let the car keep spinning around. It was rolling backwards. He waited till there was enough clearance to get around that pipe, and on the gas he was. That was factory right there from Van Dalen.
Absolutely. Let's keep our eyes peeled to second place right there behind Van Dalen. This should be Lemieux's in-lap. They could stretch it 1 more here, Sean, but right now he should be good to go if he were to pit right now. 9:50 left to go, 9:50. Van Dalen's going to go by for another one, of course. But here comes Chase Lemieux in for his final pit stop. This is the money stop, Sean Miller.
There it is. Fisher, beautiful. Little kiss off the wall right there. No harm, no foul.
Flawless. And now it's going to come down to Sean Van Dalen here with about 7:30 left to go or so. 4 sets final run. We're going to get an outlap there on Lemieux, see what it was. But again, that was pretty stout. Chase did his job. Billy did his job. Like you said, just a little bit of a bounce off that outside wall. Didn't hurt him too bad.
It was just a 1/10 of a second or so. Well, we're going to see a 100-mile-an-hour fastball from Van Dalen coming in here in the pit lane. Dad's going to get that catcher's mitt out.
You better be ready for it, too. There's no ABS challenges here. You better be ready for it. 51 down, 9 to go. Again, we still have a couple laps before Seth hits pit road for his last pit stop. There we saw Seth going over the big quad. So again, we'll make sure we keep our eyes posted on him too. Down straightaway goes Van Dalen. So it's Seth, Chase, Mayfield, Fuller, and Rose, the top 5. Wilson, followed by Wynn, Wiggins, Robinson, Rivkin, the top 10. Contreras and Oliveras, the 12 we have left running. But right now, Sean, we're focusing our attention on these top 2. Mayfield about 15 seconds back. It looks like his car might be fading up just a little bit.
Yeah, it might be, and especially when you fall back and have a couple mistakes, now you got to overdrive the car. There is no longer conserving going on with him, so he may have just worked that car a little bit hard, and she's just a bit tired. Well, look at that. A 35.6 last time by for Van Dalen, and a big mistake right there. Well, I don't know right there. I'm not saying anything on that. That's going to be up to the officials.
Oh, boy. Now we're going to watch it. Chase Lemieux comes by. Yes, there's Lemieux going by. Chase Lemieux has cycled back to the lead over the Dragon's back. This is the race, ladies and gentlemen. That little mistake from Van Dalen may have just cost him the advantage he may have had in this final run. Now we switch the roles, Sean. Chase Lemieux going to take the lead for this final run with 7:40 to go.
Doesn't get any better than this, J-Dog.
No,
we've been
sir.
racing since Tuesday, and I mean, all of our viewers are hoping for a 60-minute battle, and that's exactly what we got for them. It's been a long week for these guys, and these guys bringing us the entertainment right here. That's what's up.
Give a call to Gavin Vicino, though. He called it that Chase Lemieux's tires should be in a little bit better shape here at the 52-minute mark, because it looks like Seth, to me, has a little bit extra wheel spin. I bet you that heart rate's up a little bit after that mistake heading into pit lane. Let's see if he can settle back down for these final 7 minutes. Right now, Lemieux looking for his first 8-scale championship and third overall in Roar. Van Dalen has never won one of these things. You got to think that has a little bit of factoring in here with 7 minutes to go.
All right, just playing ipso facto right here. Let's just say hypothetically Van Dalen does get by here for the win. Is there going to be a little controversy there with the Roar officials? Now, if he gets second, obviously no need to go back and take a look right here. But if he gets the win, I don't know, man. That's going to be a close call here.
Well, Chase better be careful and not give it to him on his own. You saw a little mistake in that last 180 there for Lemieux. He actually got looped around just a little bit. You saw that Lexan wing dangling up in the air, so luckily he was able to do it. There's Lemieux making a mistake, and Van Dalen is going to go back by, and all of a sudden, the tables have leveled once again. That is your race right there with 6:15 left to go. This is for the overall win, and I'm sure Feed, as he already does, bails out of harm's way to let these two settle it. Man, it just gets better and better, Sean.
Yeah, with 6:05 on the master clock. This is what we all came here for. Techno versus X-Ray. J-Concepts versus Hot Race right here. Let's go.
And Ultimate versus FX Engines, too. Pretty big battle right there. Just a heads up on the manufacturers for chassis. Associate actually has the most cars in this race with 5 of them, so that's pretty impressive. Techno has 3, X-Ray has 2, S-Works has 2, Sparko, Bugan, and Kyosho 1 apiece. So even though X-Ray may only have 2 cars in there, they got 1 out there where it matters the most, and there's Van Dalen, one of the 3 Technos.
Yeah, 5:30 left on the master clock. I'll tell you what, Lemieux's car just looking a little bit easier to drive right here. I don't know if it's that smooth 10-scale style driving right here, or like you were saying in the chat with Gavin, I just might have a little more tire on there. Whoa, over the top he goes. We are battling here.
And I know the chat's going crazy talking about a track cut. I just got to get this in here, folks. Seth and Chase both had a little bit of trouble right there. Chase did go to the outside of the corner to simulate finishing the corner.
Yeah.
As of right now, I like the no call from both.
Yeah, I'm going to stay away from that one, and we'll let them do their job, and we're going to do ours. We are hot and heavy here, looking for an outside move. No, can't quite get it done here. It is going to be a barn burner here with just under 5 minutes to go. Lemieux really applying the pressure here, and it looks like Van Dalen driving defensive right here as that car may be going away here a little bit. Well, Chase took a peek on the inside, move hard on the binders, and said, I'm going to live to play another day. I'll get it another time.
I'm just going to say this right now, Sean. Ryan Mayfield and Mason Fuller are 15 seconds back. If these two start tangling and get hung up, this very well could open the door for 3rd and 4th place. This is not over by any means, folks.
No, but we are possibly looking beautiful inside move as Seth, he went wide, got into the fluff right there, and Chase says, I want by, I'm not waiting anymore, and he stuffed it on there. A beautiful block pass there, and then Seth's going to return the favor.
Seth throws the old-fashioned throw the wheel in there, block pass, and they come together. What were we just talking about, Sean Miller? Here comes Mason Fuller as everybody's just trying to get out of the way. And again, Chase, good sportsmanship right there.
Love it.
Letting them back through. I love that Roar is letting these guys settle it amongst themselves. 3:45 left to go, but that probably cut the interval in half for Fuller and Mayfield. That's going to be interesting to watch.
Yeah, man, the gloves are off here. These guys putting everything they have here on the line here with 3:30 to go here. Dude.
Excellent stuff right here. Again, you can see, I think Chase has the little bit better car right now, but you better believe that when Seth sees the win there and he can smell that checkered flag, he makes that Techno car awfully wide, and he's not going to give this away by any means. Again, the gap now to Fuller is 9.8 seconds. Mayfield having a problem here, Sean. Looks like he may have dropped out of the running. That's going to put Rose up to 4th, and it may be Wilson now. Yes, Wilson rises to 5th, but right now the 3 we're going to watch are Van Dalen, Lemieux, and Mason Fuller with 57 down, 3 minutes left in our championship final here at the Roar 8 Scale Off-Road Nationals presented by J Concepts.
And just to think, man, we've been doing little do-si-do, another inside move right there. Oh, then he gets it wrong right there. So these guys driving on ball tires, they're just doing everything they can to hang on to these vehicles right here. And especially when you get out of that race line and into the fluff, that's going to cost you 3 or 4 seconds. Maybe a little bit more of an issue than it looks like right here for Lemieux. That rear end looking a little funky right there, but it's looking okay now.
Well, Sean, I think those hot race tires might be a hot mess right now because you get out in that dust and you're going to take a couple laps to clean those things back off. So Chase definitely going to give it one more run, but now Van Dalen enjoying the biggest lead he's had all race. 4-second lead here for Seth Van Dalen. He is 2 minutes away from finally claiming that first Roar National title, and he would do it in the biggest division here after coming up short 3 times in a row in electric truggy, nitro truggy, and electric buggy. Why not save the best for last, eh, Sean?
Yeah, no doubt about it. And like I said, both of these drivers having a great 2026 campaign this year. It's no surprise to see these battling it up here for the 1/8 scale Roar Nitro Buggy National Championship here in beautiful Chico, California at A-Main's Silver Dollar RC Raceway.
And how big of a deal would this be for Full Throttle Raceway? That's actually the track, the club that Sean Van Dalen and his father has a big hand in running. I'm sure those folks are standing up and cheering right now. But again, let's not rule Chase of it. He's going to give him one more charge with 3.5 seconds to go. But with 1:15 to go, it is these two to settle it, Sean. Seth Van Dalen, Chase Lemieux. Again, Techno versus X-Ray, Ford versus Chevy. Who's going to win it? And I got to run, so you send it home for me here, Sean Miller.
All right. Yep, Jared's going to head up on there and get ready for some interviews here for us. So with 60 seconds to go on the master clock here, Van Dalen stretching it out to a 3.1 second lead here. Let's try and follow him. As you can see, Lemieux, he is sending that X-ray ride, giving it everything he has. It wasn't for a lack of effort right here, but now 2.5 right here, so 32.4 for Van Dalen last time by, 31.8, the second fastest lap for Chase Lemieux, and he's literally running on slicks. So as advertised, these guys, slicks, full tread, doesn't matter, early in the race, late in the race, they're still going to be sending some of the fastest laps of the race here, and we're 59.5 minutes into this race and still dropping 31-second laps right here. So you can see Van Dalen here. It looks like less than 2.5 seconds now. Lemieux has got him in his sights. They're both going to get by here for one more. The white checkered flag is out right here. Van Dalen looks like he's backing off here oh so slightly. I don't know if it's a time to manage the race because here comes Chase Lemieux. Techno versus X-Ray. J Concepts versus Hot Race. One more time through the 4-pack. Up over the wall ride into the big Talladega turn. Got a handful of turns here to go for fully Minnesota's own Seth Van Dalen. Let's hear it. Techno boys around the world. Seth Van Dalen going to win his first ever Roar 1/8 scale national championship here in Chico, California. Also pending tech inspection. That is unofficial right there. Seth Van Dalen, Chase Lemieux, and we're waiting by for Mason Fuller. Unofficially, that is my top 3. Wow. Rose going to go 4, Wilson 5, Felong 6, Mayfield 7, Wiggins in the 8, Robinson 9, Rivkin 10, Contreras Jr. 11, Julian Oliveras, as you can see on our A-Main Hobbies race results, Dakota Fenn 13, Bata 14, Caden Fuller 15. That was awesome. A battle to the end right there. And Chase Lemieux sure did send it right there. And going to finish just about 4.4 seconds back right there. All right, so Van Dalen doing 110 laps right there. His hot lap of the 31.6. Chase Lemieux, 110 laps as well. Top three all go 110 laps, man. These guys' legs have got to be jello. Mason Fuller going to go up top three, and it looks like we're going to our one-up racing interview cam. Take it away, Jared.
We are here with your Roar 8-scale off-road Nitro Buggy national champion, Seth Van Dalen, the first of your young career. We just talked before the camera started rolling. We were honestly expecting a little bit more emotion. You will, first of all, look worn out. But second, this is more of a finally for you because you came up short 3 divisions in a row in the prior divisions this weekend. You finally get the job done here in the A final, 60 minutes, an amazing battle with Chase Lemieux. What are your thoughts after finally sealing the deal here for Techno?
I don't really know. That was a really long, difficult race. Everyone had their good stints. Everyone had their bad. My car seemed to come in the middle, and I was able to chase down Ryan and Chase after I had a few wrecks. And then towards the end, dude, I was just gassed. My hands were slipping all over the wheel. I was so sweaty, and just my car was over it. So just happy to seal the deal. Chase got me a couple of times. I was able to give a block pass, and then was able to just hang on to the end, put Chase into a push situation, and he made a couple of bobbles, let me get some breathing room, and was able to seal the deal. So
it's awesome, man. Well, we were talking about it the whole way, and just a thought to the people that might say racers aren't athletes. You hear it all the time in auto racing, even in RC racing. How difficult is it, preparation-wise, not just the driving portion, but getting ready, drinking enough water, making sure you get a good night's rest. And like you said, you're totally gassed right now. You look like you're completely out of energy. You could pass out at any moment. Just a thought to those people. What would you like to say to those people that may have their doubts?
I mean, I wouldn't say it's the most draining, but definitely mentally having to focus, and like with the wind, it's getting under your sunglasses and making your eyes water, so you're having to fight that. And yeah, I mean, it's been hard to sleep the last couple of nights. It was easy the first couple, and then as we got through e-buggy, it just got more and more difficult. I was really happy with how close I was in e-buggy, and I was just excited to get a hold of the Nitro car. Historically, I've been better in Nitro, so really excited to get a hold of it. But I mean, yeah, it is super difficult. It's very draining, especially on a track like this. It's choppy. It's high bite. It's got a dust line that you can't see. I went too far inside on the quad and almost spun out on the 180 after. And yeah, it was a little sketchy, but we got through it. So I'm super pumped. Finally get this one done. Was close last year, and yeah, I'm pumped.
Just a quick word about your father, Sean Van Dalen. Obviously, he's been a huge part of your program since you came up and ran the national circuit. How special was it for you to have him on the fuel gun? Routinely, he was getting you back out in front, even when you were in an adverse pit strategy. Just a word about your dad, Sean, and how much he means to you.
Yeah, my dad means a ton. He does all my engine stuff, so he breaks the engines in. He modifies them for me. He actually had to take care of a front bearing before the main, and make sure they're running great. I just get to tune them, which I'm perfectly happy with. But yeah, he is the man on the fuel gun. He was a little rough that last stop. I could tell the pressure was setting on him. He pulled the trigger and sprayed my body down. I lost brakes for about 2 laps, but it's all right. We got the tank full. We finished the main off. Yeah, he's the mastermind behind all the fuel strategy. He's actually the one that convinced me to go 10 in qualifying because I did not want to. I just don't like playing that game, even if I have the mileage. I just want to go safe and just finish where I finish. But yeah, he's an integral part of the team. Helps me out, helps me drive to all the race time events. We flew here, luckily, so we didn't have to drive back out to California this year. Yeah, it's been super fun having him with. Yeah, love that guy.
Well, obviously, your dad is a very important part, but there are many more people and companies that get to this point, Seth. Who all would you like to thank for your first ever Roar National Championship?
I'd like to thank Techno, J Concepts, Exalt, Ultimate Racing, Beach RC, Yeti RC, Full Throttle Raceway, BP Fuels, Send It RC, Boom Graphics, Busy Bodies, Top Tier Roofing, Much Trucking, King Kong Hobbies, all my friends and family back home, just always pushing me when I'm home. of course giving me some shit for trying so hard when I am at home, but that's my job. So yeah, I'd like to just thank everyone who's supported me this weekend and in years past. And yeah, it's been a fun ride, and I can't wait to get back out on the track and for the Worlds.
Certainly the first of many, we think. Well, Seth, I'll let you get back there, enjoy a cool drink of water, celebrate with your family or team. Congratulations on your first Roar National title. Seth Van Dalen gets it done in the hour-long final this year at the Roar 8-Scale Off-Road Nationals presented by J Concepts. The man!
How about that, ladies and gentlemen? What a 60-minute final out here. It's been a really long week for everybody here. I know Sam and Lucas got out here on Sunday. I just want to give Sam Rybacek a big, huge shout-out. That's our live RC producer. Our camera guys, Lucas McCabe and Travis Melton, alongside myself, Sexy Legs Sean Miller and Jared Barden. Hats off to the tech crew out here, Cal Southworth, Vin Manchado, Chris Crowder, our Roar president, Clayton Young, and all the A-Main staff, Kendall and Kelly Bennett. They've been running his here at A-Main since 2004. Of course, our event promoter, Sean Klobus, and our social media guy out here, Mr. Troy Hansen. What a good job out there getting the Coyote their first national championship in the electric class. And, of course, the track builder. Thank you to the Westergaard family. Anthony Westergaard put in one of the sickest layouts ever out here for us. So it's been an awesome week here. Jared back in the booth, and I'm going to hand it over to him and let him sign off here. We got a couple promos for the Worlds coming up, so hang out, guys. And just thank you so much for tuning in.
Thanks, Sean Miller. Appreciate you very much, brother. A heavy dap up to definitely roll out an awesome weekend. I have no more voice because I was screaming for Seth up there. That was so cool to see him win his first Roar National title. So congratulations to Seth Van Dalen. Thanks everybody for tuning in. And again, folks, make sure that you stick it here to Live RC next month. The IFMAR World Championships and Nitro Buggy from Thornhill Raceway is our next featured event here on Live RC. We're bringing you all the action here from start to finish September 26th through October 3rd. You can see Ryan Mayfield will be one of the favorites for sure in frame here. Again, Thornhill Racing Circuit in Hutto, Texas, the 8-Scale IC Off-Road World Championships September 26th through October 3rd. And thanks again, folks, for joining us all weekend long here on Live RC. For everybody here at Roar and Live RC and everybody that Sean plugged, for the sponsors and A-Main Hobby staff, this is Jared Barton signing off. We will see you next time on Live RC.
Take care, guys.